Alright, gang. First fucking stream for this shit. How are we all doing today? Callie, good to see you, my man. How's it going? Saf, what's up? Omega, hey. Good to see you, brother. Synth, good there. How's it going there? Hey, Makara, how's it going to Owlet? As you can see, everything works again. I'm predicting I will get hit a lot today because I was not active the other day. Gonna have fucking concussions for days, yo. Yes, it's Cake, courtesy of Rehome. Much love to my homie. Check her out. Same name on Twitch and Twitter. But yeah, how is everyone doing? This is the first of what will be future references. Hey, Jason, how's it going? Since 7 a.m.? Oh my god, yo. Works now, people can smack you all over again like they always have. Indeed, Omega. Hey, got the headpats. Thanks, brother. So, I have a shit ton of videos, I know, but if you have not posted your videos, again, exclamation point Discord, join the server, post your shit in the weekly stream vids channel, as I had mentioned, and we will, we will watch all the videos today. I'm going to try to go through as many as I can. I expect us to be here for several hours. There'll be, pausing, talking, chatting with you guys, and we'll just, have a fucking good time. It'll be a nice chill stream, and if people like this, it will continuously do it every Wednesday. The day may be subject to change, depending on viewership and how many videos and stuff we get, and depending on if people, redeem enough. Yep, there's the hydrate, and I just finished pissing, too. Gotta fill the tank back up, I guess, right? But yeah, so we are going to, get to this shit and see. Yep. So first things first, I'm going to pull up the Discord server because that's where I'm going to be getting all the videos from. I'm going to try and go in typical order of things because, yeah, it'll be easier that way, and we'll just see how many we get through. Hey, Gar, how's it going? Third bottle of water for the day. Nice, nice. Not too bad. Not too bad, Agar. I'm doing pretty well. I am doing pretty well. So, yeah. I just fixed my federal tax return. Nice. Yeah, there's been a lot of issues with that, man. Like, I had a couple of friends go through some problems with that recently, too. So, I'm hoping that mine will be fine. You're in the clear? Excellent. Also, I want to say, I got about 4 more commissions left, I believe. I have Ryan's ref sheet, which I'll be getting to this week. I have Callie's commission, Bella's commission, and another friend who actually still has to pay me for his before I work on that one, so let me put him aside. But what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to get Ryan's commission done first. And I do have an artwork that I want to work on, try and capitalize a little bit on the popularity of Marvel's Rivals. So I spoke with my editor and social media manager, and I'm probably going to be doing a little bit. I saw some people doing a thing involving Miku in the Venom symbiote. So probably going to do that because it's a little on brand for me, as well as capitalizing on the trend. But that may be something that I work on coming this week, because I am also doing art this Sunday, so that could be something good to draw. And I see we've already got another set of videos submitted. Now remember, guys, got to be 45 minutes or less so that we can get through these at a reasonable pace. If you do want me to watch a video that's more than 45 minutes, then you'll have to donate for me to do that, and that in of itself might even be a potential different stream if that's the case. But yeah. When I looked back, and my primary dependent means someone has claimed me as a dependent, like say parent guardian. I didn't mark that, so I fixed it in my text. Oh, nice. Wait, so you technically still get claimed, dude? Okay. Strange. But then again, I guess you're like what? You're like what? 22, 23. So I guess technically that counts. I mean, I remember I was on insurance till I was 26, so 23. Got you. Yeah, it's like it's hard for me to try to remember some ages. In my mind, you're all still the same ages while I'm getting older. But yeah, so I think without further ado, let's actually get to the watching. All right, let's let me capture this window, and we'll just have a really fucking chill time. I believe it's this one. All right. There we go. Boom. Okay. You forgot parents or guardians are also responsible for any coverage of any kind? Yeah, but I mean, like, legitimately, you know, in my mind, I'm not thinking you being covered under someone because, you know, you're an adult, but then I think back to the law that Obama passed about you being on your parents' insurance until you're at least 26 or possibly longer or less amount of time, depending on the state. So, but yeah. All right, so let's check out these videos. We got a video from Dash to start.
And welcome to Distractable with your hosts Mark, Bob, and Wade. This week,
I was playing basketball. I played basketball for 13 years, and I actually hit puberty really early because I was almost fully grown by like freshman year. I was like 6 feet tall, or I was over 6 foot tall by the end of I think middle school or early junior high.
I was a late bloomer, y'all.
So in basketball games,
very short, no hair.
I always did the jump ball, and I always won the jump ball. Never lost the jump ball. That was like something I was very proud of. Doesn't really mean that much. It's just that, you know, starting point of the game, someone gets the ball first, whatever, the other team gets it first.
Old cluck.
But for the people jumping,
that's what they'll be calling me.
It was like, no, this is the time for me to assert, like,
oh, early bloomer, eh?
Just
early bloomer, eh, Saf? I wonder what assets you had.
And at the time, I didn't wear contacts. I didn't get contacts till freshman year, so this had to be junior high. So I was wearing glasses. I can't remember if I had the afro again or not. Probably did. You know, for the sake of if this ever gets animated.
Got all these fucking stats over here.
And we're doing this scrimmage against another team, and this dude comes up to do the jump ball against me, and he's actually about my height. Normally, I'm a lot taller than everybody. This guy is pretty close to my height. Maybe taller, maybe short. I can't remember.
My boy looks like a fucking caricature of a monkey.
He and I jump, and we both hit the ball
simultaneously.
And the ball doesn't go flying any particular direction.
The Omega.
It goes straight down, and then he and I almost try to get away from it.
Early bloomer, 13 or 14.
This, like, scrum occurs.
Well, you're pretty tall, so I could see that.
Everyone madly trying to get into where the ball is, and right off the bat, my glasses get broken, but I get pissed.
Oh no!
This dude just tied the jump ball with me. Oh. I was so mad.
I don't know. I think I probably would have taken my glasses off for a situation like this.
Okay, yeah. Now that was just an adrenaline syringe. Was the glasses breaking? But him tying the jump ball with me pissed me off royally. And the tone was set on the jump ball. This is gonna be a very physical scrimmage. Down inside the paint, basketball is known to get physical.
Fighting with the cardboard.
What's going on, in this case, our coaches. So trying to get positioning, he and I would both like kind of throw our weight into each other. So it started off with like, okay, I need to get in front of you. So you kind of like throw your hip a little bit to get the position that you want, throw your arms up, other dudes fighting back.
This is the coach, right?
Fighting. By the midpoint of the first quarter of the scrimmage, he and I were not just like lightly throwing hips. It was like full force elbows into the side for positioning. It was run across the court, throw your hip as hard as you can, hoping that the dude goes flying across the floor. Like, it got violently physical. And every time that like he would hit me, I was like, the next one I'm going to do on you is going to be even harder. And we beat the shit out of each other. The coaches never saw a thing. Nothing was ever called. Nothing was ever.
This guy looks like the coach.
We were very smart about it, but I think he and I both had.
Hey, Jacob, how's it going, man?
It was just like one of us, like,
the hip
check would happen, and it's like instead of showing pain, you would just throw the hip right back.
Wow, Saf, damn.
So much adrenaline. I remember getting.
Yeah, I didn't really reach proper height, like my 5'6", until.
I remember getting into the shower and looking at my body, and like
pretty much after like high school,
all over from how physical.
Or at least actually, no, you know what? I think I reached 5'6" maybe by the time I hit about like junior high, like about 17 is when I really hit my peak height.
Which I think the more I learn about sports from Tyler, the more I think I realize.
Let's have a hate boner for bumping like that.
It's just a bunch of people in a bowl-shaped
Burger class nerds get bullied as well. I don't know, dude. That dude looks way too mature.
He was gonna back down first. That's kind of like the human experience of sports distilled there. So.
It really is. My best performances always came down to when I was the most pissed off and wanted to prove something. I remember I got a concussion in a game. I didn't find out till after the game. And the coach had taken me out because I was a little out of it, but I fractured a bone in my wrist. Basically, this dude, I went for a rebound, and he had some muscular arms. His arm came into contact with the bottom of my chin, and in midair, I got flipped up, fell down all the way, landed on my wrist and my head at the same time. And I was out for like a quarter. I should have been out the entire game and gone to the hospital, but instead, once I got oxygen back in my lungs, I was just pissed off, and I was like, and the game ended up going to overtime, and I was like, coach, put me in. I couldn't use, I'm right-handed. I couldn't use my right hand because my
I'm not gonna lie to you, I couldn't tell if they were fucking playing basketball or wrestling. I don't know what the fuck has been happening.
Hips and elbows that I shouldn't. I want to say I'm not normally a person who throws hips and elbows in games. There's 3 games.
This
I
is
can
from the
recall
episode
where
Fuck
I
You
just got
Energy.
So pissed off that the other dude and I went off on throwing.
Yeah, I don't know if I could watch a podcast just about all these types of stories, honestly. The little animated clips and stuff aren't bad, but I don't think I could watch a whole podcast of this shit.
I love that. I was going to give you 4 points for the story, but I have to give you a bonus 2 for the next quote that you've given me, which is, as soon as there was oxygen back in my lungs, I was pissed off, which is just like a great sentence. I love that. So you get 4 points for
What,
the story.
wrestle ball? What wrestle ball agar? That just sounds terrible.
My back must have hit the same time as my
And
head,
weirdly
right?
sexual.
Because I remember, like, I couldn't breathe. And my friend came over and, like, jokingly went to give me CPR, but he actually fucked me over because he kept pushing the oxygen. I was trying to get my lungs back out. But I remember, like, I finally, like, kind of came to after, like, a quarter, and I was looking out there, and, like, the score was really close. And I just started boiling. I was so angry. Because the other dude was, like, scoring points and getting rebounds because there was no one else out there.
Oh, I'd imagine that.
As I was to guard him. And I saw him.
I mean,
like,
it's just a
well
smart
after
move for
knocking him
animators to
around,
make
and,
clips like
I
this
was
for
just
popular
like,
podcasts, too.
No, not today. Nope, I'm going back in. You're not going to get that rebound, knock me on my ass, and then beat me. You're not going to get the trifecta.
I mean, you're not exactly turning your brain off if you're doing something productive, but it's good for background noise, I agree. I used to listen to podcasts a lot, now I feel like I listen much more to music. I mean, that was interesting, to say the least. WrestleBall sounds like a pay-per-view event. Oh, God. What kind of pay-per-view event is that? It sounds terrible. Alright. So we got one here from Jason. Okay.
Before we begin, let me preface this.
Every mythical inaccuracy in Disney's Hercules. You know what? I'm here for this one. This'll be good because, like, as a guy who, like, really fucking, like, you know, enjoys mythology and has spent a lot of time looking into religion and philosophy, there's a lot of misinformation that people think that they understand about, fucking Roman. It is Roman, right? No, or is it Greek? I forget. Hades and them are Greek, right? Like, I always mess them up, but yeah, it is Greek, right? Thank you. Yeah, like, because I know people often, like, mistake Hades for, like, being, like, the devil and shit, when he's not even comparable to Satan and the devil at the end of the day. I mean, the only reason it has that overtone is because Disney Hercules did, like, a very, more modern take on it, as a result, because it made it seem more relatable via Christian overtones. But, like, Hades is not that. Hercules is not exactly Jesus. I mean, there might be some connotations to it, but not enough to really make it comparable. So I'm curious to see what they do here. Norse mythology has always been one of my favorite. Same here, Seth. Norse mythology is easily my top favorite mythology. That and probably Celtic I love the most. Yeah, so let's get into this.
By saying this is actually my favorite Disney movie of all time. One of my favorite movies, period. But I'm also a huge fan of the 12 Labors of Heracles myth, and I thought it would just be fun to point out how different these two stories are for anyone who wanted to know.
You can tell
Hecatoncheires by freeing them from Tartarus, then he recruited his 5 siblings by tricking Kronos into puking them up, and he even recruited some of the actual Titans themselves to his side. Heck, he wouldn't even have thunder if it weren't for the Cyclopses.
It just rolls off the tongue.
Never stop chaos in its tracks. Chaos is the oldest and most powerful primordial in all of Greek mythology. Zeus is no match for it. Oh, is that not what you were talking about? It most certainly is not, as I have just demonstrated. Yeah, once again, the name is Heracles.
Fabulous party.
Okay, I will admit, That's something I actually didn't know. I genuinely always thought that Hera was the mother. So I'll take the L on that one. I actually thought I knew that.
Greek myth.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he's usually pretty helpful and even
Yep.
downright charitable at times.
Yeah, like legitimately with Hades too. I don't know if they'll bring it up at some point in this, but Hades chose the underworld. He wanted it. He wasn't jealous. He didn't want Olympia. It's not like this fucking Lucifer and God, fallen angel type thing that you have in Christianity. Like, he wanted the underworld, and he actually enjoyed his job of helping souls to part from one phase of life to the next. And with Persephone, yeah, technically speaking, he kidnapped Persephone, but Persephone actually kind of went with him and actually genuinely loved him. So, honestly, like, there's a lot here about Hades that is just really misunderstood.
I know this is gonna shock people, but there were actually no elevators in Greek mythology. Heracles was not born a god. He was born a mortal demigod.
True.
He eventually became a god, but that was way later.
We hear
God
that,
did,
Frost.
in fact,
I'm
train
happy, my
all
man.
of these heroes. However, the Iliad and the Odyssey both take place after the 12 labors of Heracles, so Odysseus would not yet be a household name.
What the Descendants is.
Minotaur to death from behind easily. Sure, Theseus doesn't have a happy ending, but the reason for that is not the Minotaur. He took that thing down.
Didn't he
Theseus let you down. He defeated Medusa, defeated Cetus, defeated multiple tyrants, saved his mother, got the girl, and had a happy ending. What part of that is not good enough for you, Phil? Is that supposed to be a Stymphalian bird? Because if so, why is it so big, and why isn't it made of metal? Or maybe it's supposed to be the Prometheus vulture, but if...
I like that it's made of metal. I didn't even know that was a thing. Now, you know what? In all seriousness, now seeing the thing making more metallically drawn, now I kind of understand why a lot of like monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh, like take for instance like the Winged Dragon of Ra, always felt like they looked more like a mech to me. But if they were taking from other forms of mythology, like Greek here for instance, where it actually is depicted like that, now it makes sense to me. Because I always found it really weird, like why dragons were drawn that way. But like, you know, especially considering Ra is kind of like supposed to be more of a bird, but he's, you know, a combination between, you know, the sun god Ra and some just, you know, made up dragon for the sake of the plot. But now I see the aesthetics are actually taken from other sources of media, so that's kind of cool to see. Hydra give me PTSD between the first Dark Souls and you know, I would like to fight something like that at some point. Who knows? Maybe I might play Dark Souls one day. That creature appearing in Kingdom Hearts 3 as a boss. No, yeah, that I know, but I mean, like, hey, Kingdom Hearts and Disney, like, of course. Although this is not how he killed the Hydra, but he did technically buried it with a rock. I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah, they got that correct. Damn, I didn't know you were watching Disney version of me. God damn it, Cakes. How's it going? By the way, actually, Cakes, do me a favor. There's a redeem I have now that you, of all people, should actually enjoy. Go ahead and redeem Cake Face. Reiho May made something especially for you. Go ahead and redeem that a quick second. There it is. She made the cakes. So that's now a thing. I can now be hit in the face with birthday cakes.
Did not fight Scylla, not reject godhood. He in fact accepted it and lived as a god forevermore. He also did not end up with you, he ended up with Hebe, the goddess of eternal youth.
Damn.
Hey, hope you enjoyed
Man,
that
shallow
video. I
AF.
want to give a shout out to my awesome Patreon supporters, Simon
As far as
Wolford,
I'm aware,
Justin
they are
Knight,
getting
Robert
Danny
Ray,
DeVito
Gil
back for the
Ramos,
live. Oh
and Sam
God,
Davis.
no.
Lifeblood of this channel.
Wait, so it's
If you want
actually
to help this channel
happening?
make more long
I thought
videos
Jacob
like
was
this
just
possible,
talking
please
about it as like a
support.
possibility
The link is
because
in the
yeah, it's
description
Disney,
below.
but that's
Also,
actually
if you're
fucking
interested, I am
happening?
working on a mythology-based card game. If you're into mythology, I think you're gonna be into this game.
Jesus
So,
fuck,
the link to the
why?
game's website and Instagram are also both in
Okay,
the
so
description.
Jacob had no idea
Check it
either,
out.
like,
Bye-bye now.
oh my God. I fucking hate it here. I actually hate it here, like, why? Why is that a thing? Oh, but Odin's beard and Merlin's swing. Frost, what the hell is that saying? Swing dangling ball. Swing-a-dinging balls. I read it wrong and it's still funny. No, I don't want to see that, Agar. I don't like Danny DeVito. I don't want to see that shit. Fuck that noise. Alright, alright. Oh my god. Okay, so what do we got for the next one? Hang on here. Alright. So next video on the list. Oh, I have to. Wow, how did I get down here? Go back to the top. Okay. Alright, we got another one from Jason. We got a short one here. Let the goat retire, for fuck's sake. I'm sorry, man. I don't consider him the fucking goat in any way. Not in the literal or figurative sense. Fuck that bitch. Was in development since 2020? Christ almighty. Oh, the mythology guy, he does good shit. No, yeah, it was pretty good. It was an enjoyable video, Jason. I liked it. All right, so let's check out this short you sent.
Welcome to heaven. Now, if you're looking for a particular group, the Jewish folks typically hang out down there. The Buddhists have a spot over on the east side. The Protestants are just a couple blocks away. Hold on. Why does that area have a big wall around it? Oh yeah, that's the Catholics. They like to think they're the only ones here.
Jason, my guy. You fucking great, bro. That one gets a like from me. That one gets a like. Fucking hell. Not in that term. Fair enough. Fair enough. But I still don't like Danny DeVito. Going by what they did with Snow White, this will be especially interesting. Yeah, it's gonna be garbage. We know it is. This is fucking funny. Let's go. Alright. Let me, what do we got here? Now, we got one from Jacob now. So we got one from Scott the Waz. Let's, Hey! Mossy! Good to see you. How's it going? Of course you'd come in when I said I don't like hey to be fair, Danny DeVito is cringy to me. He's gross, he's skeevy, he's a sleazeball. He's so sleazy he made his wife so uncomfortable that she divorced him. I'm sorry. I can't like Danny DeVito. I'm not saying he doesn't do a good job in some stuff, don't get me wrong, but you would pay anything? Oh my god. Oh my god. Mossy, why? Why? Oh, fucking hell. Jesus fuck. My first bull. So, well, we've just finished watching a Hercules film, so now we've gone full-blown Rumpelstiltskin? Is that what's happened here? Is that the world that we've reached? Be ready for Danny DeVito to play as Wario. You shut the fuck up. You will wish that into existence. Shut the fuck up, Jacob. Just shut the fuck up. Ugh. Okay. I know Mossy loves feet. I know that's her thing. But Danny DeVito, woman, why? Why? God. He needs more roles. I don't know how I feel about that one. Get Jim Carrey as Waluigi, please. People tell me I should play Waluigi. I'm skinny as fuck. I've got a huge nose. I've got the mustache. The only thing that I don't have is the height. But people have told me to fucking wear stilts. Like I get compared to Waluigi all the fucking time. I had coworkers that used to tell me that I should play that I should fucking do Waluigi. If I see Danny DeVito actually play Wario, I'm gonna blast myself off the building in Minecraft. I've never questioned you, man, anymore. Don't worry, Mossy's just into a lot of very interesting things, honestly. She has a lot of very interesting proclivities. I know this woman very well. Alright, let's check out Jacob's video now. We got Scott the Waz. But I'm happy to see you here, Mossy. I appreciate you showing up. I hope you're doing well. I miss talking to you. Alright, here we go.
Hey y'all, Scott here, and I can't wait to finally head to this game controller issues meeting I just found out about.
Yeah, sure, that pretty bad.
Whoa, my hands are doing this! And it wouldn't be possible without the overlooked messiah of all video games, the controller. The pathway between
We don't talk about the Wiimote.
screen.
The Wiimote was terrible.
To house all the necessary input methods for games in its era, while also being incredibly transparent. It's best when it just melts into your hands and you don't have to think about where the B button is. It's just all second.
That's one of many.
The road to where we are now.
Your
has been
Waluigi as a
rocky
kid? Shut the fuck up, Rye.
To even. And that road started way early on. Video games
I had to
need be
defend the king.
controllable
Oh
to be
my
considered
god.
Games.
Oh, god damn it, Mossy. God damn it.
Making games on supercomputers instead of curing diseases.
I disagree completely, Omega. I hated the motion gaming shit. I would love it if I could get someone to fucking do a mod of Godzilla Unleashed without the Wiimote on PC. I'd be so fucking happy.
Their imagination wasn't compromised by limiting control methods. They could create whatever control method would suit their game best. Joysticks, trackballs, knobs, buttons, steering wheels. Each arcade machine was different from the last in terms of controls, so when home video game consoles were in development, there was definitely a hurdle to overcome. Developers were used to having free range with how to control their games in the arcade. How do you create a controller that can be a jack of all trades, one that can work with all, or at the very least, a lot of the games released at the time?
For me, this would be a GameCube, hands down.
And gave us a button and a stick.
You broke your bed playing Connected.
Major success in terms of home video
How?
consoles with interchangeable
You're
controls.
so
The
lightweight.
first
How?
game console, 1972's Magnavox Odyssey, sure did have a controller alright. The Fairchild Channel F predated the 2600 by a year, releasing in 1976, and has you holding a Snickers bar to control games.
A Snickers
But the
bar.
Atari 2600's joystick is definitely what the general public sees as the first video game controller, and definitely one of the most iconic. While its simplicity made many games harder to convert to the system, it's undeniable it played a
I mean, you can't
crucial role
deny
in
the
its
classic
success. No
joystick,
matter who you
honestly.
are, you
The classic
can listen
joystick
and
still
say,
works
"Yeah,
for a lot of
that
shit.
makes sense. How can you possibly screw this up?
I still
It's
stand the
once in a
GameCube
while.
controller.
Anybody who's anybody knows what that's about. When you look back at video game successes in the early days, it's apparent that success came with controls that were easy enough for the general consumer to understand. And the 2600 controller was just that. Nevertheless, this thing is just a no-go nowadays. This stick needs to go see a doctor. It's just too stiff. And the overall size of the controller
You know,
is a problem for me.
I feel a little called out by the sticks, the stiff stick. Just saying. I've had problems in my life, so I feel a little called out by this one. Not gonna lie. my shit doesn't bend too well. I fell doing the river game and split the frame. It was a twin one because I wasn't tall enough for the sensor to see me unless I was on a rooftop bed. Aww. Wait, you weren't tall enough? So how young were you? Because, like, you're a decent height, so, like, how young were you? Yeah, I'm getting called out here. Don't worry about it. Anyway.
Hold the joystick with one hand and the rest of the controller with the other, and it's too big to comfortably hold it like a modern controller.
I was 12? Okay, that makes all the sense in the world then. That makes all the sense in the world then, Mossy. Just a typical Tuesday around here. So true, Seth.
After the 2600 controller,
Where the fuck was the sensor? On the
while.
ceiling?
It was all because the controller
But it was a
designer
small
went
room?
for the
Alright, that
weekend,
makes
looked at his
sense
phone
then.
and said, "I'm
That makes a
drunk."
lot of sense.
Why?
Lucky you didn't hit your head.
Television, ColecoVision, even Atari themselves with the Atari 5200 all followed the hot trend of putting a number pad on the controller. Let me ask you this, in what dimension do games this simple need more than 9 buttons? Many games came with overlays to put on the controller so you know what each button does, but it just kind of forces you to constantly look at the controller to know what to press with or without the overlays. In my opinion, that's when a controller fails, when you have to look away from the game to figure out what the hell you're supposed to press. Well, after
Yeah,
all that
true.
flop, we then make our way to
But
the
I'll be real, right?
entertainment system.
I never had to look away to check the controller to see what to press because the controller was poorly designed. Anytime I ever had to look at the controller, it's literally because it was a failing on my part. Like, for instance, like anytime like I've played a new fighting game, like any one of you who actually play fighting games, so the GameCube controller, again, I still consider the GameCube the pinnacle. But anytime I've had to look away to see what button to press. It's like if I've been playing a fighting game and it was extra inputs. Like, obviously, y'all know I primarily play platform fighters, so I'm not, like, super good at, like, the more advanced inputs. And granted, even, like, simple inputs like quarter circles were complex for me. And doing the motions, doing that shit all at the same time was kind of hard. So there were actually times I found myself looking down at my controller to input the actual option because I just was not doing it quick enough. And I started to question, am I actually hitting the button right or whatever? And it turns out it was primarily just speed. So I can't even really fathom a controller that is so poorly designed that a person actually feels like, you know, oh, I have to look down just to see what I'm pressing. You've got to have, like, all kinds of crazy buttons. Thank you for the hydrate, Jacob. Appreciate it. So, I don't know. Like I feel like you'd have to have a controller with, like, over fucking 20 obscene buttons. Like maybe a fight stick. And if you're not used to a fight stick, but even then, if you've played arcade games growing up, that shouldn't be that hard.
A true innovation for controllers, breaking away from the joystick to form something that was more compact.
I take it I sounded dry, Jacob.
The Vectrex in 1982 had a similar form factor
Thank
for
you,
its
man.
controller, but the NES introduced something huge. Now I know, first thing many people probably said when they saw this cross on the controller.
Still one of the best controllers. I love my simple shit.
But this cross design called the D-pad made the controller way more comfortable.
This is why whenever I like play old school games, I still use the PlayStation controller just because of the D-pad orientation. There's not enough controllers out there that have the D-pad on the proper left side.
The joystick was old news. Many consider this guy to have aged poorly, and while I do somewhat agree,
Nah, I
it's
disagree.
still all right to use.
Nah.
The main problem is the D-pad itself is a bit
Like, here's my thing, right?
long play sessions.
The Super Nintendo controller, I think, is better than this, but this is still useful if you're playing. Think about it, right? I play so many fucking indie games out there. Like you see when I was playing Majo the other night. Majo literally uses, like, the D-pad and, like, two or three buttons tops. So, like, excuse me. Even an old school controller like this would still be useful for a lot of indie games today that take inspiration from the old school games. So I gotta tell you, I don't really think there are many controllers that have aged poorly. My biggest issue is just trying to find places where I can pay for someone to customize something.
I love the feel of the buttons, just so clicky and satisfying to just go to town on. This is where
I don't like it when buttons are too clicky,
I see a
though.
lot of people say the sharp.
A little clicky, but I want a little bit of smoothness. If they're too hard and clicky, it fucking gives me hand fatigue at that point. That's my biggest
Nintendo
problem.
responded with some alternatives. The NES Advantage is the controller you never let your daughter go to prom with. This thing is a hulking beast that's powered by two.
This thing looks like a fucking...
You can flip a switch to
This thing looks like a fucking mini fight stick.
Like Super Mario Brothers, where you alternate turns. There's turbo.
I didn't know this existed, yo.
Rapid fire and A and B, and don't forget the state-of-the-art slow motion feature, which was just simply the game constantly pausing and unpausing.
It's funny, right? We had slow motion, now we have turbo.
Regardless, the NES Advantage.
We use fucking turbo now, fuck slow.
Really slick. It just feels so sturdy, and there's something so satisfying about pressing these huge buttons. But what if you're not into overcompensating?
The layout, though, feels a little uncomfortable on the hand, though. I feel like you'd have to use it like a fight stick. I don't think you could hold it the way you're holding a normal controller.
A precursor to the 3DS Circle Pad. It's much easier to grip thanks to these.
I didn't know this existed either.
It really isn't a replacement for the D-pad.
You know, Jacob, I'm enjoying this video. I actually like this.
Top loader, Nintendo redesigned the standard NES controller.
I wonder if you could still get some of these, but get them via USB.
Close to being the perfect NES.
Like, I wonder how well they'd work.
Rounded edges, the nicer feeling D-pad.
Unless you just have to get an adapter, in which case, you know.
Buttons, only a lobster could hold
Controller had both of those on one controller.
doesn't feel
Yeah, I know, right?
Nobody's hand normally rests
Probably,
on the
yeah. I mean, I'd have to look
controller. It's
around.
just uncomfortable.
Never knew any of these
Also,
controllers.
see,
I knew quite a few of them, but there's certain ones here that are new to me.
TurboGrafx 16 controllers.
I don't know anything about the Sega controllers, though, but I never owned a Genesis, so...
Version of the NES controller. Atari decided to barge into the party with their 7800 controller, and I'm pretty sure...
Yeah, I feel the same way, Saf. Like, if buttons and stuff are too hard and clicky and stiff, I get, like, fatigue in my hands, because, like, I have, like, arthritis and I have osteoporosis, so, like, my bones and my muscles, after a while, actually start to cramp and wear out. So, like, I actually come a certain point that I need, like, that's why I like the GameCube controller in all seriousness, because, like, if I'm really honest, right, like, you've got, like, the rubber stick, you've got the fucking rubber C-stick, the buttons are smooth, and yeah, they still are clicky when you put it in, but, like, hey, Sarah, how's it going? Good to see you. For those who don't know, Sarah is my sister, like, my actual sister, for those of you who are still new here. But, yeah. How's it going, sis? I'm just doing some video reacts with chat. You never are here whenever I do art. It always happens. You always come in on a stream that's anything but art. It's unreal how it fucking happens every time. My trigger fingers start to cramp. I feel the exact same way. Like, I've had that problem, like, when it came to, like, playing with the Xbox controller. No, yeah, you're right. You really are right, Sarah. Like, you're only ever here whenever I fucking, you know, whenever I'm fucking doing anything but art. Consistently. You're only ever here for that. But nah, how you doing, hon? Good to see you. My dumbass thinking Rev was... You actually, no. Rev Writer or Brit, she's like a sister to me, so I call her sis. Same thing with my friend Sarah. Now, Sarah Kirk here is actually my real sister, my biological sister, and her name is also Sarah. Yeah, you saw an art stream once? Well, I'll tell you what, Sarah. If you're free Sunday, tune in. I'll be doing an art stream with my other VTuber friend, Makara. We're both going to be drawing and doing art together. And next Thursday, I'm doing one with my friend Mush. We're doing another art collab. And someone on Twitter also DM'd me who's a VTuber and artist and followed me. So I may be doing an art stream with her as well. So you should have plenty of time to catch them. But yeah, we're just doing some video reacts because I've made it like a new weekly thing to do video reacts with everybody rather than the constant redeems. So this is now a weekly event. But yeah, let's get back. Also, Atari, you want to talk feeling old. You want to talk feeling old looking at Atari, like goddamn.
Lucky them. Of course, Sega had to do something different with the Sega Master System's...
You might actually like this too, Sarah, because this is going over a bunch of old school controllers from game consoles throughout the years, so you'll probably have some nostalgia with me on this one. My sister doesn't game much anymore, but we did together when we were younger. I do have to help her set up some games, though. I might be able to get her to play Uno or something with us one day. Might be cool to have her on stream.
When fighting games were coming over, which required more buttons, so Sega crammed some more in.
Legit. Yeah, we are definitely. Yeah, I know we're old, Sarah. I know you don't have to remind me. You don't have to remind me.
Sega released so many Genesis controller variants. It's crazy.
I still need to get Uno for Steam. No, literally, I would love to play Uno with you guys again. It's been so long since I played Uno.
I interrupt your regularly scheduled.
Thank you for the head tat, Seth.
Emergency report by me.
Appreciate it.
Made by other companies, not the console manufacturers themselves. Are running
Jason, I'm gonna punch you.
And most are up to no good. This is the third-party controller watch list. Our mission statement is to bring awareness to shit. Here we have the Tag 50
third party is like a minefield. Some are good, some are just terrible. Alright, I'll get you later, Jason. I'll get you later, homie.
The vast majority of the Sega Genesis library.
True, Seth, true.
On its base, which makes it harder to move.
I think most people here are at least in their mid-20s, if not older.
The 6-button controllers are fine and good, but the 3-button one is the classic. The one my
this looks uncomfortable, but I've never played with a Genesis, so I don't know.
In its own right. It may be a bit
my Genesis homies in the chat.
However, it was
how did this used to feel?
Done by the makers of Chibi Robo Ziplash. The SNES controller is magnificent.
My boy, the GOAT. My boy, the fucking GOAT. Still love this shit.
It may not be my favorite of all time, but it does so much.
Your brother used to own it? Nice. 26 and I feel old watching this. I know, right, Omega? Felt alright? Okay.
With the rest of it resting on B.
Felt fine? Okay. Because the buttons looked hard to me, so I wasn't really sure if that was the case.
Shoulder buttons came swinging in, L and R, with all buttons in the D-pad feeling exquisite. Couple that with the rounded shape, and this is something that dreams are made of.
Yeah, I only grew up with the Nintendo stuff, if I'm honest. I didn't get into PlayStation until PS2.
Released a new version of the controller with a less glossy, rougher
okay controller, got you.
Shell. And I gotta say, I actually prefer the new release. It feels a bit better in my opinion.
Got you, Seth.
Atari, just go home. The Atari Jaguar brought back the classic number pad. I'm sure
I had a gun controller one time. I remember me and my sister tried to get it working when we tried to play Duck Hunt, and it just never worked. We just could not get it to work.
Came to be due to a failed partnership between Sony and Nintendo, which would focus on a CD add-on for the SNES.
This I actually knew.
Sony created their own console based on their knowledge.
Yeah, you remember, don't you, Sarah?
Nintendo, which is
yeah, right? The little orange gun that we tried to get to work, and it wouldn't work with any of the games we tried it with.
Fundamentally, the only main difference is on the D-pad, 2 sets of shoulder buttons, and thighs. That's it. However, the PlayStation controller finally...
Yeah, I never had a
began
PS1
with
controller,
the
just
DualShock.
PlayStation
Look
2.
at the size of these things. This redesign features meteor triggers, a rumble feature, and dual analog sticks. The rumble and analog were obviously responses to the Nintendo 64's controller, which came before it, and we'll get to that in due time. But the DualShock made dual sticks a standard. It also introduced clicking down on the sticks as an additional button input. Which,
Okay.
can I say something?
Real quick. I gotta say. No, the TV wasn't the problem. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was just it didn't work with any of the actual games. The TV itself was fine. But I want to say real quick about these things with the controllers, right? I know this is something that's still like modern and used today. But I fucking hate the fucking clicky sticks. I used to play Smite a lot, right? Back in the day, I had to literally unbind that shit or I would end up inadvertently jumping or doing something else. I on one hand, yes, it's cool to have an extra button input at your disposal. Don't get me wrong, it really is. But more often than not, it ends up turning into a misclick because I just end up fucking bearing down too hard on the goddamn button. Like, that's the whole issue every single time I use one of these controllers. So it's it's kind of why, like, you know, I still love the PlayStation controller because I'm less likely to push it down, but the Xbox one, I feel like I always nail it down every single time, and I do some kind of horrible misinput, and then I end up dying. And I'll tell you, when you play in PvP, that shit fucking sucks so bad. I would have to unbind that shit. It's called L3, right? I think. Or L3 and L4, isn't it? Like pushing in the stick, last I checked. Because I always get that mixed up. At least I think it is. Someone correct the old man in chat. I think we had an Alien one for Sega. Ironic was my favorite controller, became the DualShock 4. True, yeah. I like it as well. It's really good. Guess it went from Zapper to Zip. PS1, PS2, and PS3 are pretty much the same controller. For the most part. There's a lot of... But I mean, even the Xbox controllers are very similar, too. I feel like Nintendo has gone through some of the most egregious of changes with their controllers, honestly. L3 and R3? Oh, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense, actually. Left for 3 and right. Okay. So it's still considered 3, but it's just left and right. Got you guys. Thank you. I appreciate that. Synth, Omega, Saf. Thank you. But yeah, that's a pet peeve of mine with this shit.
Then here, R1, L1, R2, L2. These are shoulder buttons. It makes sense they're numbered like this. Why are these called R3 and L3?
Thank you!
Anyways, I love the
Thank you! Fucking thank you! He knows! He understands! Fuck this shit!
feel of the analog sticks. They're so smooth and the texture works so well. But what if the DualShock just isn't doing anything for you, and you hate happiness? Here's the Nintendo
People of
64
Bikini Bottom, you've been cheated and ooh. N64 controller.
This came out after the original PlayStation controller.
Okay. So, hang on, right? Hang on. So, little bit of a love-hate relationship with this one. I love the N64. That is no secret if you know me well. The controller is weird. The controller is really weird. But it's a Wii nunchuck. But like, I still like it. I have a fucking N64 USB controller for when I've, you know, played the games on PC. Like when I did Banjo-Kazooie for my first VTuber stream last year. Yeah, like, I have a love-hate with this thing because it's awkward, it's wonky, I have a lot of nostalgia for it. Sometimes it's awkward hitting the Z button on the back for things, for the trigger. The C buttons is something that you can't fucking get on other controllers. So when you're trying to fucking play an N64 game again and you try using a more modern controller, it's fucking god awful. And granted, the camera settings are wonky, but a right stick to angle the camera doesn't work unless you're playing a game from N64 that has been fucking ported. It doesn't work otherwise. It genuinely doesn't work. I've only made a third hand for that only grip. I know, right? That's the problem, right? Like, there are buttons you don't even use on this controller. You don't really use the D-pad on most of these games because you can't with the hand orientation. The left and right triggers, like most games I played, barely ever used it. The right button was like to just center the camera behind you. The Z button is why you have to hold it the way you do. Remember the modern version controller on Amazon I showed you? Would you try that? Possibly. I do remember it a little bit. I would actually have to look back at it again, Jacobs. Like, my old man brain doesn't remember that too well. But I'm not awake enough to process the L3 and R3 being named triggers. Yeah, it took me a minute to get used to my N64 Indiana Jones controller. Exactly. Yeah, so like it really is wonky at the end of the day, but like I really, I'm looking at PS5 controller and the right and left bumper trigger, L1, L2. What the fuck? But no, I have a love-hate relationship with this because N64 is my favorite console today because all of my favorite games on it. And I want to play more games for more of those games from that console for you guys on stream, but I probably won't ever use this ever again if it means having to deal with the stubby joystick again. I mean, I'll probably use it again because, like I said, love-hate and nostalgia, and I don't think there's other controllers that work as well for it because of the damn C buttons. You need the C buttons. Like, I know you know what I'm talking about, Sarah. You remember playing these games with me when I was younger.
And before the DualShock, and man, we can bark about this controller all we want, but gotta admit, this thing was innovative in so many ways. Controlling a game in 3D with the analog control stick, camera control, 4-player multiplayer being standard on the console, even the trigger on the back, give your finger a cock and BAM! This was a huge leap forward for the industry, yes, but answer me this. Just what the hell is this thing? 3 multiple ways to play multiple games. Maybe you can hold it like this.
Yeah,
this,
you can.
Or even this. Not all the buttons are readily available to the player in any of the controller holding styles. Also, this
Hell yes,
This thing is just a skinny, plastic, uncomfortable piece of work that wears out too easily.
I remember breaking that a couple of times. I broke my joystick.
Rumble with the Rumble Pad.
Don't take that out of context.
Analog stick brought us games like Mario 64 and Ocarina of
Not a
Time.
fan of the instant
Look at
controller
these
at all.
colors. This thing is a
Well, I mean, you had to grow up with it. If you didn't grow up with this, you would not like it at all. If you grew up with it, then you'll have a love-hate relationship with it like me. Party pooper.
Sega also introduced the 3D control pad for a few games, specifically Nights into Dreams. And this controller leads us into its immediate successor on Sega's last home console, the Sega Dreamcast.
What the hell am I looking at? This thing looks like it's called a Roomba, right? The fucking vacuum that's a circle that moves around on its own. Like, that's what a Roomba is, right? The Ice Blue N64 then got charcoal black. Saturn controller, aka Sega Genesis with extra steps. Yeah, it is a Roomba. Yeah, this thing is a Roomba. This is a Roomba with buttons. This is not a controller. Don't lie to me. The fuck?
Controller. Yep, I don't like this controller. Now, is this controller as bad as the Nintendo 64's? God, no. It actually has a layout that makes sense. Well,
yeah, I thought so. I thought it was the brand.
This was still when many companies.
It's a Controomba.
An analog stick isn't manufacturing out there. Also,
Meta, bro, I love you, man.
There's a groove for you to pop the cord in near the top, so that way it's pointing in the right direction.
Well, that's a little convenient.
Which just kind of comes off as a slight fix to a design oversight. At least the triggers were analog, which was a solid innovation. It definitely made racing games more realistic.
Dreamcast.
But who could forget the VMU? The
Mario Kart, got you right.
Info were housing its own games to be played. But
oh wow, you did. Okay, so you did play it then, right? Okay, fair enough.
All new DualShock 2. This is the same controller, except the face buttons are now analog, which
this controller is still good.
Why do you need the triangle button to be pressed?
This controller is still good.
Why? It felt like they just assumed analog input.
Yeah, I never played Dreamcast, but there are games on it that I probably would like to play now.
Moving past that, we have the introduction of the Xbox brand.
Actually,
holy shit. Well,
was it the Dreamcast or the Genesis that sparked the...
This controller does get a number of things right.
Actually, wait. No, not Spark, not Spark. Fucking,
the Duke.
Fucking Rocket Knight, right? Was that on Dreamcast or the Genesis? One of you guys in chat will know, I'm sure. Because, like, that's that Genesis? Okay. Because, like, that collection I know is actually on Steam, and I still have to purchase that. I want to play that one. Rocket Knight was on Genesis. Okay, got you. Because, like I said, I've never played anything... I've never played any actual, like, Sega hardware, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, exactly, Omega. Like when it comes to Sega, like, I have not experienced an awful lot of Sega outside of some Sonic stuff. Excuse me. But, Sparkster was on SNES? Okay. Okay. Sparkster sounds familiar, because, I feel like I know what Sparkster is, but I don't... Wait, was that the fucking, like, a star character? Sparkster? Is that what that is? I don't know if I'm remembering that one correctly or not. Okay, it was? Okay. Yeah, those are characters in games that I know I probably would enjoy because of the genre and the era in which they came out, even though I never played them. But, like, for like the Genesis controllers and all that stuff, I just have absolutely no good input to give because I've never touched them, so I don't really know. I mean, as far as the Xbox ones go, I gotta tell you, I have not used this one, but having used a few Xbox controllers, this one looks really weird. This looks uncomfortable. Just saying.
As it's referred to now, is a behemoth. It's big for the sake of being big. There's no reason for it to be this way. Now it's completely usable, but it's just not that great when you get down.
I don't have the biggest hands, so I feel like my shit's just gonna like struggle to reach.
The left one has a large concave area, and the right one has a much smaller area.
That's another thing too. If the controller's too fucking heavy for me to use, I don't want to use it.
Microsoft designed a smaller controller for the Japanese market.
Sparkster is Rocket Knight on SNES. Oh, okay. So it is. So I was right to say Spark then. I thought I was talking out of my ass with that one. Thank you, man.
Actually makes sense this time. After Nintendo wouldn't stop laughing for 5 years straight, they really cleaned up their act.
Battlefront 2 was awesome. Never played it either.
Pure comfort. It just feels.
The goat. The goat. The fucking goat. Hang on. Real quick. The fucking goat. There is no better controller. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, not every single game is as well accommodated to suit it, but this controller is so fucking comfortable. This controller is so damn comfortable. I would pay $80 for a controller like you. Tapping it right there. I know you can't see it. You know what? For the sake of it, boom. See? There is no better controller. There is no better controller. Hey, Reaper, how's it going, my friend? Good to see you. Game you had one of my favorite Zelda games. Hell yeah, because the GameCube was fucking goated. Didn't sell a lot of copies, but was fucking goated, yo. All right. Let's talk about my boy. Make me coom.
Right in the hands. The button layout is definitely different compared to every other controller.
Yep.
While I prefer the more traditional design, this
Since
layout
so
makes
does
a lot of
21
sense.
cause
The main
I
face
think
button
if you
you'd
want
probably
the most professional controller for modern gaming, it needs to be the love child of the GameCube controller and DualShock controllers.
I actually agree with that. I actually do agree with that completely, Synth, because I was trying at one point to find a modded PlayStation controller that was like something in between that and like the GameCube layout, even because the PlayStation controller's buttons and stuff are so fucking smooth too. The only problem that I have is where the joysticks are oriented. Like I could never play Rivals of Aether, for instance, where the joysticks are oriented because I have too much fucking muscle memory for Smash and everything. So, you know, like, yeah, if like, that's why I said if I could find someone who would make custom controllers, I would pay some pretty good money for that shit. But it's been so fucking hard to actively find someone like that. That's funny because there have been controllers that came out more since that are just as, if not more comfortable than the GameCube. I don't know. I haven't found one personally. I mean, I will say to each their own, but like personal preference, I'd still pick that. You could use the GameCube controller as a murder weapon. Wait, why? I don't think it's that hard. I woke, saw both you and Ulti live, popped into Ulti only for him to call it shortly after I show up. Aw, damn. Unfortunate. I have 2 GameCube controllers. Bet. The fact Nintendo keeps selling this controller on the newest console, like the Switch, says something about its legacy. I agree, Jacob. That's how I feel too. Like it was on the fucking Wii, then the Wii U, then we got the Switch again. It works on PC with an adapter and everything too. You can even mod the fucking Nintendo Switch adapter with a little bit of software in the background to actually run the controller on your PC. So like it still fucking works. It's so versatile. Not the controller, the console itself. True. The console, yes, absolutely. N64 is a brick. But it's still less of a brick than the Wii U. Makes it even more hilarious when I played Smash about as long as you, and yet I use other controllers just as fun in Smash style, like using DualShock 4 for Project Plus. Yeah, I could never use that. I fucking hate the orientation of where the stick is. I have my PlayStation controller right in front of me right now, right? And the place where the stick goes, my issue is that like the D-pad being where it is just feels weird, and then having the fucking right stick so fucking close. I don't know if you can hear that. I don't know if I think that's coming up. Like, I just don't, I hate that. And also, too, the texture of it doesn't feel as good. After a while, my thumb's gonna get like, scrapes on it and shit with how much I'm flicking that stick. Don't at me. But, but, like, the C-stick is made, like, of like, a very specific type of rubber that I'm just so used to. It's so fucking comfortable. You wanna know what my biggest gripe is with the GameCube controller? The trigger buttons sometimes are a little hard to put down, and I wish there was an extra Z button on the left side making for 2 bumpers with the triggers. I wish that was the case. If they had done that, then I'd have been fine with it. But, somewhere I have an N64 stored away. It was my mom's. Yeah, like, I don't have the consoles much anymore just because I'm a minimalist, so I like saving space and shit around me. But, it's also more for me to dust. But yeah. They would need to add more shoulder button to the GameCube controller to fit modern games. I wouldn't be surprised if my mother sold my dad's old stuff, since she would get a job of her own. I got you. Like, I mean, I've sold most of my old shit just because I didn't really want it anymore, but that's a different story. What game is going to need to bump? Oh, wait, every game. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because, like, for Smash or something, you don't really need it. But I do miss it. Thank you for the Redeem Reaper. It's why for a while I found like people who made like modded Switch controllers that looked like GameCubes, but the buttons are so fucking hard. Like, let me stretch a minute. I actually could use that right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Fuck. I actually felt a crack in my back on that one. You know, I have not been stretching as much lately as I should be. That's the thing. I really need to do that. Yeah, healthy redeems. But I also wanted to make sure that they were funny. Like, I got a lot of help and advice from my friends and some of you guys in the community. So remember, guys, if there's any extra redeems you want, type them in my chat in the channel for redeem suggestions on the server, and I'm happy to consider them because I've actually added almost every single one here. Alright. You should try yoga. I actually do yoga. I just haven't done it in a hot minute. Take my meds. I should take them in a minute, actually. I just haven't done it yet, yeah. I will do it soon. I'll grab my meds, like, right after this, after we're done with this video, because this video's been pretty good so far. You picked a good one here, Jacob. I'm gonna just say that, yeah, of course you know it. I always forget my sinus medication. I should add a redeem where you guys could also chuck pills at my face. I'm gonna just say this right now. Fuck Xbox controllers, too clunky, chunky, and hard to handle. They are useless without batteries. Well, actually, you can plug it in without a battery. That part I've done and you can solve. But I do agree they are hand crampers. They are definitely hand crampers.
Use in most games is A, so why not have everything orbit around it? The triggers are crazy satisfying to click down.
The triggers I don't agree with. They're kind of stiff.
Than the Nintendo 64 one. I love this.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be. Actually, Sarah, you can now throw cake at my face in addition to the eggs and the microphones. My friend Rayhome made me a cake to chuck. So click on cake face for a redeem and you can chuck cakes at me now.
These pesky wires, man. What is this, the year 2000? That's where the Wavebird comes in, a wireless variant.
Oh, the Wavebird was great back in the day.
To transmit the wireless signal.
Yeah, of course you'd be happy to fucking chuck more food at my face, eh, sis?
You had to keep them pointed to the
there
adapter
it is.
For them to function properly. But all you had to do
Thank you, Hot.
Wavebird was match the dials on the controller and the adapter.
The Wavebird was good, but sometimes it was wonky with desyncing. It's why I won't use wireless controllers. I will never use wireless controllers.
The only main downside compared to going wired is that it doesn't include rumble and...
Exactly, Omega.
Was the GameCube C-Stick not small
Yes,
enough
you threw
for
cake
you?
indeed,
Well,
Hot.
I have a bad controller for you. Introducing the GameStop branded wireless GameCube controller. Too small and uncomfortable for any of you with hands out there.
Wavebirds were
The
good.
stick
They were really
tried
good,
the
man.
Tradition of hard plastic to make sure you hate it even more, and the buttons reek of loud plastic cheap. Also, it's been reported that if you do touch a controller like this, you will most definitely contract bed bugs. Damn it.
Wireless was truly the next step for controllers. We make our way to the Xbox 360.
The fuck is the Wavebird? You didn't ever saw a Wavebird, Jason? Wow, that's how I know I'm old.
Up after this thing, but everything is just so finely tuned and makes for a perfectly balanced controller. Minus the D-pad. Microsoft later released
Yeah, I don't know how I felt about this one, but this one's not
You
bad.
can have it like a traditional one or go back to this garbage. Personally, I have no clue why you'd want anything other than the more traditional D-pad.
The
but
D-pad's useless, I'd say, on an
Next up,
Xbox.
the PS3 control. Jesus Christ. guys,
GameStop
it's still
controllers?
at this
God.
point, and you still haven't moved on. To be fair, Sony was set to go with an all-new design for the PS3 standard controller.
I just got an Xbox controller to replace my old one. I still haven't experienced any hand cramps. I have arthritis though and osteoporosis, so like that's why my hands cramp, so it's a different story for me.
Capabilities and no rumble. Sony later released a traditional dual.
I'm a bony dude.
Motion controls included. Now everything was going pretty smoothly with controllers at this point. The 360 really.
I'm not surprised, Reaper. Like I said, it's an old control. It was popular when I was a teenager.
Yeah, the PS3 controller
Fuck
may have
that
had
one.
some motion controls, but the Wii Remote Fallout embraced them.
I was happy when the motion control system died. It was such a fucking stupid gimmick to get normies into gaming.
Doesn't work. We only have a D-pad
They alienated so much of their consumer base.
on the back. It may seem limiting, but the
Got me one of those
controller
shitty
is finely
game
designed to be
controllers.
usable in a
360 is a great
multitude of
controller in my
ways, like a TV
opinion.
remote,
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about them, honestly.
controller with the nunchuck attachment that actually gives you a
I
stick,
just have
or
small
it's
hands.
actually
I do too. That's why I don't care for
admire
it.
How creative they got with uses for the Wii Remote. But I'm not gonna lie and say this thing.
Yeah, I mean, it did work. It was a good marketing ploy, but like they alienated so much of their actual consumer base for like fucking what, 2 or 3 years?
Controls are definitely hit and miss. However, Nintendo did release the Wii.
The
Motion
Wii motion control is good for exercise. It is very good for physical therapy. They even had it be used in old folks' homes. Like, it has utility.
It can be a really
But for just a
control.
gaming
But if you're
experience,
more
it was
into the
really meh.
traditional side of things, might I suggest the Wii Classic controllers?
This one isn't bad. This one isn't bad at all. Like, genuinely, as a controller, this one is pretty damn good. I am not gonna lie.
They plug into the bottom just like the nunchuck and...
But the stick placements are still a little wonky too. But I would use it for old school games rather than the actual sticks.
Like 2 sticks that are way too close together.
Yeah.
The ones I like to refer to as, you call these triggers? There's also this mystery button on the top, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but
Pull
I
my
don't think
devil
this was ever
trigger.
used and still don't know what use it was ever going to have. The original
And yet
classic
they made
controller was
peak
great
after
for
peak
retro
titles.
games, but a bit lackluster for more modern ones.
I don't know,
Let's
for
flip
debate,
that
my man.
around. Here's the Classic Controller Pro. It's much more akin to the
Professor
PlayStation 2
destroys
controller
them.
and is great for some of the more hardcore
Professor?
games out there. Nintendo
I don't know what
got
you're-
the
what
Wii
you're
Remote
saying there,
in
Dash.
Photoshop, gave it a little of this, a little of that, popped a screen in the middle, and blam. Wii U gamepad. It gets a bad rap. It's
I hated the
huge,
shape of that one,
unnecessary,
Mamal.
and clunky. Listen, I'm with you on
Yup.
a lot of that. However,
Buying this for the sole purpose of playing Virtual Console. Exactly, meta. Same here, bro.
And all the buttons and sticks are large and feel great. The problem is,
I don't know what that word is, Dash.
Professor.
Professor.
And its
Professor.
use in some games was just annoying, and it led to one of
The Wii U
worst
is a brick,
battery
like I
lives
said.
ever.
It is
The
actually a
iPad doesn't
brick.
let it charge well at all, so if you charge it up and don't use it for a week, chances are when you pick it back up, it's gonna be dead-zo. Also, you have to charge it via a separate power adapter, not the Wii U itself. And just so much garbage was thrown into this thing. I'm pretty sure you could survive in the wilderness for a week with just this. A camera, NFC, TV remote, knock it off. Almost none of that is needed. Except I will say the TV remote was pretty useful. Like with the Wii Remote, if you're not into all of this, Nintendo offers
This
a
one was-
controller, and get ready
Let's be
for
real,
controller
right?
defense.
Real quick. This was a prototype for the Switch. That's what this was. This is just beta Switch. That's all this was.
Not into all of this, Nintendo offered a Pro Controller, and get ready Wii U Pro Controller defense.
I'll be real, right? This one, this is not as good as the actual Switch Pro controller. The Switch Pro controller, I think, was better, though, because, like, of the orientation of the sticks, they were smarter. But I still say to this day, give me a Switch Pro controller where the right stick is a C stick and the buttons are the GameCube layout. If that is done, I would pay top dollar for that kind of a controller. Like, actually. Because the Switch controller is actually not bad. But the sticks are kind of hard. And I hate the button layout. And the buttons are really stiff, too. Beta Switch Lite, actually. The only good thing about the Wii U controller was that it had TV remote, and I changed my mother's Hallmark movies with the Wii U gamepad. Actually, everyone bitches about the Wii U, but forgets you really don't even have to use it. Yeah, but I mean, like, the thing is, it's like, you want to know the only thing I thought was good about the Wii U? Virtual Console. It is the only fucking console that actually fucking released Donkey Kong 64 as playable, and it was ported well, and you could play it nicely, and I couldn't keep it because I was not going to keep a Wii U just for that one fucking virtual game, because Wii U was fucking garbage at that point, but I couldn't do that, and now I was just stuck allegedly emulating it with N64 emulators that allegedly are still not workable. But anyway...
Force. I don't like this controller. It all has to do with the fact that the buttons are on the bottom.
Yeah,
so annoying
yeah.
and stupid.
It is uncomfortable, yeah.
On the gamepad because it was so big. The buttons were placed in a perfectly usable location.
Yeah.
Here, it just doesn't work for me.
So in short,
Also,
I
the
didn't miss much on the Wii U because I never heard.
they are analog.
Nah, the Wii U, dude, most people just bought the 3DS and called it a day. The Wii U was bad, it was overpriced. I only bought it for Smash 4.
Not so much. At least this
Thank you for the
controller
headset,
lasts up to 80
Seth.
hours on a single charge, which is something the game
Appreciate
definitely
it.
can't say. However, both got on my bad side for having this gross glossy finish. Like, this looks good in pictures and for 2 seconds after you open the package. Anytime afterwards, welcome to Fingerprint Avenue. Now I don't
Actually.
know this thing anymore due to unforeseen circumstances. If I could sue a game controller, I would first go after whatever the hell this third-party Wii U controller
I'd have to
is.
agree, like, what is that?
Deception.
The layout was terrible.
But I do remember everything about it and how it was the definition of everything.
This is wonky as hell. These big bulbous parts for like the D-pad, and this is terrible. I hate this.
Falsely advertised product was. This controller was trying to
3DS was great.
It
was great in its heyday, man.
However, it turns out it was fundamentally just a Wii remote.
I don't know if I really have a problem with it being glossy per se, but like if it's getting smudgy, then yeah.
Of a Wii remote and classic
This looks cool. Good idea. Bad execution.
controller all in one is great.
The answer is yes.
controller was terrible at
Zeph
everything
has
it
the
did.
X and Y
The build quality
3DS.
was cheapo. The buttons felt like mashed potatoes.
What do you mean,
The only
X
reason
and
why
Y,
anybody gave this controller
Seth?
any attention was the fact that there was a Super Nintendo and Super Famicom color scheme available.
How many buttons do you even need on
PS4
that?
controller actually
Yes.
switched some things up compared to the PlayStation controllers of the past. They went for a new, more ergonomic design.
I only had a
It still worked out
2DS and I
pretty
ended
well.
up breaking.
There's this touch bar
I have a
on the side
2DS
for
too, but I had the
continuous
new
walk.
2DS where it still had the flip closed. The open one was dumb. I don't know why they did that.
Whoa,
But I got
whoa.
it because the
Start select
3D
buttons.
really bothered my
Yeah, the
eyes.
PS4 was the
I have
start of
corneal
something
scarring, so it
dreadful.
was kind of hard.
The death of start and select.
Okay, so you did mean
Except we got
Pokemon
the
X and
share
Y,
button,
okay.
Which is useful enough, I
My
guess,
baby.
photos and videos of gameplay.
My child, wow.
The
Oh,
hell is this options garbage?
love this one, the 2DS's,
Whatever.
yeah.
I do have to say that while the
Got some
DualShock
hype
4 is
from Omega
comfortable
and
a
Synth.
decent controller overall, there are a few problems.
I have a
with the
DS,
build
not sure what
quality.
version, it's
I don't
broke,
know,
but
it's
still
just
works.
The one controller
Got
I
you.
consistently have problems with, and I'm not alone with that. The Xbox One controller feels a bit like more of the same.
I
from
call
the
dibs,
360
fuck you.
controller, but with random tweaks and changes.
I have a
that feel
2DS,
both
not sure what
better
version, it's broken,
and
but still
worse.
works.
It feels more
I've
premium
sold
in some
almost all
cases,
of mine
but
at this point to
cheaper in
Psy
others.
because
It's
I
more
just don't
compact
use them
and
anymore.
more modern than the 360s. I think the D-pad is better and the sticks have a more grippy surface to them.
This looks
A
comfortable.
bit off about
I think this is a controller that Jazz recommended to me for when I was having problems with Rivals of Aether 2. Speaking of which, we're playing more of that on Friday, guys. I'm gonna try to make it a weekly thing.
3 lines. That finally brings us to the Nintendo Switch's supply of controllers, the Joy-Con.
Agreed,
Those that
Omega.
come packed in with the console. The Switch is an interesting situation.
joint
It has
custody.
had controllers that have to be on the console
PS4
itself to
controller
enable
was
handheld
comfortable,
play,
but the battery
but
life was
detachable
shit.
to make use of a variety of different play styles.
I never had to experience the battery life of most controllers, except for maybe on the Wii U, I had that issue.
But they're basically taking everything in modern control.
I used to like wireless, and then I realized that wired was just better for
These
shit.
things have a lot going on in them. A full suite of buttons and sticks, new HD rumble, motion controls, NFC. They're perfectly usable, just not that great. I love the idea of how they were designed to be used as 2 separate controllers, but is this a way to live? The shoulder buttons for the individual Joy-Con are miserable, so much so that Nintendo supplies straps to slide on for better ones. Using them together is alright, however, they're still more akin to the Nintendo 3DS controls compared to most home console controllers. For me personally,
Just keep
I
the
go
charger,
for
keep it
Switch
plugged
Pro
in,
controller.
5 head.
This thing
I
is
did that
really
too,
no
but sometimes
nonsense
it didn't
and right to
work.
the point. It uses a button and stick layout that makes me swoon. The texture of it all feels great. Nice big meaty
Yeah, this
buttons,
isn't bad.
solid battery life, all the technology from the
But as far as the
Joy-Con.
texture
This
goes, I don't know.
is
Maybe it's
what
because
God
I have another one.
always
I have like a
like to
Bowser
attach the
controller.
Switch for when I want to play portably and keep the Pro controller on standby for home console use.
Because like the regular white one I have feels pretty smooth too, so I don't know.
Review of most of the major video game
All good,
controllers.
Sarah.
We've gone through a lot.
Love you,
We're
sis.
not all
Thanks for
big
stopping in,
fans,
alright?
but it's all
You have a
worth
great
the
night and
road
feel
trip.
better,
The
okay?
exception of motion
Everybody
controls,
say
the
goodbye to my
power,
sister for me.
Introduction of analog control with the 1292 advanced
Fighting
programmable
two
video system.
non-rechargeable batteries.
Experience with
That came with the
number
Xbox
pads,
controller. Nice.
trackballs,
Love you too,
screens.
sis.
These successes and failures helped us form some of the greatest game controllers out there. And don't immediately bat away new features and gimmicks introduced in controllers because they may be huge steps in the right direction.
Thank you,
for the
guys.
industry.
Much love.
They may not be talked about as much as the games or consoles themselves, but they are some of the most important aspects of the video game industry.
Well, let me know what your favorite or least favorite game controllers are, and if you'd excuse me, I have another, for real this time, meeting about video game related issues. This time on video game box art. You gotta be f***ing kidding me.
Art of boxing. Time to practice walking. BRB, all good. Joy-Cons F tier, agreed. Joy-Cons suck in every conceivable way. All right, that was pretty fucking killer, Jacob. I actually dug that one. That was a good video. All right, let's see what we got next on the list. All right, so we got another one from Scott. You know what? You guys down for another controller one from Jacob? We got we've got two options. We can either do another controller one, or we can do a video of Mr. Ballin and watch a true crime video right now. Which would you guys rather watch first? Because I'll still play them both, but which one do you want? You want another controller, or do you guys want a true crime from Mr. Ballin? Yeah, I can tell it's about third party. Okay, so we got Scott. We got that. You know what? One for the controllers, two for true crime. So I've got one for controller, one for true crime so far. Because I don't want to just overload you guys with the same content if I can. Come on, guys. We got 15 of you here. Come on. Speak up. Don't be shy. Yeah, I know, right? Come on, guys. Speak up. Either that or I'll do a poll if I have to. All right, we got another true crime. All right, so two for true crime, one for controller. Because I love Mr. Ballin, so I wouldn't mind doing a little break and then going back to the other controller one after. All right, so you know what? We've got... I'm going to go true crime then, honestly. Not enough people speaking up.
Today's video is going to start out sounding like a pretty straightforward story about police trying to solve a murder.
Got you, Omega.
But when
Got
you
you,
get to
Jacob.
the end of this video,
All right.
you hear the big plot twist.
So this forest is the dumping grounds for a twisted cycle. Oh, you know, I'm glad you sent this, Omega, because I didn't watch it, but it came up in my feed. So yeah, let's go. I love Mr. Ballin.
You'll see that nothing in the story is what it seems. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house and replace all their family photos with pictures of the dislike button. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our...
Remember when the dislike button was
Okay,
actually a
let's get into
thing?
Today's story.
Good boy. Is this supposed to scare me or turn me on? It was never gone.
On the morning of August 30th, 2001, a middle-aged police sergeant named Alan McGregor drove with his partner, Officer Mark David, towards the Huron National Forest, which is a massive nature reserve in northern Michigan. The two of them were on the way to this forest.
Hey, Sinister Paris, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. We are doing some video reacts with chat. As long as you're 18 and up, you are welcome here because the content is mature. And we have videos that you can post in the public Discord. If you pull up !point Discord, you can share any videos you want, and we're just scrolling through and watching them. Doing alright? I hope you're doing well, my friend. You having a good day? We're just watching some true crime of Mr. Ballin at the moment.
She was never seen again. Based on various tips and clues, police were nearly certain that old man who had
Hey Makara, why the sudden lurk again?
And their theory was he had murdered
Not surprised that you asked that.
after picking
Give us
her
your
up,
age and social
afterwards
security number. Shut the fuck up,
disposed of the body
Jason.
in a particular section of the Huron National Forest. But the problem was, the police did not have any actual evidence that supported this theory. Their case against Jimmy was entirely circumstantial. In fact, they didn't even know if Charita had really been murdered, because for the last 20 plus years, they had searched that particular section of the Huron National Forest, they'd gotten the FBI involved, they had
Well, I'm
chased
glad
down
you're still here, my
everything,
friend. I
but
appreciate
still,
you.
They had not found Charita's body, so they really didn't know what happened. But
Looking forward
as
to our
Sergeant
stream on
McGregor
Sunday.
in the forest, he hoped that today would be the day that all changed. He pulled up by the entrance of the Huron National Forest, and he and his partner got their first look at their unlikely detective.
Oh, you love Mr. Ballin too? Nice. Oh, that's actually really ironic then that you found me.
With big floppy ears.
You drawing?
Lying
Nice.
on the ground and panting and wagging his tail.
What you
His
drawing?
name was Eagle, and he didn't look like a stereotypical police dog because he wasn't a police dog. However, Eagle was the best crime scene sniffing dog in the entire world. His trainer, a 40-year-old woman named Sandra Anderson, was standing right beside him. Now,
Yeah,
Sandra,
don't mind my
who
mods,
was very famous
Paris.
in
We
law
just have to
enforcement
make sure that
circles.
everyone here
And
is
so
18 and up.
Sergeant
You don't
McGregor
have to give your
was
exact
already well
age, but if you
aware
at
of the
least,
backstory.
can clarify
Sandra
with
had
Sapphire
actually
that you are an
adopted
adult, I
Eagle
would
from
appreciate it.
shortly
Because
before
my
her
content
life
is
had
not
been
kid-friendly in the
euthanized.
slightest,
And
so
then after she
just want to
adopted
say
him,
that.
Sandra,
Oh, the Sailor
who made a
Maku?
career
Nice.
in teaching dogs how to
Yeah, that
sniff
shit's coming great.
grabbers, just sort of naturally on her off time, began training Eagle how to do it too. And amazingly, Eagle really took to it, better than police dogs did. Now, any
Okay, good. I'm
police
34,
dog
so...
could sniff
Oh, you're
out
one of Emerald's
objects
friends.
and
I
practice
bet. How's it going?
lines, and Eagle could definitely do
I
that.
love Emerald. She's
But
so
also,
fucking great.
Eagle could do things that the police cadaver dogs simply
You're
could
good,
not.
you
Like
stay.
he could smell blood that had been cleaned with bleach and also painted over. I mean, that's like a superpower.
Don't
No dog
encourage
could do
this
that,
to new
but
people,
Eagle could.
Jason.
One forensic anthropologist who'd come in contact with Eagle and seen what he could do firsthand.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate
said that,
it.
You know, if a great cadaver dog was rated a 10 out of 10, well, Eagle was like a 20 out of 10. He was far and away the best of the best. And so, Sergeant McGregor believed that if Charita's body really was in that section of the Huron National Forest, well, Eagle would be able to find it. Sergeant McGregor was excited to see Eagle in action. But after he and his partner parked, they walked over and...
I didn't know you
inspected,
had
petting
cadavers
Eagle
sniffing
because
dogs,
Sandra
not gonna
said it was
lie.
fine, and they gave him some pets, and Eagle really liked it, and he rubbed
No
it
worries, Paris.
but
No
then
worries.
at some point, Eagle just kind of stopped and looked towards the entrance of the National Forest.
God damn it,
He was
Jason.
ready to go. At which point, Sandra said, okay, he's ready to work. So, Sergeant McGregor and his partner followed behind Sandra and Eagle as they led the way into the forest towards the section where they had been told to search. And then once they reached that section, McGregor and his partner kind of stayed back on the fringes and just watched Eagle work. And it was incredible. Now, McGregor and his partner had seen police dogs work before, so they were familiar with basically the pace at which these dogs would find something, which often, it would take some time. But basically, as soon as they got to this clearing, they're watching Eagle, and he's sort of walking around, sniffing, looking for something. But then suddenly he
No,
stopped,
not at all,
turned,
Reaper. I didn't
and
know
made
that you
a
could train
beeline
dogs
towards
to
the tree.
specifically
And when he
sniff
got
for
there, he
dead
began
bodies.
pawing at the ground.
I mean, I knew you could train them for
Sandra,
drugs and shit, but I didn't know
his trainer,
that.
kneeled down next to him to see what Eagle had found, and she saw as he continued to dig.
Well, I gotta
there
tell
was
you,
something on the ground.
naming your dog
And so she
Eagle
called
is
out
kind
to
of
McGregor
dumb.
and his partner, and they came rushing over. And sure
Eh,
enough,
every once in a
Eagle
while,
had
even
found
Papa
human
Falcon
bones.
doesn't know something.
To be clear, this dog only finds human bones. And so it's not like it would be able to find a chicken bone and think it was a human bone. Basically, if it found a bone, it's a human bone. McGregor and his partner were totally shocked here. I mean, they had really high hopes for the search.
Fair enough, Jason.
But to already be finding human remains in this particular section of the forest was revelatory. I mean, not only was it a big deal to find human remains here, but these could be Charitas. This could be the key to unlocking this 2 decades old case. But Sandra, Eagle's trainer, did not seem shocked at all. This was pretty much par for the course. She smiled at the two investigators and kind of shrugged, like, yep, this is what he does. She gave him a treat, and then Eagle got up and just continued searching the area.
Damn.
Thank you to my sponsor, Happy Face, on Paramount Plus. Growing up, Melissa had what looked like a perfect life, a loving family, and great friends. Until the day it all came crashing down.
Oh, I thought this was
discovered her father's dark secret.
Okay, I thought it was
He
a.
was the
Oh wait.
notorious Happy Face killer.
No, yeah, it is.
Paramount Plus presents the thrilling
Yeah, it is a
new
sponsor.
original
Let's
series,
skip
Happy
here.
Face.
All right, there we go.
After Sandra and Eagle had taken off, McGregor and his partner bagged the bone fragment and then just kind of continued to let Eagle do his work. And over the course of that day,
Oh, wow,
Eagle just
really,
kept
Saf,
on
damn.
finding more human bones. It was truly
That's
incredible.
interesting.
And then the next day, when they came back for a second search, Eagle found even more. It was like there were human bones all over the place. However, this was actually kind of typical for human remains that have been left out in the wild for a long time. Like they've
All right, so
been
dumping grounds. Yeah, I want to double check the title.
After the body is left there and decomposes, animals come along and break apart the bones and kind of carry them in different directions. There's weather, there's a bunch of things that affect the body that sort of gradually takes it and spreads it all over the place. But as alarming as it was to find this many human bone fragments in such a small area in this forest, at the end of that second search on the second day, McGregor, all he could feel was elation. He felt like Eagle had done the exact thing he was hoping he would do. He had found the remains that very likely were Charita Thomas's. McGregor thanked Sandra and Eagle profusely for their help, and then after saying bye to them, he and his partner went back to the station and they sent off the bone fragments to the FBI to be analyzed. And then after sending them off, they waited. The analysis would take several months, but in February of 2002, the FBI finally called McGregor. Now at this point, McGregor was very hopeful and sort of expected that these bone fragments would belong to Charita, but what they actually said shocked him, because according to the FBI, those bone fragments that Eagle had dug up did not belong to Charita. In fact, the bone fragments didn't even belong to a single person.
Oh,
They
God.
belonged to 3 different people. And when McGregor heard this, his blood ran cold. Because
Human
he was thinking,
centipede?
Oh boy, this totally blows up the case.
He didn't feed his
Instead,
pet.
He's thinking, I bet Charita is out in that forest. We just haven't found her yet, and if we keep using Eagle, we will find her. But now I have at least 3 more people that have been found out there, 3 dead people. So maybe Jimmy is way worse than I thought he was. Maybe he didn't just kill Charita.
Was on the fire
Maybe he's a
department for
serial
12 years,
killer,
and we had
he's
an arson
dumping his
dog.
bodies
And it
in
was
that
small
part of the
petroleum,
forest.
aka
However,
gas,
as
or
explosive
fuel
as
source to
this
see if it
new
was set
information
on purpose.
was,
Oh,
it really
wow.
made things way
Wow,
more
you
complicated for
were
McGregor.
so what? You were a
Because he and his
firefighter? That's
partner,
fucking
Eagle, was college,
impressive,
had
Paris.
no
God
idea who
damn.
these 3 new bodies were. And not
I have a lot of
the FBI
respect for
only determined
firefighters. I had some.
that
I had
these
quite a few in my
fragments
family
came
too.
from 3
So
different people,
you got a lot
who
of
they
respect
were,
for me there
when.
on that one,
And
Paris.
so,
Much
to
love.
try to figure out who these 3 people were, Sergeant McGregor would need to find more clues. And to find more clues, he needed Eagle to go back to the forest and keep on looking. And so he immediately reached out to Sandra, who said that she and Eagle would come back out there and search the forest again. The new search began on April 17th, 2002. McGregor, his partner, Sandra, Eagle, and a whole bunch of police officers and crime lab technicians.
Yeah, well, you also did
once
EMT
again
staff,
on
so I
the
got a lot
same
of respect
section
for you
of the
too. You're
National
very
Forest.
intelligent.
But after a kind of lengthy search that day, the police officers, the entire police force that showed up, they didn't find anything of note. But Eagle, he did. At some point, Eagle had sniffed out a human knuckle bone in a dried out stream bed. When this discovery
Oh
was
no.
made,
Does that mean we
Officer
can't make the
McGregor was
wishbone?
elated, because it was like, once again, we are finding
I just realized too, I feel
evidence
old
that's
now.
going to
Anybody
help him
remember
break this
Wishbone
case
growing
he has
up?
been trying to crack
The
for
fucking like
20
murder mystery
years,
dog.
which now might actually be way bigger than he thought it was. It might not just be the murder of Charita. This might be the hunting grounds or the dumping grounds of a serial killer who killed Charita Thomas. And he, McGregor, was going to be the one who solved it. He
Oh
just
yeah, the
knew.
board game?
But
Nice.
when McGregor turned back around to continue searching in the area
Of course,
that he was
Paris.
looking, he suddenly heard
I
this
very much
commotion
appreciate
coming from behind him,
anyone
sort
in
of the
armed
same
forces
direction where
and
the knuckle bone
firefighters
had been
immensely.
and he turns
EMT,
around, and he
ambulance.
sees what looks to be
It's really
some
only
sort of
cops
physical
I'm not big on.
altercation happening amongst 2 people. He can't really tell
Indeed,
who
Reaper.
it is, but there's screaming happening. It's total chaos.
Granted, I don't think
And so
all
having
cops
no
are
idea
bad,
what
but
was
I'm not
going
very big on
McGregor
cops.
abandoned his search, turned, and ran to go break it up. And after this fight was broken up, another major discovery was made. but it was not another bone. It would turn out
The hand came up.
dumping bodies in this section of the Huron National Forest
Wrong movie.
was not a serial killer, nor was it Jimmy Nelson. Instead, the real culprit was actually one of the investigators who was out here doing this search right now.
And I would have gotten
Eagle was
away with
not
it
the
if it
world's
wasn't for
greatest
them meddling kids. That's the only vibe I'm getting right now from that shit. One of the investigators, it's like, the butler did it.
cadaver sniffing dog. In fact, Eagle
It's
was
a
not
cliche
even a
when they say he
cadaver-sniffing
came back
dog
to the scene
at
of the
all.
crime.
And his trainer, Sandra, was well
I took a
aware
lot of
it,
advanced classes for
because
freshmen, like
this was all
forensics.
a big
Yeah,
hint.
a lot of
It would
respect
turn
there.
out when Sandra and her
Old
dog
man, yes, I
went
am.
to a site to perform a search.
And their
Sandra
stupid
would show
dog.
up with a
Exactly.
stash of
Yeah.
human
Oh my
bodies.
god. You're right. It really is a Scooby-Doo reference. Oh my fucking god. It's a fucking... God. It's a fucking Scooby-Doo joke. You gotta be kidding me. It's a fucking Scooby-Doo joke. Oh, fuck. I'm dead, yo. I might have missed that. Right, Jason? Like, it really is, though. It really fucking is, and he's sniffing shit out for the minute. Oh my god. I don't particularly like cops. I have too many called on me. I don't like cops either, because racial profiling and fucking, you know, if they're not corrupt, they're just incompetent. Because I don't think they're all bad, but I think a lot of them don't really do their job too well. But this is a fucking Scooby-Doo joke. God. I set it up and I didn't even realize it. Alright.
Tucked into her clothing, right up against her skin. And then once the search began, she would discreetly pull little bone fragments out and drop them on the ground in front of Eagle, who would immediately notice them and alert people to them, making it seem like Sandra and her dog had once again saved the day. Sandra did this dozens of times across dozens of searches all over the country, all because she loved the thrill of watching the police discover her crimes in real time. Sandra had been successfully searching for body parts that she herself had planted for years without anybody.
Hey, Shadow Dark Omen, thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. Just want to say real quick, we are an 18 and up community, so as long as you're over 18, you're more than welcome here. We are reacting to videos right now, and if you do exclamation point Discord, you can even send some videos in the channel for the weekly video watches, and you know, we can do that every week. So yeah, welcome to the stream, and I hope you enjoy.
Clearly watching her. She had been caught.
And I hope your day's going
so
well.
The crime lab technician went up to Sandra to call her out on it, and Sandra, who knew she was caught, began to panic.
Understandable,
Reaper.
Reaper.
She was being attacked by the crime lab technician
Mental
and made a
health
whole
related.
scene about it. That's what McGregor heard when he turned around and wondered if there was a fight going on. There was no fight. It was just Sandra.
Don't mind my
again,
mods,
being
but just
caught
make sure, because
red-handed.
I have to be
As awful
careful
as
with the
Sandra's
content that I
actions
make,
sound, she didn't
Omen.
actually kill anyone. Instead, during her years-long run of
Hey,
fraudulent
Gab,
searches,
thank you so much,
she
my
had been
friend.
stealing
I appreciate
pieces
you
of
stopping in
innocent
again.
cadavers
I hope you had a good
and
stream
museums.
too, if you streamed
Sandra
today.
ultimately pleaded guilty to multiple felonies, including
I know the
falsifying
time zone for you is
evidence
probably
and
pretty
obstruction of
pretty
justice. So
strong
she was
difference right
sentenced
now,
to
but yeah,
21 months
you have
in
if
prison.
you don't
After she
stick
was
around,
caught,
you have a
the
great
FBI
day.
had
All
to
right,
go back
thank you so
and
much.
evaluate 50
Much love, my
murder
friend.
cases that Sandra and Eagle had been involved in. Luckily, though, during this
But yeah,
examination,
Omen, if you don't mind,
they
just at
discovered
least
that
verifying
all
that
of
you're
these
over
cases,
18. You don't have to
they
say
did
your
not
exact
hinge on
age, but I would
evidence that
appreciate
Sandra
that
had
for
found.
my mod's sake.
So there were no
Thank you.
convictions that were overturned. As for Jimmy Nelson, he was eventually convicted of Charita's murder. However, his conviction was overturned. But it had nothing to do with Sandra and Eagle. The evidence used to overturn it was completely separate. And so to this day, we still don't know what happened to Charita, and her body has still not been found. As for Eagle, nobody was mad at him, and he retired from working crime scenes and got as many treats as he wanted until he passed away peacefully in 2003.
Aw, that was really sweet.
Thank you so
Very
much
wholesome.
for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds
And massive
of videos
Scooby-Doo
for you to
reference.
binge right now. But if you're looking for a recommendation from me of that one video that's worth your time, well, it's this one right here. So give it a watch. All right, until next time.
Thank you, Omen. Appreciate it. All right, cool. So, okay. Do you guys want to check out the third-party controller one now? Wow, we actually have 2 from Jacob, so there's either talking about Nintendo Switch browser lag or talking about more of the third-party controllers. Which one sounds good for you guys? Because obviously both of them are gaming related. Because the Nintendo lag's kind of curious, but I'm also curious to see what the third-party controllers look like, so I'm fine either way. Oh, my neck. Oh, God, I felt such a fucking crack in the back of my head, yo. So I got all these fucking notifications. There we go. Mark. Leaning toward third-party controllers. Along for the ride. Alright, then you know what? Let's do third-party. We'll do third-party controllers.
Hey y'all, Scout
Give me 1 second here, too. I just want to close some of these extra tabs that we no longer need open. Alright.
here. I'm on life support now. No reason, just felt like it. I've been told the machine I'm hooked up to is doing some pretty great stuff. It's efficient, it's useful, it's made by Mad Cats. I should probably start proofreading my will.
Did you know games can be garbage and fucking garbage? Game controllers are fairly understated in the grand scheme of things. I mean, as long as you can reach all the buttons at once.
Kind of in your own world right now? All good stuff.
Ridiculously important to the gaming experience, but that importance comes at a price. As the years have gone on, official game controllers have risen.
Hold up.
Significant.
Hold up. These are not controllers. These are vibrators. These are fucking goddamn vibrators. You can't convince me otherwise. Look at this nonsense. Like, what the fuck? I'm around the mid-20s. Also popped in a few of your streams, but again, no worries. No, all good. Sorry, sorry about that, Ullman. I'm just very careful after certain things that happened in the past. It's meant to be no disrespect to anybody, and I don't wish to be invasive either. It's more just about being careful. But I appreciate your understanding, my friend, and welcome. And again, since you did just follow, if you haven't joined the public Discord already, if you type !Discord, there is a channel where a bunch of people have posted these videos that I'm watching, and this is going to be a weekly thing that we'll all be doing together. So I'm going to try to get through as many of them as I can today, but you can feel free to post stuff like that anytime. I've seen those on Action. I'm positive they did it for kicks. Yeah, actually, Reaper, I swear. All right, boom, let's go.
Risen in cost significantly. We go from the GameCube controller retailing.
We
for
tell children politely but firmly to
$19.99
leave. True.
Controller's price point. The prices of game controllers can be absolutely ridiculous, sometimes costing nearly as much as a new game, sometimes costing as much as a new game. More
I hope a Joy-Con isn't 50. Holy crap.
Not a mattress for that much. I will admit, stuff like the Nintendo Switch Pro controller and DualShock 4 have a lot of random junk thrown into them, and at least kind of explains why the prices are so much higher than controllers in the past. But then the Xbox One controller is pretty much identical to the Xbox 360 controller in terms of features, and it's $65. Did all the money go into giving the thumbsticks tire tracks? Controllers can be expensive. Sure, you can probably make it by with just the one that came bundled with your console, but what if you want to play a local multiplayer game, or what if your controller breaks for some reason? You're gonna need an extra controller, and the official ones, those can be pricey, but you always have other options.
Awesome, Omen. Welcome to the nest, brother. I went to Best Buy a week ago and Joy-Cons are 80? That is obscene. That is fucking obscene, bro. Like, what? No. Ain't no fucking way. No, I agree, Paris, but especially a fucking Joy-Con of all controllers, like, they're terrible. God, talk about gouging, you Christ. My stand-in for a country... It's rotated, my stand-in for a controversial word. Fair. Fair, Jason, thank you. I spent about about that much on my controller plus accessories, and I'm still not done kitting out my controller. My purple PS5 controller was 75. Wow. Wow, they gouge you on controllers, don't they? Fuck me, yo.
Party controllers not made by the company who makes the console. You never know what you're gonna get with these things. Since they're made by a company that had nothing to do with the actual console, they don't have to abide by any rules.
Illuminati confirmed over here.
Nothing. Now, why would you get a third-party controller instead of a first-party one? Well, I can think of a few reasons, but most of the time, it's all about the price point.
Wait. Hang on. I want to go back and see the reasons he put. Lack of integrity, lack of standards, lack of care, lack of responsibility, lack of rationale, lack of funds. Fair. I still may use my mouse and keyboard. I admittedly can't use my mouse and keyboard for a lot of things. I've learned to get better with it over time, but like, I'm an old school gamer. So like, I grew up on controllers most exclusively. So I kind of had to use my controllers more often than not. Because they don't make games at all anymore, at least one a year. Yeah, I mean, I guess that is fair too. So I figure, where are they getting the money from? Almost choked on my fucking water. My condolences, Saf, I'm sorry. It just shocked the shit out of me. Remember, I'm 30. No, I get that. But like, I don't know what it is, right? Most of my female friends are really good with controller and keyboard. I fucking suck with it. I'm much better with reaction time on a controller. So I don't really have any fucking idea how to handle a lot of those games unless it's really simple, maybe like Minecraft or Stardew Valley or something like that. Like, it's got to be a game that's like really very simple controls. Otherwise, I actually need the controller, or maybe it doesn't need as much response time for me, because my response time is doo-doo with a keyboard and mouse. But also, like, the way my fingers have to move, it really kills my arthritis. I clicked follow after seeing a few of your streams and because you were chill and nice avian. Oh, I appreciate that, Omen. Thank you so much. I try to be. I try to be seen as a guy who's chill and caring. That's very much what I'm about. So that means a lot to me, homie. Thank you.
Reasons, but most of the time, it's all about the price point. These bad boys would sometimes retail for considerably less than official controllers. You can use that money for new games and your mortgage. However, let's not throw all controllers under the bus.
110% understand. It took me a couple of months to get used to it. Yeah, like, I've been doing it on and off for about... Hold up. Yeah, I've been doing it on and off for about a year. But, like, I still kind of suck with a lot of games like that. Also, real quick, what the motherfuck is this thing? This looks really weird, but you know what? I think I can justify it because I think you could actually still reach the D-pad with your thumb because the other thing isn't as in the way. This might not actually be bad. It's a spaceship. Has Big Brother vibes? Yeah. For you, you're probably the only person who calls me a Big Brother outside of Britt and my friend Sarah. Everyone else, I'd say, everyone else just calls me Dad. It's been a while since someone called me Daddy. Just saying. But anyway, $56 plus $12.99 plus $99. Still need to get a rechargeable battery kit. Wow, crazy. Thing looks like a piece of alien tech, actually.
Big gimmicks. Either the controller is cheaper and that's why you'd want it, or it features something the official controllers don't.
That one looks pretty sleek.
Controller for the NES. This isn't supposed to be a replacement controller, it's supposed to be an alternative. If you want to use a joystick with your games, whip out the coffee table, jam the stick with the suction cups, this thing ain't going anywhere.
Oh, wow.
This works well for arcade-style games or stuff like
that. That isn't bad, actually. That's not bad.
But in terms of a controller with no real advantages,
aliens are real, that's crazy.
Outside of price point,
when you get thrown into Apex with your friends and need to learn fast, you need to figure out, you know what, fair. I could not play Apex, honestly, though.
Other than the fact that it's cheaper than the official advantage.
I know I'd be terrible at it. If I had parental issues with my father, I probably would be calling you Dad, but I had parental issues with my mother. That is fair. I have been called Mama before on some occasions. Not the suction cups.
Mainly because you needed like 2 standard NES controllers at the very most. So for
was that one creepypasta, Suction Cup Man or some shit? Or SCP, was it?
That called for pretty much any unofficial controller to have turbo buttons, like the Turbo Touch 360 for the Sega Genesis.
No.
This gives me chills. We have switches to give any of the buttons turbo fire, but the star of the
Come
show
on,
is the
Seth.
lack
Come
of
on. Come
Whoever saw
on.
this in the store went, yes! You ever just use the Genesis controller and... there's too much D-pad here. Now this, I mean, no D-pad is exactly what I wanted out of a Sega Genesis controller. This is a touchpad, and it senses where your thumb is.
I don't like
Where your
that.
thumb is. Yeah, this
I
doesn't
don't
work
like
very
that.
well. You don't get the precision of an actual D-pad at all. I don't know if this is whacking out because of old age, but I couldn't imagine this ever working that well when it was new.
What game is he
If you want a
playing?
more standard experience, here's the Sega Genesis.
Anybody know what game
Owl
that was?
I'm sure somebody stood by this controller like you're waiting in the living room for your
SCP
date to come
suction
downstairs and
cup.
you're talking to her dad about how much you like
Not
the Sega
calling you
Genesis
mom or
controller.
mommy, yeah,
Or
or
not.
mother. It would be weird, don't get me wrong, but I've been called
I
mother
don't know
before.
how easy it is to see, but it is significantly stiffer than all the other buttons. The back is a soap dish.
Oh, so it
Now,
was
if you want to buy
Castlevania,
retro
okay.
gaming garb these
I've
days,
never
you
played
can press this
Castlevania, but I know I would enjoy it because I love
Pretty similar to
Metroidvania
the
games.
originals, but with a few things altered so Nintendo doesn't have a fucking aneurysm. If there's just a blank space where the Nintendo logo should be, fucking run. These things prey on people looking to buy old systems who need an extra controller. They're usually for sale at retro game shops and look almost identical to the original controllers, but are almost always inferior in every way. Like, come on, $15? That's around
I
the
think
same
I
price
have
for
an
official
N64 controller
but
just
people
like
keep
this, but it
buying
works
them
pretty
because
well
they're
for
so
me.
Similar and they're brand new. At least back in the day, third-party companies respected the consumer. To differentiate themselves from the first-party companies, they made sure to add their own stupid fucking twist to their product. Introducing the Boomerang 64.
What the hell? What the hell? This is what you use to go hunting kangaroos down under. I'm sure my Australian friends are gonna get pissed at me now, but none the fucking less. What is this bullshit? This is stupid. This isn't a controller. No, this is stupid. Where's the Z button even at? Somebody explain to me where the goddamn Z button is. I'm pretty sure they're hunting tools. I think a boomerang was a hunting tool last I checked. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. I'm glad the other shit I know isn't here. He'd hype up because he's in Australia. Funny. Funny. Australia 64. Good eye, mate. I never claimed to be good at it.
The analog stick fell off of mine, and all that's left is a stick, so I had to improvise. Now, this isn't nearly
It's a marshmallow.
It is a chunk fest in my hands, but it gives you an N64 controller.
Is
with
it a
slide
marshmallow he
motion.
put on?
It has built-in rumble if you slide some AAAs in, and there are 2 whole Z buttons for maximum.
God damn it, Jason.
But the D-pad is stiff. The LNR buttons are enrolling.
Nah, you know what? Real quick.
It's
Real
just
quick. You know what? Before we can decide if y'all can bird brain me. Hang on, I did not mean to push that. Alright, hang on. Give me 1 second. I accidentally opened a third tab. Is a boomerang a hunting tool? Yes, historically boomerangs were used as hunting tools, particularly by Aboriginal peoples of Australia, for hunting animals like emus and kangaroos. I was right! Everything I said was right! Nobody can fault me! It's right there in black and white. No one can fault me. I bet. Should the Australians have banned you from the country? I know, right?
Controller. Also, the name is a lie.
I couldn't tell you, Reaper.
Now, this screen-
I think it was used to
Nintendo
snap
64
necks back in the
controller only
day.
have $10. I'm gonna be saying that I'm
Welcome back, Omega.
It's a substitute, but that's all it really
Pro
is. It
controller
doesn't
video that I'm
excel
saving
at
for next
anything in
week.
comparison to the
Got you,
original.
Jacob.
I mean, yeah, this isn't great. But
I
at
take
least
back
I'm
what
not
I
great
said
at
about
it.
the other
The
controller
Super
being
Bad
alien
64
spaceship.
disc
This is an alien spaceship.
It's incomplete. Z feels like a gas station fuel button. The controller works.
I wonder
But
how
that's
they
all it
are.
really
Oh, I think I
does.
read
It's really
that.
just for people who
Shade
needed
knows his
that
shit.
one
You
extra
heard it
controller
here.
for
Hell
multiplayer.
yeah, let's go, Omega.
64 is the type
It just
of thing I
sounds like
think of
one of the
first when I
things
hear
like,
the term
oh yeah,
third-party
yo-yos
controller.
were weapons throughout
Cheaper
history.
in every sense of the word.
It probably could have been, but I don't know that about a yo-yo.
The company I immediately think of when I hear the term third-party controller is Mad Catz. If you walk into a building
Speak
constructed
of
by
the
Mad Cats,
devil.
get the f out of there.
Get all the kids out of the room. 3,
Yep.
2,
Comes
1.
the
Jesus
spaceship.
Christ, censor that. The only Mad Cats product I owned legitimately without thinking twice about it being made by Mad Cats was my GameCube memory card, and I'm still happy to have it on me. Look at all these memories, an entire page of Nickelodeon games.
Oh,
I
feel so
love
old
gaming.
looking
Look
at
this
that.
16X,
God.
whatever the hell that means, keep it coming. I had so much storage space on this card. Mad Cats was never the worst supplier of controllers, but they were definitely known for their mediocrity. But I mean, come on, has a company who made a Dallas Cowboys PS2 controller ever steer you wrong?
Oh
A
my
lot of their controllers
God.
aren't terrible, but they're
Really?
on their way up there. The Mad Cat's GameCube controller, talk about undercompensation.
You're old.
You
You're
take a
old,
regular
Omega.
GameCube
Got you.
controller and then just warp every element of the controller until it's a shrunken, grotesque GameCube pad. Oh, and bolt up the
That
flexible
looks
buttons.
terrible.
Just by looking at this thing, there's something undeniably cheap about it. Like many of these controllers, it works, but so does filing for bankruptcy. So whatever, different people like different things. Well, look at the Mad Cat's arcade stick for the Xbox 360.
Bringing back your childhood. Let's go. I think I had one of those for the Wii. Okay. Yeah, this one's an
I still need a
abomination.
good arcade stick to play them with.
This is an
controller's all show,
abomination.
no go. You look at it and go, wow, this is everything a
I have a
regular
yo-yo, and
Xbox
I've
360
seen
controller
pros
is, but
use
with
yo-yos
controllers
as they could
tailored
use
for
yo-yo as a
arcade
weapon.
games.
I'll bet.
Joystick with a fire button on
The
top,
memory
a spinner
card?
for games like
Yeah,
Arkanoid. This
definitely.
is gonna end in heartbreak. This is just a regular thumbstick on stilts. It has such a wide range of.
Yeah, this is
Most
dumb.
arcade
This
joysticks
doesn't
are
work.
locked in a
Everything
set
about
number
this
of
is horribly
directions. Here you have full
unergonomic.
360-degree movement, which let me tell you now.
I
this
know,
does not
right,
work
Omega?
well as Pac-Man. The entire controller itself is too tiny. Like, you want to be able to slam an arcade controller on a coffee table and not have to worry about it moving all over the place. No, this one's too small and light to set down and play with, but it's too big and cumbersome to hold in your hands. This has a lot of the same problems as the Atari 2600 joystick in terms of size. I can't say Mad Cats didn't try with this controller, but they didn't. But want to know who did try with their controller? Nickelodeon. Put SpongeBob in your hands. SpongeBob controllers for the PlayStation 2 and GameCube. I remember advertisements for these, and yep, it is SpongeBob in your hands. It's a good Wednesday night controller. I'm not going to use it all the time, but one day a week.
Junk, agreed.
A lot of these novelty
Should
controllers
censor
make
that
up their
controller
parts, like the
stick.
Dallas Cowboys controller, damn it. Now you can't go
Part
talking
2,
novelty
eh?
controllers without bringing up Afterglow. Yeah, I was 16 at some point. This
Oh,
interesting.
goody, a
It's
third-party
Afterglow
version of an already
Reborn.
shit
Done in all the
controller.
right ways. Lock some batteries in, sync it up, and that is fairly disappointing. They move some button placements around.
I hate
like the 1 and
controllers
2
like
buttons
this.
are
The
at an
lights
angle.
bother
That's
my
sort of
eyes,
annoying.
yo.
Plus and minus are right next to the A button.
Like, even my
Obviously, video
keyboards,
change.
like, I have to
And the
turn
home
all
button
that
is
shit
moved all the way
off.
to the top, and you need a damn toothpick to hit it. Well, why sit here and whine when we can whine with
Never
even
hush,
more
Jason.
style?
Never.
A rock
It does look
nunchuck.
lame. I agree,
Finally,
Reaper.
A controller that answers my lucid dreams. The nunchuck finally has an ass. It's transparent plastic as well, but because of that, we get to see some of the iffy-looking wire in here. That doesn't look too good. If this doesn't scream playing Goosebumps Horrorland, I don't know what does.
Oh my god, I didn't even know
Xbox 360
Goosebumps had
hands start
that
to
game.
bleed. Well, damn, you don't want to stop playing to dry the blood off. So introducing Airflow, the controller with a fan. You hit this button.
I gotta wonder how your hands start bleeding. How long are you
This is a very
playing?
standard wired Xbox 360 controller, but with LEDs and a fan with two
Never liked
different
rock
speeds.
candy, honestly.
Honestly, it's good
Agreed.
at what it does. If you're really hankering for a controller with a fan, you can do a whole lot worse than Airflow. Speaking of good third-party controllers, the Logitech wireless PS.
This looks pretty good, and I gotta tell you, for all this shit people would say about Logitech, I liked a lot of their products. I didn't think they made bad products, so like that may just be a me thing, but I like a lot of the shit that they made. So this doesn't look that bad to me. Like this looks okay. I could use this controller. I've used a lot of Logitech over my life. Yeah, I agree, Jason. Controller with a fan, how does that work? Cough, cough, the submarine. I'm cool with RGB keyboards and mouse, but light with a fully transparent tech looks awful. Yeah, I literally turned that shit off. You beat me to it. I find it funny that you both have the same brain cell. I'm using a Logitech case for my tablet. Yeah, legit. Like, they make some decent stuff. They get way more shit than they deserve. Alienware should be given more shit than them. I don't have a problem with Logitech, just the idiot that used a Logitech controller for the submarine. True. Fair. My mouse stops doing RGB and flashes red with low battery. Oh, okay, yeah, that would bother my eyes. I would not be good with that. But I don't like wireless, so.
PS2 controller. Oh my god, this thing is really comfortable. Dare I say, more comfortable and sturdier than the official controller. The traditional PlayStation 1, 2, and 3 controllers just aren't really my thing, but this bulks it up a bit and just melts in my hands. Also, I like the blue underneath the analog sticks. Those are fun. Here we have a few controllers for the Nintendo Switch. First up is the 8-Bit Do SN30 Pro. I've always heard a lot about 8-Bit Do, damn whatever. They specialize in retro-esque Bluetooth controllers. This one obviously taking heavy inspiration from the SNES. And yeah, it's pretty good at what it sets out to do. I don't see this as a full-on Switch Pro controller replacement, but as a supplemental controller for 2D platformers or retro stuff, then oh yeah, it's good. It also works on PC, Android, and irrelevant, so there are a ton of uses for this thing. But what about a controller made specifically for the Nintendo Switch? Well, just your luck. Here's the Power A wireless.
That's pretty cool looking.
Themed after The Legend of Zelda, specifically with some Twilight Princess art.
I have a Bowser themed one, but you know,
motion controls.
still not gonna use wireless.
You can map any of the other buttons to. However, you don't get HD Rumble or NFC here.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it too. I just don't know an awful lot.
For the official Pro Controller, that's not worth it. The extra money may not be worth what the Pro Controller adds in terms of features, but I will say the extra $20 is worth the more premium feeling of the Pro Controller. This is perfectly fine, it does the job, but at $50 for a third-party controller, I'd just spring for a Pro Controller at that point. Here I have a bunch of PS3 controllers. Alright, first up, this is the GameStop branded one. It feels alright, let me test out the trigger. Oh my god. The Tier 1 wired PS3 controller, pretty much just like an Xbox One controller. The X got rubbed off here. That means somebody must have used this thing. Rock Candy strikes again, this time with this tiny PS3 controller. This feels like something I get out of a capsule machine. Let me rewind a bit to the PS2, the TTX Tech.
I like the glyphs on this, but
to make sure the button symbols were different enough to avoid
it
copyright
still looks
problems with
wonky.
Sony. What are you talking about? That's not a PlayStation X, that's a Norse symbol. It's feeling like one of those
Hori Pro controllers. Hori wasn't bad, but they're really stiff.
This hurts. Everything just doesn't feel right. These triggers, the sticks, the D-pad. No. Okay, I've never bought into third-party controllers before because you are almost never going to get the same experience or quality than from the first-party offerings. Sure, some stand out, but 90% of the time, you're asking for trouble buying these things. Oh wow, a Nyko controller. Might as well be saying, oh wow, I can't just buy a pre-owned first-party controller or save up just a little more for the official one? Sure, some of them have their place in the market, but time and time again, I just ask myself, why do most of these exist? And on top of that, Mad Catz pulled a fast one on me. This is
yeah, definitely, machine. Jason. Because, like, they're a good practice. The buttons are just a little stiff for me overall. That was good. That was really good. I enjoyed that. Okay, you know what? Real quick. We got a few distractables from Dash. I'm gonna play one or two distractables. And then I'm going to play Jacob's lag video. Because let's get a little bit of a shorter palate cleanser here. Something just kind of goofy.
Okay, so suffice it to say, finally, we learn that we're going to get a refrigerator. It's going to come. It's going to come 9 days after it was initially supposed to be there. Whatever. But fine. Like, you know what? Fine. It's not like we needed it right away. It's just a refrigerator. And this morning, I was literally on a call with you guys. We were getting ready to do exactly what we're doing right now. And my phone starts ringing. It's the delivery guys. And I pick it up and he's like, we'll be there in 10 minutes. And I'm like, why did the system tell me 11 to 3 then? And he's like, I don't know, sir. We're on our way. And I'm like, this is incredibly inconvenient. Can you come at the time that you're scheduled? And he was like, nope, we're on our way. And
oh my god.
To you guys, I was like, okay, I gotta go, I guess. We'll do this later, right? Okay, bye.
Indeed. This is actually the second one now, Omega. We played one earlier.
That's how it starts. And they show up there, and I'm like, okay, so we already tried to deliver this. You guys can't come.
But yeah, like, I'll relate to him on this one. I hate when people don't show up at the time that we agreed upon. It's so aggravating. Like, if you schedule something with me, please stick to it.
It won't fit.
It will mean so much to me if you actually stick to it.
Fine. But also, like, fuck you. Like, God.
True, Omega. True.
So he comes in and he looks and he measures the little
God,
door to the kitchen.
God, the fridge.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not gonna fit through here. And I look at him and I'm like, do you want to see the side yard? And so we have a fridge in there and it already has a water line because it has an ice maker. There's supposed to be some kind of shutoff. These guys cannot find the shutoff to the water line. And he looks at me and he's like, there should be a shutoff. You should know where that is. I'm like, bro, I just fucking bought this house. Can you call the previous homeowner? Like, yeah, let me call her up. We're buddies.
I thought he was going to say something other than homeowner for a minute. I don't know why.
So he just unhooks the water, and the water is
Instance
just
of a package arriving without a label and no update. I made 3 trips to the post office that day. That's so funny. I actually just drank too, Reaper. Thank you.
Hold this so we're finished. And I'm like,
Prepared
you know
to
what?
upset
Fine. Do this,
along
get
with
that fucking
prepared to
thing
be
out of
upset
here,
along
bring
with
the other
Bob.
one in
Got
here.
you.
Let's do this. And so I'm standing in my own kitchen holding a water line. There's a front window in the kitchen, so I can see they bring the old one out. I see them go out to the front where their truck is, and then I see them with the new refrigerator, and they bring it around, and so I know they're like on the way. And I'm just standing there, and I just hear from the backyard like kerchink, whoosh.
Oh no.
Shit. And they just start rushing around, and I walk
Oh
out there.
no.
Water is erupting up out of the ground like a geyser has started gushing. I don't know what has happened. Apparently, what genius number 2 did is they had the fridge on a dolly, and there was a bush. It apparently just fucking destroyed this bush. But also inside this bush is a PVC pipe coming out of the ground.
Oh,
as part
no.
of, like, the irrigation system. What he did was he dragged the fridge right through the
Oh, I
bush
feel so
and
bad
snapped
for him.
off the fucking PVC pipe. And what they
Nah,
were
you're
doing
fine,
is
Jason.
one
I'm
of
usually
them
pretty good at
was
inferring.
standing
Hey,
there,
Snowy, how's it going, brother? Good to see
and the
you.
other one had the broken off PVC pipe. It was trying to like jam it back on, like it was just gonna slip right back on. And like they looked over at me and were like,
No reason, just seeing how you're doing. No reason, just seeing how you're doing, fam. Hope you're doing well.
That pipe was in there. It was hidden in there, and it's an accident, you know. And like, it's not like it's a little flower or something you could like, ooh, push it over and scoot. It's a big fucking bush. To get the thing through where he got
Tired
it
as
through,
fuck and I want to
he
go
literally
sleep
had
on
to
my
pull it
ass
up
full
to
of.
that
Oh, I'm
gap,
so
and it
sorry,
stopped,
man.
And he was like, this bush is in the way. And he was just
Insomnia
like,
be
no,
a
it's
bitch.
not. Let's go.
Hey, look, it was Phil.
Oh.
I understand that, man. I've had bad insomnia in the past, so I get you completely, brother.
I don't know what led them to that action, but there's no version of that that's not just so fucking stupid that it makes me unbelievably angry. Finally, I'm like, we need to shut the water off to the house. The guy who seemed to be in charge of this was like, right, the water main. And he handed me
My
the
mom
pipe
had a
and was
rose
like,
bush
"Hold
over
this
her
on
water
there."
line. I need to get clippings from it at some point. Oh
This
boy.
doesn't seem like how you install a fridge.
So sorry, brother. Well, you're in the right place to hang out. We definitely insomnia gang in these parts. That one was pretty good. I can actually relate to that one immensely. How many distractables did Dash Po? Oh my god. Wow, Dash posted a lot of... How much of this is distractable? Holy shit. You weren't kidding? It was a binge, Omega. Ligma Club. I'm proud of myself today. Oh, it didn't even show the whole story. Well, it is just clips he's getting. Alright, I'm gonna play another distractable. I might play like 1 or 2 more distractables, and then I'll play the video that Jacob sent regarding the fucking Nintendo lag stuff. Because, like, holy shit, the distractables. There are some that are good. Go, my favorite sports team. I mean, like, okay, but like, holy shit.
But we are talking about a rock-based sport. A sport I introduced you to many years ago.
You're right. I was even a Dylan Hollis down below from him too.
Cold, somewhat rainy day.
Getting the epitome of all of Dash's content here.
It was like drizzly out.
Oh, okay. All right, gotcha.
It was the day after we had Skyline Chili.
That could be any day.
It's true. But this day, we went to the famous gym in blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Oh, I remember it so well.
And we climbed on the faithful walls of...
It's like a Gar with Uncle
climb.
Roger. True. I don't even know what Skyline Chili is. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Mark, what do you remember about rock climbing?
In that day?
That day...
Let me paint you a mind picture.
Yeah, all right.
I walk in. I've never been in a gym before, in a rock climbing gym before. I walk in. I know that there's walls and there's rocks, but I didn't understand the procedure of things, you know. But I'd heard about it, and so I go in there, and I'm climbing up walls, and I'm like, ooh, this is fun, yippee, yahoo, whippy. Meanwhile, Tyler is training for Ninja Warrior, and he's like, all right, you go on this bitch baby wall. Squash, squash. He flexes his muscles a whole bunch. I'm gonna go on a V6.
I'm nauseated.
Basically, there's a wall with like a 45-degree.
Even I know to overload videos from Scott. Nah, definitely. Don't worry. Like some of these videos may end up getting skipped. I'm using a couple of them as a palate cleanser here and there, but I am not gonna watch like fucking 10 of the exact same type of thing. It's not gonna happen.
And then he didn't make it in.
Like, unless we get to the point where we get to the bottom and there's nothing else left, then maybe. But like, yeah, like we need a little more variety in there.
Climbing.
No.
You're climbing. Safely. You are doing climbing with a rope. What are some common things that you need to rock climb?
A rock.
Okay, yeah. That's part of your body.
Oh, of course, we got the grippers. Got the grippers.
No, not fingernails. They actually get in your way.
Extensions.
Finger extensions?
Yeah.
Feels like a fucking salad fingers animation after seeing that.
Probably a good plan.
Probably a good plan, right? Got that.
Ouch indeed, Reaper.
This isn't paragliding, this is rock climbing.
I got wind. It's
oh boy, Aang.
Whoosh, back up.
That doesn't work.
Love. I have love in my heart. I have chalk.
Good. That's on the list.
I have a cage of rabid wolves that are going to be at the bottom, so I never want to go back.
All right, so motivation. Got it.
Okay.
Exactly, motivation. And then I have a fleet of drones to...
Oh my god, that's so Newgrounds, okay, that face right there.
Good.
Just 13 drones going...
Oh my god.
Well, you're going to need your climbing rope.
Right. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was bitch baby climbing. I thought we were free soloing here. Taking this shit over.
Yeah.
Come here. Look at me, everybody.
Yeah.
You know someone in your life whose life is nothing but climbing. There's someone around you that climbs every day religiously. It is their religion. And they are dying. They're dying to recruit another one into their cult of climb. This is what happened to me with Tyler here. Those that climb, that's all they do. It's a drug, and they keep chasing it, and then they're like, yeah, just come to the gym. We'll go to the gym. Oh, it's great. Bouldering's great. Let's go outside. Just go outside and boulder. It's such a nice day. Let's go out there. Let's go on a mountain. Yeah, let's go up a mountain. You like a mountain? Don't worry. It's like an incline. It's not straight up. Oh, wait. Oops, we got here. It's straight up. I forgot the rope. We're free soloing. Ha. Come on.
I would die. I would die trying to climb something like this without any support.
That's the life cycle.
Okay, then. Specific activity, adrenaline junkie. Actually, adrenaline junkies, yo, like that's always a problem. Like, I wrote an entire song actually about adrenaline junkies. I need to record some of those one of these days.
The Nintendo's...
Okay, we got this one here. I just want to see what are past some of these distractible ones that Dash sent and some of these other like Mark style videos, because like we got like fucking 10 of these. Actually no, I'm gonna count real quick just how many there are. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, it's like there was like over 9 of those. So we may end up rotating into some other people's videos just because like there's a lot there, and you guys see we got a few other content from that too. So yeah, there's an awful lot of those there. Like, holy shit. Sorry, Dash, but we'll definitely be skipping a few of those because that's excessive. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pick some more, and I'm gonna open them in the tabs and have them ready. So let's see. I'll pick this one too. let's close out of some of these that we no longer need open. I think I'll pick this one because this one, the thumbnail looked appealing. This one might be appealing too.
A long time.
Alright, now let's go down to some of the other vids. Dylan Hollis is at least different. Alright. And this is just another short, so that's fine too. Okay. And I know we got this one from Psy. This is a good one here that I'll definitely want to play because this will be something different. We got one here from Jacob. Not Jacob, Jason. Excuse me. So many videos from Jacob that I did a Freudian slip. You can bird brain me in the chat. Alright, so let's go from there. Let's go from here and see how far we get. No worries, Reaper. I mean, we've only been doing this for 2.5 hours, so we've got time. Yep, you got me, Omega. Dash is indeed a crazy boy, says you, Ryan. Okay, now I see why you said that. Got you. I missed that previous context there. Okay. So, let's, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna play this one because it's short. Old school Flash animations, I dig. Oh! Wait, this is a real commercial. Yeah, you can send it, Reaper. Is this a real commercial? This isn't a real commercial, is it? Oh my god, it is. Holy shit. That was bad fucking ass. Surprisingly awesome. I'm not surprised you knew that, Rai. Okay, this was surprisingly awesome. Like, holy shit. Like actually cool. Go. GLA. Oh, I just played twice. Okay. Oh, there we go. That's why. That was actually really cool. That was actually really fucking cool. I liked that. Alright, you know what? Let's play this one too then. Animals keep dying around me.
I told you guys about the raccoon in the middle of the night story, the two fighting, I think, a long time
Oh,
ago.
nasty.
I feel like I attract the fog of death. There are many animals that die around me.
Mario and Luigi getting JoJo. Oh my god.
You know,
3 of the cards were actually Mercedes cards? Really? Wow.
And I guess the shouldn't be's around me. Birds fly.
Mario Kart, Mercedes-Benz car.
They do that at an alarm.
Yeah, really cool, Jason. Honestly, I dug
It's
it.
just because like we're where we are. There's like a path through that they kind of want to dive into. But the thing is, they only get summoned by sadness. So if there's ever any reason to be sad in the house, which isn't terribly often.
Oh, it was DLC. Okay, got you.
Having like get some bad news, you read something sad, or you're having a tough conversation, you know, boom. Yeah. Without fail, the sadness summoned a bird to die.
You have a sitcom that birds are watching when things get dramatic. They're like, "Fucking Jerry, you're up for the team." Woo!
That's weird.
Also, we have a pool, right? So we have this thing called a frog rescue, or Amy got it. It's like it's something that floats, but it has like a little bridge that goes up so that if a critter gets into the pool, it can have a space to climb out. And without fail, because we have that and then like a hot tub, so we have that. It's in one, we'll find a dead mouse in the other.
Oh,
Then we
wow.
move it over to the hot tub, find a dead mouse in the pool. We move it over to there.
Have you thought about getting a second one?
I know.
Crazy solution.
I know.
Having a sneeze attack over here. I felt that. Mercedes GLA, W25. So, oh no, look what we've started. We've gotten Ryan on the Kier talk.
I know.
At the rules of that company that make that product are you may only have one. And you have to choose who lives and who dies.
To be fair, you don't really know how many it's saved. So if you see something dead in one, you move it. Then like the mouse that's been using the pool is like, that fucking idiot died the other night. I know this one's saved. It's like, oh shit, where is that?
That's the thing, right?
Oh my
I'm
god.
sure it's saving a lot.
Where are all the mice coming from, though?
It's just like,
Every time you move it, there's some guy who's like, time for a dip in the old pool. Splash. Wait a minute. Wait, where's my island?
I do feel like there is a high amount of death. There was because where we are also there's hawks around, so there's lots of hawks, and Amy's always worried because there's like they're gonna scoop up Henry, and I'm like, Henry is 45 pounds. I don't think he's gonna get scooped up even if two together.
I know, right, Dash?
Even our wiener dogs.
Expected nothing less.
Is a lot for a
A
hawk.
team of 4 hawks drops down with the net, and they lure Henry to stand in the center of the. And the moment he puts his mouth around the pepperoni located at the center of the net, the one of them is just like caw, and they take off in pattern.
It could happen. It could happen. You know.
Hawks start using tools. That
P.S. got another shower
Those LA
lane.
hawks are highly organized.
I really do think it was like 4.
All
hawks
good there,
in a
Brit.
trench coat
We're
that
just
made
watching a
me
lot
sign
of funny
blood.
videos and silly and interesting stuff together, so real chill stream.
The real
I hope you're doing alright. I know you told me
documentary.
earlier, but just rest and relax with us. Everything's gonna be okay, sis.
They love this
Love you.
area. It must be good hunting grounds or something like that.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me, Reaper.
Things.
That's always what they tell me
it's
too.
like
I'm
not
deceptively
only,
strong.
Occasionally, we'll find like the most random assortment of meat that was just like on the ground, and feathers will just. It's also apparently hawks hate owls, and owls hate hawks. They hate each other, and so they fight
Got
each
you,
other
Seth.
at all times. And I swear, when I say that this is a land of death. I mean it. We once, like, we're walking the dogs and, like, Chica found something very interesting. And I saw just, like, 2 big owl legs sticking out of a bush that were just, like the Wizard of Oz, you know, when the house landed.
The bush landed on the owl?
Well, that's the thing. It looked like that. You look in the bush, it's just legs. And there's nothing attached to the legs.
God.
Damn. That got really macabre. Holy shit. Pretty cool though. All right. I know I've seen this one already, but I'm still gonna show it off the chat. So, Kool-Aid Pie with Dylan Hollis.
Kool-Aid Pie from '87. This comes from Hastings, Nebraska, where Kool-Aid was invented. Now they worship it. They got like parades and fairs and everything. Nebraska stuff. Start with a 14-ounce can.
As told in the verbal.
Liquid toothache. We just
That'll be an emote that's coming soon too.
Using grape because it's second to none. Tell me otherwise, I will fight you. Ooh, oh no. That's that Exxon Valdez purple.
Some of this shit doesn't look good.
Nebraska.
And the juice of a lemon. Can't be wasting none of them fancy things, them newfangled citrus.
Pinch of salt. And a good
Fangled
old tub of
citrus.
Cool Whip. A Midwest special. This is kind of pretty now. Slap her into a 9-inch graham cracker crust. Don't let anyone tell you you can't use pre-made. Those people are just unhappy with their love lives. Ooh, 4 hours. Happy birthday, book. First cut is the hardest.
I don't remember if he liked it.
Yum, 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 yum. That tastes like my childhood. Light, refreshing, very summery. Pie of the summer right here. A Kool-Aid pie from '87. This comes from Hastings, Nebraska, where Kool-Aid was invented.
Meant that for Brit. Got you.
Parades and fairs.
Yeah, I realized that too late. I'm like, what the fuck? Heard a horror story about the campground nearby where the eagle hunted the ducks that the campground had. Oh, shit. That's fucking crazy. All right, let's hang on here. Every time I see a notification, I have to get rid of it. It's compulsive.
Can I help you? Pizza? Of course we have pizza.
Oh. Oh, it's actually making the Krusty Krab pizza. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. He fucking did the meme. Okay, I could have lived without the mukbang at the end, but surprisingly good. I sent this to Matrix at one point, just gave me a gas face. Oh wow. Chat got pushed up while trying to reply to Brit. Got you. It's a children's and family camp, and I'm sure some children are scarred for life. I'd imagine so. Yeah, I'm sure you would try it, Brit, but you're pretty adventurous with your food. Got you, Dash. That made me hungry. You're telling me. I need to get tissues. Aw. I'm sorry your allergies are bothering you so much, Seth. All right. You know what? Let's check out this video from Sai. Because this should be interesting. Because, like, I don't even know what this comic is. But he shared some very cool things about it. It's very different. The art style is unique. So, like, let's check this one out, gang.
Girl and the Gorillas, there was Get the Freebies. We'll see how much YouTube lets me show because this comic is irreverent. I'm Sasha, this is Casually Comics, and today we're going to be reviewing something that was sitting behind me for quite some time. It's finally gotten to move on down. It's something that's a bit off of the beaten path. It's definitely falling more into the
I love her hair.
realm and the 90s subcultural realm. We're going to get deep into the indie comic scene. What I've got here is Fu Action, the deluxe edition. This is for the Silver Jubilee. As you can tell, there's a mark on it. It did not come with the mark. It's because I've been reading it and I besmirched it with my fingers.
I liked the artwork on the front.
Freebies was by Jamie Hewlett and Matt Wakeham. As mentioned, it's been behind me for several videos. That was because I was
Can't tell you, right?
There's a lot in here. It took me a while and there's a bunch.
I could see that actually, like a macaw Reaper.
Kind enough to send this to me. And once I started going through it, I knew it was something that I wanted to
Flonase is good.
Activated my love of comic history. It appeals to it because there's a lot of obscure knowledge in here. This is a collection of what some thought was the long lost Get the Freebies. So just what is Get the Freebies? Well, it's a bit hard to explain because the structure is a little loose, so we're gonna have to do a broader overview and then kind of get more into it.
I also recommend saline too if your nose is dry.
Are Terry Fu, a gay Asian kung fu superhero type, sort of, but not really on the last part.
But saline's not medicated.
More satirical. He does have a great yellow tracksuit though. There's also his partner, Whitey Action, a young, very pale girl with a crush on him and a bone to pick with society. They go on these madcap and oft-times nonsensical seeming adventures. Their most frequent antagonists are the Freebies, Jimmy, Marlon, and Burke. This makes it sound far more structured than it was, narrative-wise, not storytelling-wise. The stories adhere to their own internal absurdist logic, but they don't follow, for example, the more linear superhero format that many may be familiar with if they read more mainstream fare.
I can see why Sai recommended this and likes it.
Envelope in terms of what's shown that comes to nudity, drug use, as well as the balance between cartoonish violence and more visceral. I will never forget the crushing of Whitey's nose. This to block her senses that she's no longer falling for the manipulator. This collection contains not just the 12 issues that ran in The Face magazine in 1996, The Face being a music magazine in the UK, but also it has essays detailing the time, the subcultural space that it arose in. There's also a lengthy essay from co-creator Matt Wakeham, which details how it's following off of Hewlett's Tank Girl, the beginning of their partnership and collaboration, and the attempts of this work to be something even more subversive and confrontational to the mainstream, which adds a bit of a layer.
Kind of like how it's funny, Invincible's more mainstream now, but the comic itself wasn't. It's very on brand for my homie Sai. He likes a lot of things that are different and more underground. And this definitely has that quality going for it.
It's just a bit amusing because the first issue that it debuts has Keith Flint of The Prodigy on the cover. These essays
I mean,
are
Saf,
really
if you need to
provide
rest, by all means, homie, you go get your rest, alright? We still have Omega and Brit
this
here.
collection becomes in some ways a bit of a historic artifact. It's showing where Get the Freebies came from, and also where it attempted to go. The Fu action portion refers to all it was saved from the cancelled second series and newly completed segments. There's also an entire section dedicated to the failed attempted show. The script is there, and there are also some mock-ups of what the set would have looked like, who was cast in the pilot.
That's
which we'll
really
get to a
fucking
little
cool.
bit. So, it's Get the Freebies. From beginning to end, how it started, where it was going, where it didn't go, and that's very fascinating. Because while many may have heard of Tank Girl, Get the Freebies is less well known. If one looks at it, one
I hear Tank Girl and I just think Newgrounds, I'm not gonna lie to you.
designs and characters. Whitey is very much Noodle's older sister in terms of design. So you can see how the visuals carry over, and that's not the only instance of it. But also in many ways, this work is an interesting cultural touchstone. The 90s
I'll
indie
agree with
scene,
that.
in terms of North America, tends to largely be remembered through the lens of image. So people instantly tend to think of big pouches, superheroes with lots of guns. And in
The
some
90s
cases,
was just a
kind of
very
hard to know
edgy,
there are
controversial
many
time, and I
missteps.
think
There
that's
was,
why a
of
lot of
course,
people
much
don't
more going on than that.
understand
Not
it
just
too
in
well
North America,
today.
but also beyond. Get Freebies gives a bit of a window into another space, the British scene. And because you have all the history
All
surrounding
good,
it, you get
Seth.
a real sense of it. Get the Freebies. This is a work that very much enjoys its positioning
Just
as a
take care of yourself,
countercultural
alright?
subcultural work. Those aren't interchangeable, just as happens to be floating in both spaces. It's having fun being that, and it's very deliberately composed, which is something that could be lost if one just glances through it, which is something that one can't really do in this more curated presentation. The way this book is laid out is very much trying to guide you through it. It also lays out how much work went into it, as well as the details of the creation process, and there's lots of pictures of it at various stages.
The
Which,
art
if
and the
you're a comic
storyboarding
history
is
nerd,
really
very
good,
fun. It's
honestly.
just as fun as getting to read
The style is
actual
definitely
pages, which will also
memorable,
get
I'll say that much.
And this is a bigger book, so
Ow!
you get to see everything in large detail, which really
Damn
showcases
it, Brit.
its style, which lends itself to this format. The acrylic markers look very good. Everything is just very vibrant and
Had to turn on
saturated.
Wi-Fi
Not
calling?
everything's
Oof.
been touched up either, and when it has been, they let you know.
Condolences,
so all that
Reaper.
said, what's the series like? Where are the 12 issues?
Claritin's
The
good.
context
I
that the
recommend that
essays
as well.
provide is a very good thing, because divorced from the subcultural environment that birthed it and the original magazine,
Thank you,
housed it,
Seth.
just going into this comic may be too much for some.
I like
Those
it, that's-
details of the time it hails from and where and why really ground some of the happenings as much as they can be. The first issue, which was completely reworked, and they have the original pages in there as well. The printed version is a meta tale of the comic being pitched to producers of High as a Kite Productions, and it very much sets the tone, the multiple layers of cheeky and at times flippant humor, both in the spoken dialogue, the action, and the visuals. And when combined, it can create an almost erratic surrealist feeling at points, such as you have the joke of how the producers are constantly smoking, but in each panel they're smoking something different, either be it apparatus or what they're smoking.
Yeah, you can thank
This is also
Rayho for that one, Brit.
but also the chaos of the
She
pitching
did a very
process,
good
how it
job.
changes
She modeled the
how you
cake
get as they
herself.
go, how the expectations of the time can shape what the product becomes, but also how some of it is ramped up on the producer's side as well. It's very interesting, the interplay, the way it's presented. Kula had commented,
Thank you,
as
Jason.
detailed in
Appreciate
essay
that, my
in this
man.
book about how while they were watching the process of Tank Girl being created, it was quite obvious that the studios were looking to take the base concept and modify it and repackage it in a way that was palatable or at least more marketable. This was
Yeah, I still have to take my meds. Omega redeemed it before. I will get up and take it soon. I keep forgetting.
Why they wanted it in the first place. And there's a little bit of defiance in the creation process of Get Freebies as a result. This comic series does contain many elements that would need to be sanitized during the adaptation, like coming out the gate with Terry drugging Whitey with hormones to make sure she doesn't develop voluptuously. This to try and make her appear more innocent to save her public image because she's out there partying all the time. It's pretty dark. It's meant to be cruelly amusing, but it's something that, particularly through a 2020s lens, could give one pause. That's part of why the context and coming at it from that angle is really useful. It allows one to appraise the work on its own terms, much as being intentionally provocative. It's trying to push the envelope. That's part of the dig it's taking at mainstream culture. And once the series gets going fully in episode 2, that becomes more apparent, such as when they face their first villain alongside the freebies, Senor Embargo. There's clear and in-depth knowledge of the traditional comic format. It's just being twisted and played with. So for example, in that, instead of the focus being on the battle, it's much more on how Whitey's annoyed that she has to go deal with it by herself because Terry's been taken off and he's being hit on somewhere. Terry's orientation was likely a bit more pushing the envelope at the time than it reads as today, but Get Freebies is very open about it, and it's a source for both comedy and drama, but the former not at Foo's expense. It's usually at the people around him. As I was reading through it, I was very curious what the experience would have been reading it actually inside of the magazine which originally housed it. What was before and after it, that kind of thing. Because there are many things that I need to censor, like Terry doing naked yoga in the kitchen.
Yes, I will take them. You know what? Fine. Give me 1 second.
The kind of thing where this work is not going to resonate.
Let me just grab the bottles. Give me 1 second. I'll grab those and then I'll hit play again. I can be swallowing them while we're watching this, because, yeah. Alright. There we go. Motherfucker. That's my job.
Everyone, especially
Damn it,
when one
Jason.
finds themselves removed from the era.
Yeah,
that
I'll start
reflects
swallowing my
space.
pills here.
While some of the elements are more evergreen, some are much more tied to 90s British celebrity culture. Although some are going to enjoy it from that level because it very much takes one back to the scene of that time. There's a whole story about escaping Gallagher's Island, as in the Oasis Gallagher's. They feature as recurring characters just randomly, and one of my favorite jokes was in episode 7. They're called episodes, not chapters. It's when one of the brothers tells Terry that he's bigger than baby Jesus, and Terry just...
That's what I would do too. I would call them episodes for my comic as well in seasons, because it's easier to me than doing all these chapter nonsense stuff.
Everything is shock value. And it's in the moments like that where it's clear why the adaptation Fu action would be attempted. If one stripped back the more cutting elements, it could be transferred because the base format, because of what it's satirizing, is familiar. It's just in that transfer, it removes a lot of the core elements of what the series was doing, that kind of glib, disrespectful, and at times caustic energy. Moments like the kid pit, the underground fighting ring for celebrity children. It's very dark and pointedly cutting, and something still relevant. It was really fascinating to read through this. But there's more, because you get to see the follow-up series, what was meant to be the follow-up comic series Fu Action, which is where the TV series that would have been takes its name, and where this collection also takes its name. That didn't end up fully coming to fruition. It did get canceled, though what did is contained in this collection. But a lot of these...
I'll bet money that somewhere along the way we will see this made into a live action, well, not live action necessarily, but at least an animated series.
Is chronicled. Not only do they describe the method in which they worked, which they liken to the Marvel method, and you do get to see some of what...
Hey Reaper, that's great. I'm glad to hear that you're healing and doing better then. Fantastic, my friend.
Even though
So proud of you.
From 1996 to 1997, but by the time of the second pitch, some
That's how I feel too, Seth.
Juvenile. And part of that could have been because there was editorial changeover happening at the magazine, but also the times were starting to shift. During this process, some of the art was lost forever, but in this, Wakeham took what was left and presented prose renditions of those stories, so you get to read through what would have been Fu Action. So if you're a fan of Get the Freebies, then that's a real treat, because you get to see what was supposed to come next, or as close as one can. Obviously, pure prose is a much different format than comics, but it is really interesting to read through where things could have gone, and it's also just a different experience of the characters. Although there is some time and distance between the original plotting and the writing of these, so the tone isn't exactly the same. That's neither good nor bad, it's just a statement. It's a reinforcement of how, in the moment, the original production was. Those stories comprise the third part of the book because it's broken up by era. You have the beginning of the process and the time, you have the Get Freebies, you have the Fu Action, and the last two segments are dedicated to what wasn't and the restoration process. This
Yeah, but at least you're able to get up and move around a bit, so that's some good progress, Reaper.
Like it wasn't going to happen. This collection, the stock.
Finished my stream a few minutes ago. Nice, Seth. I hope it went well.
The pilot
And also to, oh, there, I swallowed my pill, guys. Happy? You can stop yelling at me, yeah.
It was on BBC 3, I think. It was meant to be 6 episodes. The first is out there. You can go check it out and see for yourself what it would have been like.
The prophecy speaks of one who is destined to...
Thank you, Brit. Oh, it also feels like a kick-ass style, if I'm honest.
Satire and plays there.
Tell you, Fu, I've done a lot of stupid things in my time. Some of them live and on morning news.
Now, in this book, you get to see the history of the preservation
Thank you for the
process,
stretch,
just
Britt.
everything.
Appreciate
you also
it.
get a good look at the creator's different relationship with the work when it came time to try and collect it again. I, for one, am very glad that the time and effort was made to compile this. Not just the comic itself, but all the extra details surrounding it. The history, the minutia. Obviously, part of that is to increase
My condolences, Seth.
I think it's
They've been popping up more lately.
collectability, though. They did package this quite lovingly. It's very nicely put together. It has the heavy-duty slipcase.
I mean, that's a good thing, actually.
Art. You have all of
At
the
least you
embossing on the
knew what
upper
to do.
area of the case. The book itself is
Excuse
solid,
me.
glossy, nicely bound. There is an attached ribbon bookmark to keep your place. It's beautiful. But to me, what's even more beautiful is what's inside and the fact that it's now there and kept in a nice format for others to see. Without endeavors like this could have been.
Was it too much Tylenol that you were taking? I mean, I know acetaminophen is just. I know Tylenol is just brand name acetaminophen, but was it just too much that you were taking?
Because
Or
when you look at this art, you can see the direct influence it had on the gorillas. There's a correlation that takes it all the way back to Tank Girls, the music scene of the 90s. There are just so many elements. Everything is a tapestry.
yeah,
And
the
more
aesthetics
I
of
see
this is really
the more I
fucking cool. Very nostalgic, and I enjoy the hell out of that.
This is a very specific thing for a very specific type of fan. Some aren't going to be as enamored with the history or may not find it interesting. There are also some who may not resonate with the work's tone. Some of what was once transgressive, boundary pushing, shocking is much less so if one has come from reading different eras.
Gotcha,
so
Reaper.
It may no longer feel that way for the reader of today, and in that sense,
Oh,
some
you
of
were
it came across
overreacting.
as more
Okay.
juvenile, which was the
I
complaint
got
that was
you.
eventually levied against it, or at least against the attempted continuation. And I'm sure some against it itself when it was originally running. As even during the comic's own lifetime, sensibilities were starting to shift. Culture is always changing, always moving, and so what is then made as a response or a counter to it changes as well. Personally, I think it stands out as more in the time capsule, though. You can really see the evolution of the work and the thought process behind it. You can watch it get tighter and more confident as it evolves. You can also feel how much the creative team were vibing making it. And it does have some things to say about celebrity culture and worship that really hold up. And some of the jokes geared towards superheroing still land because superheroes are still
No, I feel that, Reaper. I'm really sensitive when it comes to prescription medication.
It's compelling to see different forms of comics because they are an art form, and that side of them can at times be diminished or dismissed. But
True.
as an
I mean,
art
I
form,
still would have made my series a comic if I could have done it all myself, but I went the light novel route because it's easier to do mostly writing and just have some illustrations throughout it.
part of the fun. You really don't know where they're going to end up next. And while the show, as demonstrated, would have been doable, it did lose some of that element. And that removed some of the more rebellious aspects that were baked into this.
It'd be better if it was animated. I'll bet you they could do a modern animation of
I
this.
know it's quite niche, but sometimes that's where the whims take us. If you're a fan of discovering indie fare, this is for you. If you're a fan of British 90s subcultural indie comics, this is for you. If you're a comic history nerd. There's also, as mentioned, the collectability factor to it, which I know for some is up there. There are multiple editions of this, for example. I have the deluxe edition. There's also a super deluxe edition. It has things like a signed, numbered tip-in sheet by Hewlett and Wakeham, embroidered patches, and extra art prints. That's definitely one for
Nice.
the mega fans out there. There's 500 copies you can get your collectible on. I'm the sort who's
Yeah,
all about
ibuprofen
what's
is more likely to
inside,
make you
and what's
bleed.
inside is really, really interesting. And gorgeous.
Got you,
I
Britt.
really can't overstate how much the colors pop. It's so vibrant. They really made the work sing. If it sounds like it's up your alley, I will have a link down below. Again, it's not sponsored. It's not an affiliate link. I just know that this
What's
is one
a
of these
depot,
things, so
Reaper?
if you're
I know
really
lithium,
obsessed, that
but
would make it easier. It's down there. And if this doesn't sound like it's for you, now you know if you stumble upon it. So I want to hear from you. Do you remember this? Did you read it? Does it look like something that'd be up your alley? Is it not for you at all? Your thoughts, I want to hear them. Please, as ever, put them down below. Thanks so much for taking some day spent discussing comics with me. I really appreciate it. Do all the YouTube things. Like, share, comment, subscribe. As always, there will be more videos coming soon, and I'll see you there. Bye-bye.
Okay, so got through that one. Let's that one was pretty good though. I like the art style, and I think Sai picked something that was pretty interesting. I actually would probably like to watch it or watch it if it actually got animated at some point. I don't know if I didn't necessarily read it, but, you know, it was different, and I can appreciate that. I do like different art styles. Very, very strong contrast. Alright, you know what, let's check this out, and then we'll, go for a few more.
Time ago, a GMC
A few more down on the list.
in the parking lot of a high school.
True. Very true, Seth.
Something's about to happen. Inside that high
Where
school.
the baby was made?
No. God. Inside that high school, innocent young Bob with his innocent young friends are attending a basketball game. We're all band kids, so we're all in the pep band, sitting in the stands, playing Chameleon, playing the fight song. I don't remember what happened in the basketball game. We probably lost. We sucked ass. But it ends, and we all go and drop our instruments off in the band room. And now it's time. The van, patiently waiting, is there. It knows what's about to happen, even if we don't. 3 friends and their 3 girlfriends at the time make their way out to the parking lot. We rode together. It's a big van.
Orgy. You're predicting. I'm gonna be right eventually.
You're not entirely wrong, I guess.
I knew it.
6 young high schoolers, 3 couples, climb into the van, each one taking their own row. It's a 3-row van. There's a front and a middle and a back. We spread out. You don't want to be too close together.
Of course.
Turn the van on, pump some jams, but we don't go anywhere. No one's even in the driver's seat.
Oh.
In the middle row, young innocent Bob.
This is gonna be awkward as hell.
Girl for the very first time.
Oh, Dash, you didn't have to delete them, but fair enough.
What is that?
Nah, stream is definitely not almost over, Britt. I just mean we'll have to go back to the list and grab some more.
Title's up next to him.
I opened up a bunch of them in tabs.
Looks deeply into his eyes, and Bob goes in.
Yeah, we're only 3 hours in. We can go
He
longer.
doesn't know how it works. Bang! Their teeth clang together like 2 shields on the field
Ow.
of battle. Whoops! Hold on, wait a minute. That wasn't how I thought that was going.
Oh my
Your
God.
mouth open. No, idiot. God, jeez, this guy. Anyway, once everything gets worked out, Bob and
How
high
to
school girlfriend
kiss.
start making out, as do the other couples. Like you do when you're in high school. Just 6 kids in a van, all just making out in the high school parking lot, like you do. Totally normal. This moment will be etched into Bob's memory for the rest of his life. He will never forget what it was like to kiss a girl for the first time.
Oh
The
my
weird
God.
situation of all his other friends all around him, everyone just making out, having a great time, going to town, and of course, the soundtrack for this defining moment. The song that will never leave, that will echo for eternity. In
Why is he
Bob's
dressed up like a fucking My Little Pony?
Look at this photograph. Every
Yeah,
time
definitely,
it makes
Jacob.
me laugh. What the hell is that? Seriously though, my first kiss, I
I mean, Dash, there's a lot of people who didn't have that experience, so like you shouldn't feel too bad.
making out with a
You
girl
will.
ever is
You just gotta look for it.
inexorably tied to the song "Photograph" by Nickelback.
I mean,
And I know there's a lot of memey hate for Nickelback on the internet, but I fucking hate that song.
I kind of just
Nothing against
knew how to
Nickelback,
do
I think
stuff
they do
naturally, and I
something
watched a
better.
lot of porn.
Band, I
Like,
don't hate them the way that a lot of people might.
I'm kind of like my mom. I was just natural with this
That
stuff.
song. Why couldn't it have been a good song? Why couldn't it have been like Metallica or something epic? Making out.
Did you not see how perfect that song was?
Well,
it's a song about looking at a photograph and memories, and what are you doing but remembering that moment?
Oh
to that
my
song.
God.
So meta.
And now every time the
Fucking
meme on the internet
Nickelback.
happens where the edit where it's like, look at this graph.
Yeah.
And it's him
You think of
pointing.
your first kiss and the shield clank.
Yeah, the clank of the shield.
God.
So hot.
Can I get some F's in the chat for my homie? Holy shit.
Music
This poor guy.
is memory.
It's true, music really is memory. It does trigger so many memories for us. As you can see by this graph. Exactly, Britt. The perfect makeout music. I know, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, why would that be cool? Just no. True, Reaper. I mean, like, sexual connotations and romantic connotations are very much something that most people desire. So it's a good way to sell to people a product. It's funny because one of the lyrics to that song is about their first kiss. Really? I didn't know that. My first kiss, I ended up with drool all over my face. Was that because of you or because of the other person? I gotta know, Reaper. I gotta know. Alright, alright. So, next up. You know what? Let's check out the fucking... Let's check out the Switch browser stuff. I'm down to see this shit.
Switch eShop hasn't been too great. The experience becomes sluggish, and it makes it harder for me to want to find new games. The further I dig, the worse it gets.
Oh yes,
I've been
eShop,
minutes
Diet
deep
Steam.
into a search, looking for a game, when the system kind of just gave up and spat me back to the main screen.
Yeah, well, after this one and the next one I have from you, Dash, I'm going to go back on the list and see what else people have. I know Jason's got a good one.
Not on the Switch.
Other person? Got you,
Experience
Reaper.
is far superior on the Nintendo website with a
Everybody's first kiss is pretty fucking bad, though, if I'm really
Things were
honest.
significantly smoother on the previous generation system.
I'll admit mine was a strange sensation, but it wasn't bad.
It might be
But then again, my
easier to
girlfriend had a
performance
little bit
issues
more
on the
experience
use of
than
an
me, so
internet browser,
I was able to
Switch
learn
being
quickly.
A weak piece of hardware, but that's not the.
You got another good couple of videos on the
have
list
to
coming up,
wonder,
I saw, Jason.
How did its design end up this way? Nintendo Switch Online
Oh,
is
sap,
another
bah.
program that uses the internet
God,
browser
yo,
and
that's
suffers
fucked.
from performance issues. The main draw for opening it,
First
in my eyes,
grade?
are the
Holy shit.
customizable icons. The rewards tab is cleverly placed near the
God
bottom.
damn.
Hold down for too long, and you might end up near the membership prices. Leave it idle to load, and you'll start to see advertisements and news.
Damn, Omega.
Well, I don't think it's that cynical. The sluggish nature, intended or not,
I got you,
might
Jason.
make the
I
user
got
think longer about the ads. The Nintendo
Attempted
eShop,
action?
on the other hand, is a welcome place for
I'm
adverts
not
and
sure.
transactions.
We'll see for
It's a
that,
place
Dash.
where business is wanted, with thousands of games available.
I don't blame you, Seth.
While scrolling through a search, more and more games will continuously load near the bottom of the page. None of the ones at the top entirely get flushed out, so it gets a bit sluggish and harder to navigate the longer that it's used.
Yeah, I mean, the eShop was always really bad,
These
if I'm
net-front
honest with you.
browsers are part of a
This is
handful
why I
of
said I just
applications
purchase games on
using the
PC.
Nintendo
Like,
Switch's
why am I gonna
admin system.
bother? Anytime there's ever been a
Things like
game on the
news,
shop,
album,
the first thing
controllers,
I've done is
profiles,
waited and
media
see if it
editor,
just
the
came out. Like, I remember I
keyboard,
purchased...
and more.
I remember I purchased Scott Pilgrim versus the World at one point from Switch because it wasn't available on Steam at the time, and then I ended up regretting it completely later on because I ended up having to like fucking purchase it on Steam later because I would have purchased it on Steam to begin with if I had known that was a thing that it comes later. So it's like if you're a PC gamer, don't even bother. Just wait. If it's an independent game, it'll come unless it's a first party licensed game because we all know how stingy Nintendo is with their IPs.
Are all considered applets. All of these applets run without
Young
issues
started
and
being
are very
dirty, but
snappy.
somehow I am apparently vanilla.
Performance isn't a concern.
I mean, I'm
One of
fairly
the
vanilla
weird
too, but there's a
things
couple
about
of things
applets is
I
there can
like
only be
that
one
could be
summoned at a
considered a little
time.
bit more
If I
dirty
were
or
to bring up the
risque.
keyboard to name a course in Super Mario Maker 2, and back out to the home menu to check my album, the keyboard input would be destroyed, and my text would be gone. It isn't so bad, since I wasn't writing out an essay or anything, but many of the buttons on the home menu will destroy an applet running inside of a game. Some games use a browser applet to display online news, share offline info, or link to digital manuals. Virtua Racing has a Google Forums page for...
Yeah, I gotta tell you, like,
Virtua
everything
Racing
here
because I
on the
wanted to
eShop you
support
can
game
just
preservation,
get on
but
PC,
haven't played it
just
yet and
your
think the
phone for
controls are
browser.
awful.
There's nothing
I could
here that's
choose
worth the
one
time.
game to
You can
appear
find
in future
PDFs and
Sega
download
Ages
them.
titles. Which would it be?
Allegedly.
Mario Clock.
Anyways, trouble starts to show the more invested a user becomes with an applet. Twitch. for
Oh, that
Nintendo
is so
Switch,
nasty,
is
Saf.
reliant
Again,
on
my
the browser
condolences.
applet to display its content. In fact, there isn't actually a native application. The only
I'm a little
program
experimental
asset
with
is
some
a
of my
splash
sexual
screen.
stuff, but it really
The
depends. I just don't like to
application
give
summons a
or
browser
receive
applet,
pain.
which links to the TV.
I don't like to do
version
anything
of
that would
Twitch.
involve really
The
demeaning
UI
my
is
partner, but
chunky
I
and
don't
easy
mind
to
being
read for
condescended.
resistance. One awkward thing.
It's kind of nice to be talked down to sometimes, like a puppy or some shit.
While watching a stream.
Don't at me.
Instead of playing side by side, the media player will take up the entire screen. This seems to be a purposeful limitation of the Switch WebKit to not embed video. It's a bit strange not having access to chat while a stream is.
That's fair, Jason. Well, what most people watch in porn is very different than what they actually engage in real life in most cases.
There's one problem, though.
Statistically speaking.
Say that I've been looking around the recommendations page and found a streamer that I've never heard of. Good stuff.
Nice, Reaper.
Oh, hey, my friend is online. I wonder what he's playing. Oh, nice. Anyways,
Fortnite, God.
I returned back to Twitch.
Of course you noticed that, Dash.
The applet was destroyed. Whoever I found is now lost because Twitch relies entirely on the applet system. Twitch was discontinued and delisted within 2 years of launch.
Oh, wow.
Twitch exemplifies some of the biggest issues with heavily relying on the browser. Given its reliance on the applet and generally awkward issues...
You know, I thought they were going to be addressing more of the
best.
Wi-Fi connection rather than this stuff.
What's the deal? Applets like news and albums...
Because when it said lag, I actually thought they were going to be talking more about that.
Browser-related falls apart. At first...
A little bit, Saf. Yeah, minor. Very minor, though. Like, if you get too mean with me, it's going to turn me off and make me feel bad. But if you do it a little bit, it's the right spot. Definitely. All good, Brit.
Doesn't seem like a lot. But then I thought...
I had to do my laundry yesterday, too.
That system used a browser for its eShop, and it ran buttery smooth. Looking into it, the memory allocation on Wii U is nearly identical.
Well, not surprising, considering it was the prototype.
And about
but we said that earlier.
70 megabytes is given to background.
Oh, he used the door sound, the door close thing.
The Wii U performs better.
From Super Mario World.
That could partially be due to the different design of the eShop.
Yeah, me too, Jason. That was the impression I got. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, this is a critique of the eShop overall, but like... I mean, I know the eShop is bad. Like, I kind of feel it's like, yes, eShop bad, no kidding. I thought they were going to go into more depth on the Wi-Fi stuff, because it's got to be the worst component of anything with Nintendo in recent years.
The Wii U eShop had a page system, where a smaller, set number of games would be loaded
I got that DuckTales remastered one.
Smaller resolution images.
Fun fact, actually, speaking of greedy corporate shit, the DuckTales remastered, if you didn't know, if you didn't purchase it before it got its takedown, it was gone forever. So like I believe Disney was trying to... It is Disney, right? It is Disney, right, that owns DuckTales? That's a Disney property, I believe? Because, like, I remember they were trying to, like, take it down on Steam, and as long as you purchased it beforehand, then you'd get to keep it forever. So, like, I purchased it and got it on there. But even if you do that on, like, a console like this, once the console eventually dies out, yeah, you can keep trying to back up your files and all that shit, but it's more likely to get obsolete eventually when you go to a new console. Whereas the PC, yes, you can make the argument that if Steam suddenly goes down, you just, like, lose all your games, as opposed to, like, when you can actually purchase the direct file and download it that way, how some other companies do it. But Steam is still more reliable than bigger companies, because the console is going to change every few years, and certain things aren't even compatible later on. At least with your PC, like, unless Steam went out of business, you know, as long as you've got the account and you've got a PC, you can still play those games. Yeah, it is Disney, right? Definitely. All right, thank you, guys.
Putting a bunch of higher quality images into a limited memory pool likely
doesn't help. I feel that, Saf. I agree completely. It's like, know the limit. There's a limit.
Switch is the limited amount of CPU cores available while a game.
I mean, I never really purchased much on the shop either, because it was like I said, like, why would I bother?
CPU. Usually, this happens when online services are active, so as not to end the connection. Sometimes.
Now I want Shovel Knight and Rivals of Aether 2 after seeing that.
Or Super Mario
we had them in the first one.
Don't fully suspend and remain active on the CPU.
Oh, you thought the same thing as me then, Jacob. All right, I'll close it out then. I'll close it out and we'll go to another video, and then, you know what, let me start plucking some of the other videos from the channel, because we got quite a few other things here. So grab this. Grab this one. What do we got from Dash? Part 1 and Part 2. How long are these videos? How long are these videos, Dash?
This whole story.
Okay. This is all right. This isn't that long. I saw Part 1 and Part 2, and I got nervous for a second. All I thought was like, oh god, am I getting like half-hour longs? Oh, we got one from Rye as well. Okay.
This video was made.
All right. We got one from Reaper.
All right, guys.
Okay. Got one from Saf. Yeah, this one would be good too. Oh my god, what the hell is this, Jason? Oh my god. Okay, some of these are really short, so I may start with some of them. Alright. Yeah, we got quite a few short ones too, so... Got one from Synth. Yeah, a lot of these are short. We can plow through a lot of these, gang. Load. Yeah, we can definitely plow through a lot, so I'm gonna get a lot of these tabs open. Oh shit, Jason, you picked one from fucking, damn it, Foamy. I didn't know you liked Foamy, let's go. Hopefully Foamy doesn't get me struck on Twitch. There's actually some pretty good ones here. These are actually some pretty... Alright, so we've got a pretty good... Okay. So we got a pretty good list here. Give me 1 second, gang. I really have to fucking piss. So give me just like 5 minutes. I'll be right back and we'll continue these, okay? Omega, if you wouldn't mind putting a quick BRB bathroom break, I'd appreciate it, brother. I will be right back. Okay. I'm back, gang. Sorry about that. Oh, God. My bladder finally feels relieved now. Alright, so... let's get to the front of these and we'll head on through, because we've got some pretty good ones coming. So I think this is the one you were talking about for attempting... God damn it, Jason! I just emptied my bladder! Are you fucking nuts, bro? Oh my god. I'd watch the shit out of Foamy, absolutely. Thank you, Omega, for the bathroom break. Appreciate it. I remember Foamy doing something about the YouTube thing. Foamy is fucking infamous, yo. I watched him in Middlesex High School. It was the only video I watched. Oh, okay, I got you. Gonna have to crawl around on my floor tomorrow just to find all the kitty toys. Oh my god. Good luck, Reaver. Tell your lazy cats pick that shit up. Hey, Belle, you did your first stream. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, I saw your link in the promotion in a Pancake server. I'm so proud of you. How'd it go? I hope it went well, my friend. We'll have to do some art together, too. I'm not gonna buy on Switch 1 because fun. Indeed, Jacob. Alright, let's get into this game. Let's see the attempted shit you were talking about earlier, Dash.
When I was a kid, I've told you guys how stupid I was.
Hey, that's fantastic, Belle. I'm so proud of you. Let's go. Can we get some W's in the chat for Belle? Come on, give some W's to Bella for me. What the fuck did I just see?
So, me and my brother, we like to go into the woods a lot. And one time, we go out there with a saw.
Ow!
We saw this vine on this tree that we were going to
God
cut down.
damn it, Belle.
And so we get out there, and we cut down this vine.
I gotta tell you, that cake, yo. Rayho did one hell of a job with that cake.
That's sturdy. Yeah, that could definitely hold us up. And this other kid was walking through the woods as well. So this kid came over, and what me and my brother saw was a perfect test subject for the vine. And the problem with this vine, or what made it so great, was that it opened up over this kind of ravine. And at the bottom of this ravine were just a bunch of thorn bushes. So
I like the animation style of this one.
We're like, hey, check out this vine that we just cut.
Of course you had to, Belle.
And me and my brother
Of course you had to.
Of course, your turn. And so this kid, he just gets a running start on it. He goes way back, swings as hard as he can.
Nah, legit.
Super far out, and like at the apex of the swing.
Don't worry, Omega. It takes time. You'll get there, homie. Trust me. I didn't have this many viewers when I first started either, and I've been doing this for a long time too.
In the bush because he doesn't know whether to move to get out of it or like because every time he's moving.
Excuse me.
And to us, it looks like he just went into like the jaws of like spinning blades of death. I'm sure that like childhood brain made this much more distorted. And then he just like gets out of the bushes and you see like thorns sticking out all over him. He's got like little trails of blood running down. He's just like, I'm gonna go home now. Okay.
Indeed, Seth.
And so me and my brother thought we were in so much trouble that we decided to bury the saw.
Oh my god.
Like, legitimately, there's a saw buried by a tree in the woods, like, by my childhood home. There, and you can't tell a soul.
Oh my god.
So, that's a little mini story.
The burying of the saw is a concerning instinct. That's a very murdery instinct.
I think the kid's alive. Who knows? But there's actually another similar thing. It's a much quicker story.
Go for it.
Oh my god.
So me and my brother.
I think the kid's alive. Not words you want to hear.
The apartment complex has a lake.
It was one person I didn't know, and three
So
there, my friends and boyfriend. Oh, that's awesome. It's always good when it's when you get new people. Whenever you get new people that actually want to follow you and watch you and like you, you know you're doing something right, because like
and this other
it's kind of like when it's like when your friends aren't the only ones commissioning you, you know? That's when you know you've done something good. That's when you're that's when you're like starting to see like there's something you're doing right if you're getting other people's attention. So I'm proud of you.
Asks us, like, if it's safe.
Gonna take a nap at stream is over. Now I suddenly don't wanna. I feel that, Seth.
So the kid goes near the center, and he just falls
Oof.
right through.
That sounds
right?
painful,
And
Reaper.
then he's down beneath the water. But he comes right back out. Me and my brother do nothing to go.
That's unusual because they often say that if you go under ice, that you don't come back up in the same place twice. It's why it can be so dangerous if you fall through.
From the thorn bush. I'd like to think this is the same guy. The funniest thing was, like, he walks away.
Yeah, I'd imagine
this
Reaper shit.
guy apparently had been watching us from his balcony. This, like, old man was just like, "Hey, you shouldn't play on the ice."
Agreed, Jacob.
And then me and my brother were just like, "Oh, okay."
It's very captivating. Like, I know they're taking the piss.
Off by saying I didn't kill anybody. If you want to check out this full
Oh.
story and hear more, click right here on the video. If you click this, you go to this story.
I think I got a little jump scared by him. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Be sure to give love to the animators. Their links are in the description. Send
Welcome
them
back,
love.
Britt.
More animations. Shoot the link in the description below. And I didn't kill anybody.
How fast it refreezes? That's a good point, Jason. Oh my god. God damn it, Mark. Markiplier jump scare, I know, right? What are the odds? What are the fucking odds? Let's check this out. Batman versus Darth Vader. I am super, like, I am super fucking curious on this one. Oh, Bat in the Sun! I haven't watched this channel in years, yo! I used to watch this all the fucking time.
Welcome to Superpower Beatdown episode 14. This is the show that debates two superpowers.
Dude, I feel old now seeing this shit.
I'm Marisha Ray, and today we are going to be pitting the Dark Knight himself, Batman, versus the Dark Lord.
I might have seen this years ago and not remembered it now.
Panel of nerdologists.
The girl Aphrodite went to be a literal bitch, was terrified, horrified after the yoinked me out just to growl back at me like a kid. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, dude, like, I'm going back to, like, fucking teenage years and early 20s with this shit.
Whatever's coming, and go, okay, with this hand, I'm gonna
Oh, Bark, got you.
and flick you across the galaxy.
Yeah, hang on. What year was this made? 10 years ago? Yup, I was 24. Yup. That's about right. God, I'm so fucking old. Oh my god. Oh, I feel so fucking old looking at this shit.
Darth Vader has the Force.
Yeah, I agree, Jason. They are done better.
He's got all this stuff, but Batman, man, he can think his way out of anything. He can build anything. Batman.
Alright, so I have to give it to Batman. He does have a gadget for everything. I mean, he comes up with stuff and he uses science to his advantage, which is awesome, but Darth Vader has the Force, so anything Batman has that he's gonna throw at him, he's gonna see it coming. So I don't even know why he's wasting
Yeah,
his time.
indeed, Britt.
Ray, who would win in a fight, Batman or Darth Vader?
In 6th grade? Wow.
Come on.
This is how I know how young some people in my audience are.
Who would win in a fight? Darth
I was
Vader
21 and I hadn't gone to Florida until October.
I'd have to say Batman, because he would have probably some EMP thing he'd just throw at him, and Vader would short circuit. Then he's just like a gimpy guy with a
Wow.
lightsaber.
I only went to Florida once when I was really young for Disneyland. My mother took me back when my health was really bad.
He pretty much adapts to his situations, and I gotta give him that. He's very well trained in combat.
I have a bias towards Batman, so I would pick Batman personally hot.
They would both win because by asking that.
I entertain Batman for the same reasons, because like Batman literally outwitted Darkseid.
You would lose.
That's like the Emperor on crack.
I'm wearing a Vader shirt, but I'm gonna have to go with Batman.
He's almost fucking killed Superman. Like, I don't think he should be sold short.
I mean, you even see the scenes where Luke has been able to hide from Darth Vader, and Batman.
That's okay, Saf. You're not missing much.
I think it's gonna be Batman.
Batman, he doesn't
Wow,
kill.
so much of my audience, yo, my friends, goddamn.
Out and lets them get up
Old
and carry on
AF.
another day. Vader, down for the kill, like this, for example. Well, bam, like that.
Yeah, but like that's implying that just choking is gonna be enough. So
Like a big galactic vessel, he can stop it.
Legit,
from
Jason.
going places. He can stop the Millennium
15, damn.
Yes, I said it. He can do that.
Wow.
I mean,
I have this one song I used to listen to when I was 8 or 10, and I don't know enough of the lyrics to find it. And I'm not sure if
Alright,
it was
let's bring
English or
out the director of
Spanish.
Superpower Beatdown, Aaron Shernka. Alright, what are your final thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think Batman's got stronger willpower, and he did not give in to
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think like first encounter he might actually die, but at the same time, he's been up against opponents before too. So like at the very least, maybe he might try to escape and then do research and come back. Yeah, I know, right, Jacob? So at the very least, he probably could fight him, run away and escape, come back, and then win later on. So that's a fair point, Jason. That's a fair point.
Superman's distress signal is coming from that small room.
That's no moon. Initiate cloaking mode.
Yeah, I vaguely remember this. I don't remember the outcome or how the full thing went, but I'm getting, like, flashbacks to this shit now. Yeah, he does a good job. Like the acting in these things are really fucking good. Like, they're really fucking impressive.
Oracle. I've located Superman.
Excellent.
Like, this shit's better than most of the crap that Hollywood churns out, if you ask me.
There's something else I need.
Agreed, Synth. Agreed, Jacob. It definitely does. And mind you, this is 10 years old.
My lord, sensors indicate a breach of security in your armory.
Yeah.
For the Kryptonian.
Pretty much, Omega.
Lock down cell blocks 3 and 4, and leave the rest to me.
John would be so down for this shit with his Darth Vader impressions.
Approaching Superman's location.
You've made a mistake coming here.
Release Superman. While you still can.
You do not know the power of the dark side.
Good shit.
I'll take my science over your magic any day.
Just download the VODs in your creator dashboard under content, and then after you download them, I upload them. You can even directly upload them from Twitch to YouTube, but I prefer to download them because I archive all mine on my external hard drive.
You underestimated me.
I underestimate nothing.
Oh yeah, nice, Jason. Holy shit!
You cannot win.
My guy pulled out a damn saber. That's actually a really cool idea, Jason. That's really cool if that's what they did. Batman's a Jedi, yeah, guys.
Opportunity to defeat me.
Took Obi-Wan's lightsaber.
Now, you will die.
Fair enough, Reaper. Gotta be heavy load on your PC, though.
Your theatrics will not help you.
How's this for theatrics?
Shit. This is fucking awesome. I forgot how good this was. Dude, you've made me so nostalgic seeing this shit again. Pretty much, Agar. No, I know. I was thinking the same thing, Omega, but I think he's been here the whole time.
Your lack of faith is your downfall.
Yeah, I'd imagine Omega. And Reaper, yeah, like definitely definitely maybe consider like toning down the actual amount of load you put on your PC while streaming, because that would be an awful lot to do.
For the alternate ending coming next month. Thanks for watching. Be sure and check out our
You should, Jason. You should make art based on it.
And definitely check out our next episode, which is going to be from Street Fighter Ryu versus the Green.
Yeah, I mean, Igari's definitely more broken, but at the same time. Oh, I remember this fight too. That was the first fight I saw on this channel, was with Tommy and Ryu, so that's fucking awesome.
For fun behind-the-scenes pictures and videos, and get your votes in for the next episode at superpowerbeatdown.com. Thank you guys again. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, that was really good.
Did you hear something? I'm sure it's nothing.
Did I hear the Sonic tune? Okay then. Remember when you could click these? This isn't clickable anymore. That was really good. That took me down like memory lane, yo. That was fucking good. I dug that shit, honestly. Alright, so let's check out a few of these shorter ones. So, Mario's Sex Education. This can't be good. Oh my god. I remember the E-Bombs World. E-Bombs World. God, I'm so old. Oh my god, I'm so fucking old. I am so fucking old. Oh. Fucking god. I have not seen that shit since I was a teenager. Of course I know E-Bombs World, Agar. I knew E-Bombs World back when you probably weren't even born when I was watching E-Bombs World. Of course I'm old. I'm fucking 34. Oh. Thank you, Seth. I appreciate the head pats. Oh my fucking god.
What? Then you need a trip to Nintendo Land for a crash course in
Indeed, Britt.
Hey, come on in, paisano. Welcome to Nintendo Land, my little garbanzo bean. You've been selected to learn firsthand about all the changes your body's been going through lately.
What year is this one? I'll tell you. 17 years. 17 years ago, I was 17. I was 17 when this shit came out. Like, hang on. If I were to like hide myself real quick, you see right there? You see that shit? 17 fucking years ago. Yeah. That's how old this shit is, gang.
Here's my brother Luigi now to tell you a whole heap of a spaghetti pile of information. Hello, Mario. Hello, I'm Luigi, and I'm here today to tell you all about puberty.
Luigi's voice, yo.
Puberty is a radical process whereby your body becomes an adult body, entirely capable of reproduction.
Oh my god.
Well, no, just to tell him, Luigi. Show him.
This is painful. I remember this video.
This is the male penis and testicles.
I remember this video.
The first physical sign of puberty. The testes have two main functions: to produce hormones
oh my
and
god.
sperm, which are necessary for reproduction.
The fucking boozer's sperm.
I had no idea. Yeah, that's totally tubular.
Boozer's sperm.
Within months of the testes beginning to grow, rising levels of testosterone promote growth of the genitalia.
Yeah,
or
Jason.
penis. Pubic hair also appears shortly
Exactly,
after the penis
Saf.
begins to grow. So that's what's been
Oh, you were 3, Bell?
The
Yeah.
name of lasagna lovers everywhere is puberty-like for girls.
Oh my
In girls, breast
god.
development is the first physical sign of puberty.
Oh my
The
god.
second change is pubic hair growth. Finally, with girls, menstruation and ovulation
Mustaches on the pelvis.
15 years of age. Ovulation is the production of eggs for
I
the sake of reproduction,
hate
the joining of a
how
male sperm
good
with a
these
female
references
egg
are
during
with
sexual
Mario.
intercourse.
I hate
And
it.
9 months later, a baby is born. So that's how it works.
Sex education gang. Oh my god.
What about an unwanted pregnancy, STDs, and AIDS?
Dude.
About that stuff.
Dude, this shit right here.
Hey, Luigi, what's going on here? Yeah, this is totally black.
The shit that the 90s and 2000s produced, actually, bro.
Sexual intercourse without the use of contraception.
It was a different time, man.
Happen to you.
It was a very, very, very different time.
But Luigi, how in the tortellini shapes can he avoid such a fate as this? Yeah, by wearing a condom.
Yeah, Britt.
Latex
You were
covering, which is
14,
placed over
Seth?
the penis during sexual intercourse. The
Omega
following
Raptor 2
exercise
pause.
should
The
demonstrate
hilarious
how
part is
effective a
that
condom
most
can
of these
be
are
in
actually
avoiding
correct.
STDs.
I know. I remember them showing this with the banana. I remember them showing that shit. Oh my god. Condom boots?
Well, I sure
the
have learned my lesson. I'll always wear a condom. That's a wonderful
Yes,
news,
Saf.
kiddo.
Yes.
Yes,
The answer
but
is yes.
remember, the only way to avoid STDs,
I don't know what I
AIDS,
need.
and teen
Oh my
pregnancy
god.
100% is to abstain from sex altogether. But if you are going to
Dude.
engage in sexual intercourse, make sure to wear a condom.
Dude.
Why is that again, my pasta-eating pally? Because as we all know, safe sex is the best.
Ah. Bro. Oh my god. I that was such a fucking trip to experience that shit again. That was such a goddamn trip. Oh, hang on. You know what? Let's play another short clip, cuz oh my god. Especially the therapy. Safe sex is good. I know, but fuck, man. The cringe is too strong.
Who wants to... Get out of here, you.
Well, I don't blame him for screaming over the Nyan Cat. Fuck that shit.
My card.
Oh, God. Fucking hell. King of the Hill was something I could never really get into, if I'm honest with you. Alright, let's check this one out, too, because it's a pretty short one.
This is going to suck. I wanna be the very best.
No! It's the Pokemon theme? Oh my fucking god. That's great, Belle. That's great. What the fuck? Why does this work?
That's all you get. I can't, dude. I can't.
Why did that work so well? I hate that that worked so well. Oh my god. Alright, alright. Let's play this one from Saf. So, Stonehenge.
Yes. And we had the pagans in Britain, because you didn't really have the pagans here. You had the Native Americans, and it was much more of a warrior, aboriginal type existence. And we had the pagans. They were into sex, death, and religion in an interesting nighttime telly type of way. And we had the Druids, long white robes, long white beards, early transvestites, didn't get their shit together. And they built Stonehenge, one of the biggest henges in the world. No one's built a henge like that ever since.
Of course, Belle.
No one knows what the fuck a henge is. Before Stonehenge, there was Woodhenge and Strawhenge. But a big bad wolf came and blew them down. And 3 little piggies were relocated to the projects. But they built Stonehenge, and it's built in an area called Salisbury Plain in the south of England. And the area of Salisbury Plain where they
You
built
mean
it
what
is
is
very-
Stonehenge? Brit, you gotta Google it if you don't know.
Because that's good, you know, it's a mystical thing. Build it in a mystical area. You don't want to build it in an area that's yatta-da-da-da.
Yeah, I don't think so, Omega. I think the guy just did a really good impression before.
There you build Trump Tower.
Oh, Eddie Izzard. You can X Saf for more
Yes, they built it there,
context.
And the stones are 50 foot high, 30 foot long, 20 foot deep, and other measurements as well. And the stones are not from round there. That's the amazing thing. I mean, remember, this is BC. This is before the BC AD changeover, when everyone was going. You didn't have to wind your watch back. You had to get a new.
Yeah, he does mostly like historical and religious type comedy, which I really have enjoyed. Very satirical.
And the Muslim people going, AD? Who's he? Yes. Good laugh there. And,
Yeah, I mean, I used to be a pagan. I'm still
so
spiritual.
yeah, the stones are from 200 miles away in Wales. So these guys in Wales were obviously carved.
I
the
believe
rocks
it's
out of the
Eddie
very
Izzard
living
is his
mountain.
name.
Fantastic. Building a henge, are we? That's a fantastic idea. It's a marvelous.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that, Saf. Good to know.
Clothing, I like that. There we go. They smash out a huge.
Got you,
stone, and
Saf.
They put tree trunks down to roll it along on. All right, walk it along. Here we go. Here we go. Help you push them along. All right. It's not far, is it? And the druid's going, heave, everyone, heave. Well done, everyone. You're doing very well. You'll love it when you see it. I've seen some of the drawings already. It's very special. After 200 miles, you fucking bastards. You never told us 200 miles. 200 miles in this day and age? I don't even know.
Taoism is an interesting philosophy.
I wish the Christians would hurry up and get here. And they set all the stones up, and the druid's still there tinkering around, going, no, that stone and this one. Can we swap them round?
That was good. I enjoyed that immensely, Saf. Fantastic. That gets a like from me. Alright, so this one's short. Extreme Tortilla Slap Challenge. No worries, Saf. That's fair. I'm jelly of his/her makeup. I'm gonna go with the flow kind of guy. Yeah, I mean, hey, whatever works for you, whatever speaks to you. Like, if it speaks to you, then yeah, feel free. And like I've said, I believe in manifestation, psychics, and karma. That's those are my spiritual philosophies.
Guys, fill your mouths with water. It's time for the tortilla slap challenge.
Gotcha,
Ready?
Reaper.
Oh my god!
Ow!
Are you okay?
Stuck on my fucking head.
Oh my god!
Get off! Get off! Get off my head! There we go. God damn it, Bill. Yeah, I'm not fond of. We were Catholic too, but we're not anymore. I know, right?
Yeah. Go on, stay still in it. Oh no! Oh my god! Let me see. What happened? Why did that go there?
No, we cannot try this, Brit. No. Yeah, I believe in that too, Omega. That's why I say manifestation, because I believe in the law of attraction as well.
Come on, Lennox.
Thank you, Seth.
Come on, Lennox.
And I hit that.
Oh my god!
Hell no. Fucking hell, Bella. And hell no, Dash. I mean, at least Reaper owns it. This is dumb. Why would you be down to try this, Paris? No. Thank you, Britt.
I'm so sorry.
I like it. That's.
Alright, All right, guys, fill your mouths with water.
And then Omega.
Tortilla slap.
Okay, so that was a thing. That was definitely a thing. Didn't know what that did. Oh, the egg one? Yeah. Yeah, I have 3 throwables. There's the microphones, which is standard abuse burr because I sing. Then there's the egg because, yeah. And then there's the cake because of Reho. I won't slap you too hard. Fuck no, Jason. Ah, thank you, Belt. Let me stretch out. Oh, okay. I don't know what oh, wait, hang on. Looks like fun. No, Paris, no. I'm not saying you taking part in it, Shay, because you're fragile. Hey, I am not fragile. I have been in more than my fair share of fights. I just don't enjoy senseless violence. Or senseless hitting. The Mario Tennis clip? Yeah. Yeah. You can thank Dash for that one. He's the one who suggested it. Do one of yours next. Yeah, this was yours, right? Synth, I think you did the how to be cool. Just to be sure before I play. Because I think this was yours. Same, but I still want to try it. Oh my god, Paris, why? If Shay did the slap challenge, he'd likely end up on the floor because some of you sound like you'd slap hard. Possibly. Possibly. Put something soft down below me and we'll talk. And or do the one I sent in the server. Well, I mean, this. Well, I know this was. Well, this was from the server for the channel. So, all right, let's check this out.
What's good, Peeb? Welcome back to another class in coolness. How's your practice with swearing going?
Well, I said the F word to a door-to-door salesman.
Hey, good job. What did you say exactly? Was it F off? That'd be cool.
I said, sounds like a good fucking deal.
What?
Mm-hmm. I liked the cut of his jib.
Peeb, don't tell me you actually bought something from a door-to-door salesman.
I did. Was that bad?
Extremely. Nobody does that, man. What did you even buy?
A round of pest control.
You live in an apartment. Don't they do pest control themselves?
Not until May. It's March now. That's when ant season starts.
Ant season? There's no such thing as ant season. Peeb, you've been sold sick lies by a solicitor. Let me show you what you should have done, all right? The cool thing to do. Pretend to be the door-to-door salesman.
Okay. Knock, knock.
I like the animation of this so far.
Oh, today I'm offering a great deal on...
Fuck off! So kind of like that.
Amen.
That's terrible.
No, it's tough, and tough is cool.
I don't think I can...
I don't know if it's necessarily cool, but it just get rid of them.
Pussy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Respectfully, you gotta tough it
I mean,
out.
he's wearing sunglasses just like me, so he's gotta be cool.
Pussy. Yeah, total bitch. You're not gonna make it in rugged society if you can't throw hands.
Throw hands?
Yeah. Throw down, catch a fade, cause a ruckus, go toe-to-toe, meet behind the Waffle House.
Fisticuffs.
Yeah. How much can you bench?
250 pounds.
Okay, I don't believe that, but if you're working out, that's a good start. You get protein?
Yep.
Good. You ever been in a fight?
No way.
Right. Because you're a pussy. Yeah. Right. You should get into some fights for practice.
How am I supposed to do that?
Well, when you're in the right kind of wrong crowd, fights happen all around you. People kick my ass all the time. I mean, try to. What if I was gonna kick your ass right now? What would you do?
I'd probably be like...
Not a great answer. You should be more like, yeah. You're gonna have to learn how to fight back. Like this.
I mean, I do agree with this guy. You do have to learn how to fight back.
You're small. You're easy to pick on, you know? What if someone just...
The bunny is in her 40s.
Great. Well...
The character or the voice actress? Ooh. My boy went down like a sack of doorknobs.
Holy shit. Wow. I had it in you. Like a fucking B-. Class desist. See you tomorrow.
Holy.
Proud of you.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. Oh. I'm still cool. It's fine. I'm still cool.
God damn.
I'm still cool. I'm still cool.
Nuptial fights are a thing. Is when the male and female ants fly to each other. Oh my god. I don't know what I just watched since, but I liked it. I actually liked this. This was cool. This was actually really fucking cool. Oh, it's from Piemations! I fucking love Piemations! Yeah, I fucking love Piemations. Okay, I only just realized that now. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Alright, cool. That gets a like for me. That was fucking sick. Let's check this one out. This is another short one. So, Punch Out, Wee Little Mac
It's the
TV.
worst feeling that can happen to a fighter. You know, you're a world champion, all your dreams, you've accomplished them, and then it's suddenly like this, they just take it away from you. That punch cost me the WBBA title.
After 15 years, it's gonna be good to get back in the ring.
I don't think anybody works harder than me, so I'm a very hard-working fighter. I'm probably one
Hell
of the
yeah,
best
Omega.
fighters of this generation. I can't afford to sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead, man. Right now, it's time to work.
Feels like a Rocky film.
Little Mac, once again, the best. What's up, man? Long time.
Man, they really did a good job with the actors, you know, fucking costumes and shit.
Don't know what it means? Come over here, I'll tell you.
What do I think of Little Mac's chances? Against Piston Hondo, we're gonna be saying sayonara to him. That's Japanese for goodbye. Ain't nothing but a little kitty cat.
This is an actual boxer they got. Really?
King Hippo gonna be the king of.
That's actually really cool.
You see,
Like pro MMA. Wow. Okay.
you gonna go
Damn.
down, but you coming right back up.
I did not expect that shit.
You may end up walking the dog.
That had to be expensive just to get that.
Years as I step into the ring,
Yeah, Doc Lewis really does fit so well, bro. Like, holy crap. I'll tell you, some of these fucking ads are better than the games themselves. That was really killer. I liked that. Because I stopped watching TV a long time ago, so a lot of these little things I definitely missed out on. Let me just, let me just check a few of these others, so... I'm just gonna grab a few of the other ones from the server real quick. Oh my god, Gordon Ramsay one? Okay, alright. Just gonna grab a bunch of... I can tell what Jason watches. I can tell what Jason watches. Alright, so let's scroll down a little bit more. Thank you for the Redeem Reaper. Appreciate it. Alright, so let me see here. Yeah, here's another one from Synth. Okay, there we go. So let me grab that for Synth.
In the 1960s,
I could play that for Synth a minute then, since, okay, so how a holiday camp. Alright, so that's the one it's called. Alright. Then you know what, let me play Synth a minute, since he asked me to play another one for him, so I'll do that real quick. So how a holiday camp accidentally helped save 8 Steam engines. Alright, let's check this out.
60s and 70s, the race was on for Steam.
How many more are we watching? That's a good question. I mean, like, because a lot of these are short, and I see we're really making our way down the list. There's a few that I've skipped here or there, but, like, I've kind of watched and been watching almost every one so far down the list, so, you know. Oh, you're not done with your stream? Awesome. I hope it went well, Makara. So let's just keep going down the list then. So let's watch this one for Synth first, because, I mean, we got 4 hours so far. I mean, we could easily go for 5 hours. Like, it's midnight by me. We could easily go, like, another hour, I would say. Got homework to do, find more videos. I'll do my damnedest, brother. I'll do my damnedest.
Locomotive enthusiasts to try their best and buy and save whatever steam locomotives they could from the scrapyard in hopes of preserving them for the future. From terriers to peppercorns, people were trying their best to save these steam machines. There was, however, one man that may have unintentionally made a massive contribution towards saving some of the London, Midland and Scotland's finest express engines. Sir William Billy Haygate Edmund Colborne Butlin was born in Cape Town in 1899, but moved to Canada
shit.
with his family.
Synth got ads just as this started. Alright, you know what? Let me give him a minute. I'm just gonna respond to him real quick so he knows. I'll wait for you. Yeah. There we go, yeah, because it figures the second I'm about to play his video. Don't worry, Makara. We'll help out with that. We'll help out with that. Just ended? Awesome. Perfect. Let's go then.
In the 1960s and 70s, the race was on for steam locomotive enthusiasts to try their best to buy and save whatever steam locomotives they could from the scrapyard in hopes of preserving them for the future. From terriers to peppercorns, people were trying their best to save these steam machines. There was, however, one man...
Don't worry, Makara. You'll be popular. You're a sweetheart. People will definitely like you. And hey, we'll do a lot of art streams together. I'm down for it. Yeah, but Dash, you're loved, so shut up.
Sir William Billy Haygate Edmund Colborne Butlin was born in Cape Town in
God damn it, Seth.
1899, but moved to Canada with his family at a young age. He became part of the Canadian Army and served in the First World War, deciding to stay in England afterwards. There he joined a travelling fair running a hoopla stall. He made his games easier to win, which resulted in more business, which went on to allow him to purchase more and more stalls, eventually leading to him running his own fair. Over time, he managed to set up several amusement parks all over the UK, with some in England, Scotland, Wales and even the Isle of Man. These eventually became holiday resorts with lodgings for guests as well as meal services, on top of the attractions available such as rides, carnival games and zoos. During the Second World War, some of the resorts were used as training camps by the army and others located close to the sea were used as navy establishments. After the war, the massive economic boom allowed Butlin to expand his empire into Ireland, with plans to eventually set up a resort all the way in the Bahamas. He started construction of a camp in Bermuda in 1949, but by 1950 the project was abandoned and sold off due to American tourists showing little interest in the holiday camp style of vacation. From then on, he focused more on maintaining his holiday empire back in Europe. In the 1960s, Butlin felt that he needed some new
This man's face looks unsettling in these old photos.
Decided to purchase several redundant steam locomotives from British Rail, who were starting to replace steam with diesel power at the time. The idea was to simply leave the engines on a section of track as an interactive display piece, where visitors could simply climb in and out of the engine's cabs and mess with the controls. He
I got you, Sense.
LMS locomotives, number 6203,
so preservationist.
Margaret Rose, and number 6100, Royal Scot. Both were cosmetically restored and taken to holiday camps, with the Princess going to Pwllheli in Wales and the Scot going to Skegness. The Royal Scot was one of the LMS's most well-known engines, having been sent to America
Thomas
for
the Train
and being used for much publicity by pulling expresses.
I don't know, Makara, but Dash just picking up those vibes.
It was greeted with the pipes and drums of the 1st Battalion Royal Scots. Butlin knew how to get good publicity.
That's funny,
Later,
Reaper.
He purchased another 6 steam engines, 2 LMS Duchess engines, 3 former LBSC Terriers, and an old shunting tank engine. All were cosmetically restored and displayed at various parks. It wasn't, however, until the 1970s that people realised the unintentional significance of Butlin's engines. While there were already plenty of Terriers preserved and little demand for old shunting engines, the 4 big LMS
I mean, I can see some of the Thomas vibes, honestly, because yeah, like Omega said, it is old trains, but I do like the aesthetics of these kinds of old trains. I don't know shit about trains, and I'm not too interested in the history, but like I do love the art of the way a lot of them look. I will admit that. I was a big train fan when I was younger.
Engines would have likely been melted down or simply left to rust. After 10 years, Butlins had started to lose interest in the now rusting engines, so several small groups formed to purchase the engines for preservation and restoration. One of the Terriers ended up restored in the Isle of Wight, with the other 3 tank engines either being restored or saved as a static display. One of of the Duchess engines was streamlined again and is on display at the National Railway Museum, while the other was restored and runs various enthusiast specials as well as visits smaller preserved railways. The Princess locomotive was towed out of the park on the same railway it arrived on and moved to the Midland Railway, where it still resides and operates. Lastly, the Royal Scot was moved to the Bressingham Steam Museum, where it fluctuated between running and being a static exhibit. It suffered many mechanical issues while in preservation, but those are a story for another day. So what's the moral of this story? Actions have consequences, but not always bad ones. If Butlin had not purchased the engines for display or not wanted a new attraction for his parks, then we wouldn't have had the chance to preserve some of the LMS's finest express engines, which otherwise would have been lost to the Cutter's torch. So maybe it's not so much actions have consequences, but more sometimes you don't realise the significance of your actions, but time will make you see that more clearly? Whatever the moral of the story is, let's just count ourselves lucky.
Damn, Synth.
Subscribe for more.
Well, I mean, that was a fun little bit of history. I appreciated that, bro. A lot of it probably went in one ear and out the other on me, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I could appreciate the sentiment. And like I said, I do like the aesthetics of the older trains. Alright, let's check this one out. Mark's Pharmacy Fiasco, Part 1 and 2. Let's see how bad this gets. Especially as a man who's had more than his fair share of incidences with the pharmacy.
Back in September of last year. But to get full context, just a few things of early information. I have ADHD. I was diagnosed when I was 21, late in life, but it was mostly just because as a kid, I didn't really know what ADHD was, and then when I was a teenager in high school...
I mean, hell, I got diagnosed with ADD just a year ago, so, and I'm 34.
Focusing and doing work, and like, whenever I tried to like do something, I would just kind of fall asleep, and it didn't matter how much I wanted to do something. If it like took work, it was just almost impossible for me to do anything, and it was incredibly frustrating. So finally, when I went to college and I was on my own, I was able to be like, I'm just gonna go get tested, see what happens.
Oh, okay. I mean, I agree with that sentiment.
They said it was in the red. If there's like a gauge and a needle, it's like all the tests that I take, and there's like a series of different concentrations. There's every single one. Like, you passed with flying colors. You are so deep into ADHD. I was like, wow, okay, that answers a lot of questions. So part of my therapy, in addition to other like habit changes that I did, I got a medication. So I've been taking Adderall since my diagnosis. So for about 10 years, I've been taking Adderall. Okay, that's not.
Yeah, I gotta tell you.
That's fine. I got up to a therapeutic.
With having ADD or ADHD, the medications are a sliding scale, right? I have ADD, but it's mild. So I was put on some medications, particularly Strattera, which, I'm talking to my friend Scott, it's not much different than Ritalin in the sense that it's basically meth. I took it for about a good month and a half, and while I was incredibly focused, I was not acting like myself. My emotions got dulled and numbed. I got less talkative than I usually would, and I kind of just like zoned out on people in some ways. It just didn't make me feel like myself. I felt like a zombie. So after that point, I got off of it, and I actually went to my naturopath. And instead, I started taking an amino acid called L-tyrosine. It's typically things you'd find in like, you know, it's typically like tryptophan. You know, and if you don't know what tryptophan is, you know, it usually is like the thing in turkeys and stuff like that, if I remember correctly. So in small doses, it actually, you know, can help concentration and focus, or even keep you awake a little bit, even though tryptophan like has a tendency to make people tired in high doses. So I started taking that, and since I started taking that, I noticed a very big difference in my energy and my focus levels. So, you know, honestly, I would say if you're diagnosed with ADD or ADHD and you find that the medication is fucking you up, it might be a good idea to come off of it, but don't stop looking for other alternatives or other options to help you focus and help you function, because we all need a little bit of help with this type of thing. So, yeah.
dose, that's fine. It's what it is. It's what my doctor recommended. This is a key component to this. Me and my doctor have been in constant communication. I've actually had a few different doctors. And we've
Yeah,
always been in
definitely,
constant
Reaper.
communication because that's
It's
how
why
we
it's such a sliding scale. Sometimes it works, sometimes it makes things worse.
You'd expect that.
Sure, yeah.
So since I've been taking it for 10 years,
That sounds really good,
I was
Seth.
reaching the point where the option was either go up in dosage or try a new medication for therapy reasons, because the same medication that I've been taking for a long time, you know, it stops being
I got you,
effective,
Synth.
or
It can be very difficult when you're dealing with things that medicate the brain.
things, longevity, my brain changes. There's a bunch of different factors. I don't know them all because it's a communication.
Yeah, and you know, certain brain chemicals, you know, get triggered. There's other things in the tyrosine too, other than like tryptophan, but I'd have to double check it.
Should I give the name to it? It doesn't matter. It's
Subtractinone?
What?
Attentional.
That can happen if it's a bit too much, yeah, Seth.
And they were going for but it's this medication called the Stars. I read reviews about
I'm on a lot of medications, but they're primarily supplemental.
Don't ask me
Like,
to
I don't
spell
take an awful lot of prescription.
But I wanted to try it. Had good reviews, talked to my doctor, seemed like it was a good fit for me. He said, okay, let's try
Like,
this
I think I'm on a
medication.
total
I'll
of
write you a
4
prescription,
prescriptions.
2-week
Everything else I
prescription,
take is
and go
purely
from there and
supplemental.
you know, normal talking to doctor things. So I take this prescription to my pharmacy, CVS. It's the one nearby. And I submit the thing, and they're like, oh, never heard of this one before. We'll order it, and it should be ready in a few days. Sure, perfectly normal. This was in September of last year.
Oh, that was a while ago.
That was 1, 2, 8 months.
You did say it took a while.
Yeah, as of right now, it's May. And as of right now, I got this prescription last week. The first time that there was a problem, because I submitted on like a Thursday. So the following Monday, I still haven't heard anything from CVS. So I call them, and I'm like, hey.
CVS is a pain in the ass.
And they said like, no. And I said,
wrong answer.
Yeah. My mom waits forever to get her medications for her bipolar. CVS was terrible.
Do you know why? Literally.
I mean, this is at least a good story, and like, it's interesting because I also find it relatable. But so like, this one's not bad at all, Dash.
Well, it's a good thing it's not an important medical.
Yeah, that's understandable too, Ryan. I get nervous with that sometimes with the new bills with Medicaid.
So, you know, you're fine. You'll be fine.
That is exactly the situation I was in.
Yeah, you missed the trains. It was just a short 4-minute video.
Previous, like, prescription. I only had so many pills left. And that's a problem, but I was like, okay, order again. I got a few days left. I should be fine. Next day comes around.
Yeah, I mean, medications can taste better for sure.
Great. Tomorrow rolls around, I call again. You got it? No. Do you know why?
All good, Jacob.
Okay. All right, starting to become a problem here.
The same person answering every time. It's like this person reading a magazine, like not even looking at your account.
And it is the same amount of indifference. It is just like, no.
Karen, you're right. Oh my god, no one's opinion
It's
matters.
kind of important. I need to know if you have this. Do I need to transfer this to another pharmacy?
That works
So
too,
those
Jason.
sort of things here is like, well, because what
But
if
that's
you-
only if they're
you
chewable.
can't transfer. You have to get your doctor.
Because a lot of pills aren't chewable.
Okay, can you try to order?
What the hell is that?
It's because like ADHD medication is like a controlled substance.
Oh,
like
dang.
so it's like category 2. So there's
So
certain
they don't want you calling it into like 6 places and like getting all those prescriptions at once. Okay.
Which
I guess that makes sense.
I totally understand, and that's what I'm thinking this is all about. Like, okay, there must be something.
Swallow it all. Oh my god.
Can you try to order it again? Like, hopefully it's just an inventory issue and whatnot. And then, like, please, like, this is very important. I need it because I need to know if I need to get a different prescription to fill the interim. Like, it's important. And they're like, okay, we'll order it again. 3 days pass. Like, I'm on my last pill.
This is so typical of big pharmaceutical chains, honestly. They do not care.
What?
What do you mean? Does this person also work at a vet clinic? Because they sound very familiar.
What do you mean? I never get upset on customer service stuff, but I could not fathom.
Yeah,
why is it-
I feel that. I always
they
keep
said,
myself
"We don't know,
composed
there's
too.
No answer. Like, just the supplier didn't order it, and I'm like, what do you mean the supplier didn't order it? What are you talking about? And then finally, I go to the store.
Yup.
I literally go
Yup.
to the store and I confront the same person I was talking to on the phone. I'm
CVS,
like,
that's
"Please
funny."
Tell me what is the problem. And the problem was that because it is a new medication, my
Yeah,
insurance
definitely, Reaper.
couldn't cover it until there was a prior authorization, which is a fact.
Yeah, but there are certain pills you just can't chew. Like, even if you do swallow it, like swallowing it in peanut butter, you're gonna choke, Jason.
Would ordinarily tell you long ago because then
I'm moving to Japan.
pay for it and stuff like that. So I said, fucking fine, okay, I'm gonna go to my doctor and he will submit a prior authorization.
I don't think that's gonna work too well, brother.
Because what it is, it's the insurance
Well,
company
sister,
just saying,
but you know what I
"We
mean."
don't know if you really need this medication. We need to
Skill
hear from
issue?
your
Okay.
doctor that you actually need it. And I'm like, didn't my doctor write on a very special piece of paper that no one can duplicate that my name is on it, needs this medication?
Oh, I thought it was a parody of just like fuck and cluck like that.
Why would they write it if I didn't need it?
It's you may have gotten it prescribed.
Insurance. Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's
Welcome to the fucking medical system.
maybe he just wanted you to have a fun
Insurance
weekend.
gouges you. The pharmaceutical companies don't give you your prescriptions on time.
So you could sell it on the street, make a little extra.
Dude, this makes me mad. I feel so bad for Mark. This makes me so mad.
Letter from my doctor that essentially says, yes, they need
Like,
this medication.
like this shit genuinely annoys me, bro.
Like, well, we need to hear from your doctor. And then the doctor writes a note that says, this guy needs it. Oh, it's a letter from your doctor. Now we'll submit it. And you would think this would be the end of the story.
Oh, no, I would not.
But we've
Legit,
only
Seth.
gone a week into the timeline.
Actually,
Because
Makara.
remember, this is still back in September.
Yeah, this is months ago.
So I get the
I feel most bad for Mark here because of the medical stuff. Like, when you need your damn fucking medications, that shit's not a joke.
And I've never understood that in my life where I've never even heard that.
When you need your medications, that shit's no joke. Yeah, I love you. Love you too, hot. Yeah.
And I'm like, are you my doctor? Are you
True,
writing
right.
prescriptions? Are you doing the prescribing thing? You
Medical insurance was my bane for so many fucking years, yo. The amount of debt that I accrued.
No, but we can still
Thank you,
help
Seth.
They called their
I think
friend.
that's-
He's like, I could get rid of them. I'll fix your ADHD. Don't you even worry about it.
We don't need pre-authorization for this.
Don't worry, Jason. You've got some time, brother. You've got some time.
Focused when I'm done with you. And so what came about?
Agreed, Synth. But, you know,
wasn't
again,
after
big
the
money
prior
interests.
authorization finally went through, whatever, after a long fight with that. That took another week. So I went back to CVS and I'm like, can you please order this now? And then they didn't even try to order it. After all of that, they just said, our supplier refuses to buy this medication because there aren't enough people getting prescribed this medication.
Wow.
And I've never heard a more insane sentence in my life.
Look, you have to really have a common
No, it's true, though. It's true, right? I have very rare diseases, especially my CSID. There's only one known medication for it. It's not very good. I took it for a little while. Most insurances did not cover it, and it was $2,000 out of pocket. So, because there wasn't enough people taking it, I don't even know if it's still made anymore. But I stopped taking it a while back because the whole point of it was so that it would help you properly digest sugar, which I obviously can't. So it got to a point where I couldn't even take the medication because you couldn't even get places to cover it or, you know, manufacture it because it's like, oh, well, there's so few people who even take this thing, so what's it matter? And there wasn't enough research put into it to actually make it better or make it more convenient. And it was a liquid on top of it. So, excuse me, fuck. Getting hungry. So, a lot of that was the issue. You know, like, I can really relate to Mark on this one. It's incredibly frustrating and really discouraging. If you feel like no one gives a shit because you're just trying to take care of your own health. Indeed, Rye. It really is a racket.
own. What, you want them to just eat that overhead so that you can get the medicine you need?
Hey, it would be cool to talk to Mark one day. Mark's one of the fewer bigger content creators that I would actually love to talk to.
It's a new medication. Like, of course there aren't going to be many people. It's new, but do just hundreds of people have to have this fight with a pharmacy to get a medicine that their doctor says that they need? Or like and yes is the answer. Yes is the actual answer.
Of course.
And it was the most absurd thing. So obviously I couldn't deal with this wait. I got my doctor to write me another prescription for
Yeah, agreed. When they cover something, Reaper.
This mystery thing that was a STARS just had to be shoved off to the side. Like, it just had to wait. And so, because I was busy making space, and I was like, holy shit.
Problem is getting them to cover shit.
For this. It's just like, I can't function at this point in my life, and I want to try this new thing. So it goes by, and every once in a while I'll check in with it, and it won't happen. Fast forward to a few weeks ago.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised.
My doctor.
I'm not surprised there, Seth.
6 months, right? It's been 6 months.
But yeah, Mark's great. Mark's just a nice person.
To a point where I can address this other issue in my life, and I can try a new medication that will hopefully be more beneficial to me. All seems good. My doctor's like, sure, you got it, buddy. Let's try it again. Here we go again with this test prescription. Yada yada, all that stuff. I send it to CVS, and I'm like, all right, cool. Let's try this again. They ordered it. I call up. Did it come in?
All right, well, let's check out part 2. Now I actually give a damn about part 2. Now I'm actually invested.
A few weeks ago, and I talked to my doctor, and I figure it's been 6 months, right? It's been 6 months. Space is almost done. I finally have a chance where I can get to a point where I can address this other issue in my life, and I can try a new medication that will hopefully be more beneficial to me. All seems good. My doctor's like, sure, you got it, buddy. Let's try it again. Here we go again with this test prescription. Yada yada, all that stuff. I send it to CVS, and I'm like, all right, cool. Let's try this again. They ordered it. I call up. Did it come in?
I do agree with that, Jason. I'm just not too fond of Charlie, if I'm really honest with you.
And I'm like, okay, is it a prior authorization thing? And they go, oh, yeah, that's the thing. Like,
there was a health insurer in Utah who paid for their patients to fly down to Mexico for their... Whoa.
The CVS person in my
life. Really? That's fucking insane, Rye. I can't even imagine shipping people out for that. Holy fuck.
Need more people. More people need to need this before you can have it. You need to get your friends together in a group.
Yeah, I don't know if I would enjoy it particularly, Dash. No disrespect to Mark, but some of those things are just not my cup of tea.
Because my insurance magically forgot. I didn't even mention that. My insurance needs a new prior.
Yeah, I always just pay for my glasses out of pocket, if I'm honest with you, because I'm not paying for that type of shit regularly.
If you want to use an old prior authorization, you actually need a prior authorization.
I just take really good care of my glasses while I have them.
Different process. So you gotta get the right paperwork. That's obvious mistake.
Thank God these industries are here to help us and not just to make money for themselves.
No, I agree. It is scary that it was cheaper to fucking fly them out. Like, holy God. That's when you know something's really fucking wrong with the damn system in place. And they still do nothing about it because they don't care.
I call.
And they ordered it.
Oh, they ordered it, all right. I call. I asked, did it come in?
Yeah, that would be crazy, Dash. Yeah, you'd have to donate for that one.
Why? No. So
do you at least have the other prescription at this point, or are you like completely like
smart decision there, Reaper? Always good to find out.
Because I literally got extra because I was like, all right, we're gonna.
I spend a lot less money now on medication since I mostly take supplements.
Eventually, because I talked with them further and I called customer service on my own and I said, what is the problem? And it was again a situation.
Indeed,
where that supplier of CVS was not ordering it. They did not order it again, but they didn't say this time that it wasn't because there was enough. They just said no, and I called up people on the phone and I said, like, why would this happen? And I got answers like, oh, okay, maybe there's a supply issue. Maybe now it's new, but it's popular, so they literally can't get it. And so
I just wouldn't be bothered doing surgery again. I've had enough surgeries in my life.
The drug because they have a customer service line, and so I called them up. And
yeah, but calling the middleman isn't gonna help you.
Reason why CVS wouldn't be able to get that, and the guy from the company that makes the drug said,
I've never heard of that before. We have plenty of inventory.
Oh.
CVS has bought it before. We don't know
Okay, so it is just CVS being stupid. You know what? Makes sense then.
I'm like, the plot thickens.
Oh my god, I figured it out.
Yeah.
I know why.
Why?
I'm gonna go ahead and make my guess.
Okay.
The person on the phone that you keep calling, it's like, no, is a big fan of your hospital content and really just wants to see more hospital videos on your channel. So
Oh my god.
In hopes of getting that sweet content they love.
Oh my god.
I got it, but not because of this. Like, because I'm not saying that's the secret. It just so happens that the morning I tweeted at CVS, because at this point I had exhausted every possible option. I had no other recourse. I did not want to go publicly with this because it's a private thing. It's my medication. It's like all this stuff that I'm taking care of. And yet I was like, there's no other way. This how else
CVS out here being like fucking YouTube, where you gotta fucking at them on Twitter just to get their attention.
These other people that follow me are like, this is fucked up. And it is fucked up. And then so many people respond to me like, yeah, this is fucked up. Oh, I didn't even mention, because after I called the manufacturer, I go to my app where I can
Actively make it worse. Yeah, I guess it depends in this case.
Ooh.
I could never do contacts. I'd be too afraid to put them in my eye, so I just wear glasses.
And even before
They kind of just parted me now.
my prescription is just
Legit dumb employees, Makara. Like hardcore.
It literally. You can't get it, so you don't need it. And so I go to the hospital, like, they eventually call me back the following week, yada yada, hospital is completely unrelated, but I finally get someone on the phone, and they say,
Oh, okay, I don't know why that...
It's the same model again, oh my god.
There's a CVS 20 minutes away that has it in stock right now.
And
Oh no.
You are joking me.
Oh my
Like, I
god.
could not believe that. And I'm like, why does that one CVS have it and this one is incapable?
I've experienced this too. I've experienced this too. Oh my god.
Other pharmacies where they're like, oh, we don't have it, but a sister location has it. And I'm like, how did you? I literally called my doctor.
Yeah, that's how I feel too, Britt.
They put it in the new pharmacy. The next day, I got the medication.
Hi there. I'm Peyton, creator of Sir Walter Underbridge. I'm glad you're interested in my work. I would love for you to support me by joining my Patreon and purchasing my merch. Your support would mean a lot to me and would help me to continue creating and sharing my content with the world.
I'll let this play.
With my Patreon, you'll have access to exclusive content and perks.
It's an FNAF reference. God.
By purchasing my merch, you'll not only be supporting me, but you'll also have a tangible
I need to get a
item
prescription
show
for
off your support.
contacts if I want to get colored
someone who
contacts for
could sponsor
cosplay. Well,
the
that
channel,
makes
let me know in the
sense.
comments below.
That I understand if
So,
you're going to do something like
if you
that.
like my work and want to help me keep creating, I encourage you to join my Patreon and purchase my merch today. Thank you for your support.
Alright, you heard the man.
Back to the video.
If you go to GameStop and you try to get a video,
I realize too, the style of this reminds me a lot of Robot Chicken.
immediately is like, well, we don't have it, but it looks like these 4 stores within the area do. You can go to one of these and get it right away. But they won't for medicine.
Uh,
No, that's too bad. I'm very busy.
Yeah, yup.
There's something we could do, but it doesn't exist anywhere apparently.
I like
So
to
true.
imagine that person is looking at the screen, and the screen is like, oh, this other, the Walnut Street one has it, and he's just like, that doesn't seem pertinent to this. Oh well, yeah, we don't have it. Sorry, bud.
Yeah.
Don't know why. Can't help you.
So after all that, yeah, I finally got the medication so that I and my doctor can go through this medication and figure out if it's right for me.
All right, so you're sure that this is an actual CVS you were going to originally, right? It's not like one of those like where there's a neon sign. And
I don't know. I feel like even the aesthetic feels very like, you know, stop motion. I mean, obviously it's 3D modeled and shit, but there's a quality about it that all I can see is Robot Chicken.
It says AT&T and in tiny
When GameStop has a better system.
yeah, itty bitty letters. And
Oh man.
AT&T. And
I can't believe you went there, Rye. Shit, shots fired, bro.
What if
Fucking
this
hell.
medicine is a meta treatment, and it is an effort by a pharmaceutical company to sell you nothing? There is no drug. What happens if you get this new prescription from your doctor?
Oh my god!
And this whole thing is just a whole scam to give you something to hyperfixate.
Yeah, you feel the Robot Chicken vibe too, right there.
something in
See?
your brain
It's not just me. Not just me. Thank you, Makara. I appreciate you.
And you've got this thing, and you're like, God, I'm just trying to get and you're calling CVS, and you're calling the thing, and they're like,
Oh, we got plenty of it. I don't know. And
CVS is like,
no, I don't know. I don't know why we don't have it. I don't know. That seems like it'd be so easy to fix that, doesn't it? Oh,
Could be.
Sorry.
Could be placebo.
For months and months,
Mm-hmm.
you go through withdrawal.
My condolences, Rye.
Medicines, and then you're just waiting for this one, and it never comes.
Right? Yeah, it is.
And that's the treatment.
Or it's like one of those authentic.
I don't know. Did you tell me you have a thyroid, Seth? I didn't know that because I have that problem too. So I didn't know you had that.
Like your insurance company.
Or maybe I just forgot, in which case I apologize.
Focus on this. Seems like we're fine after all. You don't need any medicine.
Looks like somebody never had ADD, huh?
But yeah, I went through that once too with my thyroid medication. With my thyroid, it gets very scary because, like,
Here's a Rubik's
you know, if you go like a week without being on your thyroid medication, you can go into a coma.
No, but it's hilarious because like all this trouble to get a medication, and I don't know, it was like what do they call it? It's like the Swiss cheese of failure, you know?
Yeah, it makes sense, right?
The pharmacy, like the supplier, like all these people just like kept like not taking literally.
Oh, Dylan Hollis let him down?
Help me out. No one
oh
did that.
no.
No one. The manufacturer, when I called them, was infinitely more helpful than any.
God, I have seen so much food. I'm gonna stuff my face when the stream is done.
I've never heard of that problem before.
Oh, you have the same one as me. I have hypo as well.
Well, profits in the job.
Joshua Wiseman?
Not caring.
Right.
Caring's not part of it.
Right, absolutely.
I forget which guy that was, honestly, Agar.
Wait to see if the store 10 minutes down the road might be able to help you. Ugh. Just die already so you can quit calling.
Is that supposed to be a cake he's eating or some sort of piece of meat?
Care. Oh wait.
The long story
Oh,
short,
my guy's head just got huge.
So far, so good. That's all I'll say about that.
Well, I'm glad that's the. It took a year to get it, but now that you got it, it's helpful.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean,
turns out you might have needed it after all. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, thanks, guys. Thank you all so much. It was great. Well worth it. But yeah, no, I have it now, and I'm good, and it's all good.
And by the way, they're discontinuing the medication because not enough people were able to get it in the last year.
Oh God!
Not enough people.
Turns out nobody could access.
Okay, so that's definitely meat then, because that's the bone.
God, man, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised.
I'll see what I got.
You finally.
Josh is great. I love him.
We're sold out. We're never getting it again.
Yeah, it's pretty good shit.
Like, maybe that is how people squash out the competition or something like that.
Definitely, Rye. Get that shit soon. Oh,
man, it was a lot of
poor robot.
one thing, but
I like that in the background. I like that those little touches of animation.
Hanger. Jeez.
No, that's understandable for sure. That's understandable for sure, Reaper. Yeah, I mean, most of those places, it's like convenience stores, pharmaceutical houses, fucking dollar stores. They're all terrible for how they treat employees. And if they're treating the customers that way too, that's even worse. So next week you do this, I can show you Bob's Fridge by this 3D animated 3 parts. Alright, I got you, Dash. That's not bad. My medication is for my hypertension. Oh, I thought you meant for the thyroid. I know it's another Uncle Roger even when he said it. Yeah, of course, Omega. We know, bro. It's spaghetti. No, I know it was spaghetti underneath it, but like, was it just that supposed to be just a fucking giant meatball on top then, or what? I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? You should watch Uncle Roger reacting to Joshua Wiseman making Thai curry. We'll see, Agar. If you've posted it in the channel, we'll see what we get to today. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Alright, Bill. Alright. Okay, so... Oh, alright. So we got... What ones do we have left? Alright, I'm gonna play a few of these short ones. Let's try this bird one here. I think I've seen this. Alright, alright. Oh my god. It sounds like me whenever I get frustrated or disgusted. Oh my god. Okay. I'm good. I'm good here. I'm good here. Alright, let me do this the raw one.
Wake up! Yes, sir. Cook the spinach to order, you lazy cow. Hurry up! Fuck off! Watch my stuff, please. Get in there! What's wrong with you?
This shit is such Newgrounds animation.
Fucking eyes when I'm talking to you. What's wrong with you?
I'm trying to work, Chef. I'm trying to communicate.
Wake up!
Yes, Chef.
You! What's wrong with you? Nothing. Yeah, get a grip! Yeah. Hey, hello, come here, donkeys. Here we go. Come here. What is that?
Why is there a giraffe? Now I know why you chose this video, Jason. Aside from the Ramsey shit, I swear it's because of the giraffe, wasn't it?
Fuck off. Okay?
Oh, it was JonTron noises before? I got you.
We fired 2 salmon, 1 tagliatelle.
Fine dining. A fine fucking mess. Madam! A madam! Madam!
Oh my god.
Take your jacket off and fuck off! Oh, Chef, don't say that, please!
Oh my god. She ended up a full-time employee and then she has a mental breakdown and quits. So does she just prefer part-time? I mean, like, I know full-time can be, like, really fucking exhausting depending on what you're doing. I forgot about the giraffe and the irony of it all.
Oh my god. The duck's burned! You're cooking in a burnt pan, you fucking...
Oh, my favorite line! This is my favorite line!
Leave it! Leave it! Just fucking leave it! You're gonna blow fire in your face, you fucking donkey! He brings that pissing...
That is my favorite line.
The fucking
That is my favorite line.
What the fuck is going on? Where's the lamb sauce?
This had both mine and Omega's favorite lines. Oh my god. Okay, that one gets a like. That one gets a fucking like. Alright. You know what? Ryan is a decently long one here, but I'll play one for him because I haven't played one for him yet. So let me just check real quick some of the other ones. Okay, so we got this one here because Jason posted a lot. Jason posted a lot of content of things I used to fucking watch. That's the funny thing. Let's see. There's another One Man at Arms. Okay, we got this from Omega. It's one from Noggin. That's a pretty good one too. Okay, Paralyzed by Lick. I've definitely seen that one. Hang on, what did you send here, Reaper?
Beyond the great.
Oh, is this a whole episode? Okay, I don't know if I can watch this one. I don't think I can watch that one on stream. Nearing 5 hours. Mine's the very last one. Got you. Yeah, I guess we do, Jason. We have some very similar interests. Yeah, at this point I'm gonna scroll through and I'm gonna like pick a few others here and there. Because I can see we got a lot from Jason. Okay. Oh my god, Friday Night Funkin' meme from Jacob.
Don't cry.
This meme is super fucking popular these days. We got the video from Agar. Could pull that up. Because I want to make sure that I got a little bit of videos from everyone, because there's definitely people who like posted a lot of videos. Okay, so that I have to check out after. Also, Bella, I just saw the results. Looks really good, my friend. Super proud of you. Alright. So, let's play one of Rise, since like he's only sent one, so I'm going to play this one. Prohibition Oversimplified. This should be good, because this is a discussion involving banning something, so I'm down for this.
Possible by Honey. Click the link below to save money on your online shopping. And also, limited edition Al Capone pins on sale now. Get them quick before they sell out. Link in the description down below. Good morning, honey. What's for breakfast? The usual. 2 caskets of rum, a mug of hard cider, and a full bottle of wine. Oh boy. Oh, I'm running late. I'll have to take it with me. Don't forget your lunch. It's a 6-pack of beer, a flask of whiskey, 6 shots of tequila, and
What
as a
the
special
fuck?
treat, A banana. Aw, gee whiz. I'm gonna be smashed today. Enjoy your day of operating sharp, dangerous farm equipment.
Oh
I can't
my
believe this is an
God.
acceptable way to live. God bless America. Okay, gotta go.
Oh,
I love my life.
okay.
America.
Why was
the
the
land of
goat a
beautiful
whore?
stories, top-class infrastructure, and wonderful
Man's a
urban
goat
sprawl.
fucker?
Ah, yes. Beautiful America. But what's the most American thing you can think of? The Statue of Liberty? Mount Rushmore? A crazy lady in a mobility scooter yelling at a pigeon? Well, what if I told you the answer is alcohol? That's right. When the Puritans arrived on America's shores, they brought a ship packed with beer. George Washington provided his men with a daily cup of whiskey. Andrew Jackson's inauguration party left the White House so trashed that everybody had to be ordered outside. Frederick Douglass said whiskey made him feel like a president. Me too, Frederick. Me too. Americans drink at breakfast. Doctors prescribe their patients hard liquor. In the 19th century, Americans drank 3 times as much as their modern-day counterparts. That's a lot of whiskey. Hey, Jerry, how's that report coming along? Already done, sir. I've also organized your paperwork, watered your flowers, and been a father figure to your children. Wait a minute. What's that smell? Have you been drinking at work? No, sir, I would never. Well, why not? Everyone else is doing it.
Oh
But
my
I got
God.
work done. You're fired!
What?
Americans drink at work. They drink at barn raisings, baptisms, and public hangings. Heavy drinking was
Well,
so
I mean, you
that
know.
it was as American as apple pie. Hi, everyone. My name's Ron.
So basically
and I'm an
everyone was an
alcoholic. Get over
alcoholic.
yourself, Ron. We're all alcoholics. But more and more Americans began to wonder whether all of this truly was a
All
normal
good,
way
Reaper.
to live. Were Americans drinking, perhaps, a little too much? Well, one group in particular thought the answer to that was yes. You know them, you love them. Woman.
Yeah, don't worry, Sap. There's plenty of them that are, apparently.
Wrong! Hang on. We just want to talk. Women talking in public? That's outrageous. Come on.
I mean,
You've
that
got
doesn't
2
sound
kids
bad,
and a wife
Dash,
at
but
home. Yet here you are spending your
unusual.
entire paycheck on booze. And you, Dr. Spanky, you were on the cusp of discovering time travel. But what did you discover instead? The sweet, sweet joys of whiskey. That's right. Alcohol. It's destroying our families, our jobs, and our homes. She's right. She's right. You know. Hang on, men. Don't let them get to you. This saloon is our safe space where our wives and children can't annoy us with reality. Where we're free to be real men. She's right. She's right. I am a man. And what is it real men do? Take care of their families. I don't know what she's talking about. We drink beer, we shoot guns, and we mud wrestle.
Okay, hold up.
As America's heavy
Hold
drinking
up.
ruined
We're gonna have a
more
little
lives,
red
more
flag on that
resistance
one,
began to
Chief.
arise, and women were at the forefront, taking matters into their own hands at a time when women doing just about anything was shocking. They'd had enough of being victim to their husband's heavy drinking, and they were gonna do something unprecedented.
Possibly, Dash.
Going to what?
Yeah, they were quick to run indeed, yo. Indeed hot.
Oh, sweetie. Women can't protest.
Oh.
Starting in Ohio,
Oh,
before
no.
spreading nationwide, women began a crusade against alcohol. They marched through towns and cities, singing hymns, gathering out.
I actually didn't know this. I actually didn't know that women did all the protesting with this.
That in some towns, schools were shut and business stagnated. On one occasion, firemen were called out to hose down the dangerous praying women. On another, the owners
Holy
of the beer garden
fuck!
reportedly hold a cannon outside and threatened to reduce the savage women to dust.
Oh
Nevertheless, they
my
persisted. They formed
God.
the WCTU in 1874, and they organized. They set up homes for inebriate women. They installed water fountains in public parks. They wrote textbooks for school children that
It's
contained
called-
some
wow.
interesting claims about drinking alcohol. Here's little Timmy.
Okay, I have always
Looks
loved
like Timmy's gonna have his
Prohibition
first drink.
because it was such a
He's taking
fascinating
a slow
time,
sip of
but
whiskey, and
there's a lot of
he is
shit here I didn't
spontaneously
know.
The end. The women's efforts weren't in vain.
This is really
In
cool.
small towns across America, drugstores agreed to stop fulfilling
I
prescriptions.
mean, I don't
for
care for alcohol
Men
either,
committed
but I don't
themselves
think
to
anything
giving up
should be
drink.
banned.
Inspired by the
Banning
women's
things doesn't
moral
fix the
fervor,
problem.
Some saloon owners closed their doors. The women's crusade.
That's not the point, Dash. That's not the point at all of what I'm saying. Obviously, women are humans. Obviously, they can do anything. This is in an era where women were not viewed on the same fucking level as men. So the fact that they pushed for this much and made this much strides back then is what makes it impressive. Dash, look up suffrage, please. I beg you.
was Kansas, where alcohol had been outlawed since 1881. Despite this, many illegal saloons remained open, and authorities had done just about nothing to stop them.
Not even a matter of how they treat human beings. It's more that it's like there's certain things that I'll be real with you, right? It's a matter of being not even a matter of being surprised. It's a matter of thinking someone has the gall to do that over civil protest, because that means nothing has changed, Jacob. That's the sad part.
She was there to smash. The men could do nothing but cower as sweet little Carrie hulked out and tore the place to shreds.
Oh,
She went to
wow.
Kyle and smashy smashed. Wichita, smashy smash. Topeka, smashy smash.
Holy
On a couple of
Topeka,
occasions,
where's
she was
Brit?
arrested, but each time they were like, okay, Carrie, we're gonna let you go so long as you promise to be a good girl and not smash up any more saloons. Okay? Screw you, pig!
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think she's gonna be all right. Smash, smash, smash.
Oh my
Carrie's
God.
tactics shocked the other members of the Women's Christian Temperance Union, but she assured them, and this is a quote, "Ladies, you do not know how much joy you will have until you smash, smash, smash."
Oh
Carrie
my
became a household
God.
name, and she hoped her unusual tactics would spread across the country. But unfortunately, many
Crazy,
of the
yo.
women's movements eventually slowed down. Why? Well, because of this kind of thing. Thelma, I ripped my pants again. Ugh, well, you'll have to sew them yourself because I'm going out protesting. What? I don't know how to sew. What if I burn the house down and get eaten by alligators? What? Ha, don't be stupid, Mitch. Look, I've got to go. Call me stupid?
Then give it a try sometime, Hot. Just don't get drunk.
Hey, Thelma!
No, I know, Ryan. I think Synth has shared some too, but I don't like all of them.
There was nobody
Like,
to
I
do
can't
it.
sit down and watch history
Being
video
seen
after
not
history
heard,
video,
and they
but this
gradually
one's
had
at
to
least
return to their
interesting
duties
to
at
me.
home. But where the woman had got the ball rolling, a new movement was about to take that
Smashing
ball all the
indeed
way
is
to
fun. Oh
Washington,
my
D.C.
God.
I'm talking about the Anti-Saloon League. The Anti-Saloon League was a political pressure group run by a very sweet-looking old man. But don't let that deceive you. This guy was an evil genius. While the women's movements were interested in a whole range of issues, Wayne Wheeler and the Anti-Saloon League only cared about enemy number one, Mr. Alcohol. And as a result, they were extremely effective. They were able to exploit
Alcohol.
the fears of
Oh
the
my
American
God.
people. And I mean everyone's fears. Here's
I
how
don't
do it.
recommend you
Now
getting
listen,
drunk
welcome
because
to the
getting
liberal
drunk is what
progressive rap.
causes
Why don't you
brain
introduce
damage.
yourself?
It's proven.
Well, I'm Patty.
At the end of the
and
day,
I'm
if you
immigrant
choose to
from
get
Ireland.
drunk, that's on
Tell me,
you, but
Patty,
I
do you
don't
drink?
recommend
Oh,
anyone
yes.
to
I
actually
drink a
get
lot.
drunk.
See, folks,
Drinking
people like
and
Patty from
enjoying
here looking for
alcohol
a
is
better
one
life,
thing. Getting
only
drunk
to
is
end
another
up
thing to
drunk
me.
in the gutter. Don't
Plus,
worry,
I don't
son.
have patience for
We're gonna
drunks.
help you. Hey man, you're doing great.
No, I know,
just need you
Synth,
for
but the
one
point
more
I'm
thing.
making is that, like,
Hey,
obviously
Christian
I don't care
conservatives,
too much for this type
Patty.
of content.
He's
That's
a
why I said what I
dirty
said.
Catholic Irish immigrant who's come to destroy America with his alcohol-fueled debauchery.
Because, like, at the end of the day, I know Ryan could sit through, like, history videos all day long, and that's not quite my cup of tea.
Factory owners were told alcohol was making their irresponsible workers lazy. The black community was warned alcohol was hindering its progress.
I only
Racists
like
wanted
violence in
alcohol
fiction,
would turn
otherwise
black
I'm a
men into
pacifist. I
brutes.
think
In one of
violence
the
is
most
only
confusing
necessary
eras of American
if it involves
politics,
self-defense or
totally
defending
opposing
someone
groups
else.
found themselves agreeing on at least one thing. Alcohol was bad.
That's good,
The
Seth.
Anti-Saloon League
That's
also
healthy.
made great use of propaganda, something prohibitionists have been doing for decades. Take this specimen, for example, that warns what will happen to you if you start drinking. Let's see. First you take a drink, you get a little rowdy, okay. You make some new friends, nice. Then you become homeless, you turn to crime, and... the most effective tactic Wheeler used to force prohibition on America was pressure politics. In any election he could, Wheeler very successfully rounded up support against any politician who was in favor of alcohol. In Ohio alone, he had 70 state representatives and the popular Republican governor ousted from office and replaced with prohibitionists. Suddenly, every politician in America was afraid of Wayne Wheeler. Even those who enjoyed alcohol in private began pretending to be against it in public. Alcohol is delicious. Malicious. Sorry, I'm really drunk right now. Then it really hit the fan in 1917 when America found itself fighting in the first.
Yeah, I mean, Dash, you got a little drunk one time or a little tipsy, but I'm still not sure to this day if you were drunk, because you seemed like you were, but then you gave me the alphabet backwards, and I was like,
of evil.
okay, I don't know now.
You've always been this way. The biggest brewers in America were German, and Wheeler saw to it that drinking alcohol became akin to pro-German treason. The German
Yeah, I've heard
brewers
stories,
tried to
Reaper,
fight
I've
back,
heard
creating their own
stories.
propaganda, presenting beer as a healthy beverage, one that you could even give to your kids. As you can imagine, it didn't go down well. President Wilson instituted some temporary wartime prohibition measures.
And
to
that's
save
good.
grain for food.
Save it for a
And with
special
many in the
occasion.
country now in support of prohibition, all that was left was to make it law. One problem was that taxes on alcohol made up nearly 40% of the US government's annual revenue. And the government wasn't just about to give that up. No problem. The Anti-Saloon League helped lobby for the creation of a new income tax on the American people. And just like that, the government was no longer reliant on alcohol. Prohibition was finally introduced to Congress in 1913. Not just as a
Prohibition
law,
law.
but a constitutional amendment. In 1917, as the House held their final vote on the Prohibition Amendment, Wheeler was watching from the gallery.
Not even so much knowledge, it's more
Spineless
like your
cowards.
ability
I know half of
to
you
concentrate
drink, and here
was
you are bowing down to Ned
really
Flanders up
strong.
there. Look at him, like he's some kind of Caesar. Ugh, don't be so dramatic. I obviously don't think
Yeah,
I'm
I've noticed
Caesar.
that like there's actually studies, I think I remember. I think someone told me there's studies that show that autistic people or neurodivergent people actually can focus a bit better when drunk. I remember reading that somewhere.
A nation obsessed with liberty and
Excuse me.
freedom had just voluntarily given up its private right to choose whether or not to drink alcohol. We did it, folks. We fixed everything. America will be perfect forever. But you just dissolved America's fifth largest
Yeah,
industry.
yeah,
and
good
lost
luck with
tens of
that,
thousands
Chief.
of jobs for us immigrants. No, you idiot. You don't get it. We helped you, idiot. Ugh, I could really go for a beer. Oh, no. Immediately after Prohibition went into effect, alcohol consumption in America decreased as Americans followed the law and tried not drinking. Man, if we're gonna be law-abiding good boys, we need something else to fill the dark, lonely void that delicious beer once did. Well, how about we crack open a nice cold can of water? Hell yeah. Toss it over. Nah, this isn't doing it for me. Let's try knitting. This isn't filling the dark void at all. Want to play some kites? Ah, screw it. Let's go get some real beer. Well, it seemed like
It could
the
possibly be
supported
Mockery, you never know.
after the law went
I
into
mean,
effect, it seemed
I know
like
I'm
just
a
as
little
many Americans
neurodivergent because of the
intended to keep on
ADD.
drinking, and they would go on to find a variety of ways
Indeed,
to break
Omega.
the new law. Here's a question for you. Do you like breaking the law? Well, shame on you.
Fair, Seth.
Or do you
Fair.
like saving money when you shop online? Then you
Every
should
once in a
use
while, things get
Honey.
away from us.
Do you ever shop in store? Of course not. Then you'd have to talk to real-life people. Yuck. You'd rather shop online in the comfort and darkness of your mom's basement. And better yet, you can save money when you shop online with Honey. Honey is a free browser extension that scours the internet for promo codes and automatically tests them when you're
Yeah,
checking out.
ironic given what we know now about Honey, eh?
To increase my chances of getting a
Yeah.
girlfriend.
Let
And
me,
look, this magic dancing coin man had... Now where were we?
Yeah.
Punching Patty.
Ironic given what we know
and
now,
procuring
huh?
pints. Pretty soon after the new law went into effect, the failures of Prohibition were already beginning to rear their ugly heads. For starters, the details
Legit-
of the new Prohibition
legit
law, written
Makara.
by none other than Wayne Wheeler himself, turned out to be more draconian than expected. Many Prohibition supporters only wanted to outlaw hard liquor and hoped beer would remain legal, but the Volstead Act outlawed anything over 0.5%.
A questionable
That would
TV
make
show?
Liberty Cabbage
Well, One
illegal.
Reaper.
Secondly, the new law was full of loopholes that Americans
No, I haven't, but I did look
For
into it, and
while
it
the
looked
sale
kind of
and
appealing,
manufacture
though.
of liquor was illegal, drinking it wasn't. And you could also keep any alcohol you had before
Because
the
I
law
did
went
get
into
recommended
effect.
it on
So
Steam
many private
once.
clubs hoarded huge amounts of alcohol that saw them through the entire Prohibition period.
Hey Jason, we're a lot in that
purposes
situation
was
these
also allowed, and
days.
doctors basically
To be honest,
became bartenders.
neurodivergence is
It looked
becoming
as though
more
a full-on
common and
epidemic had
neurotypical.
broken out, as there was a sudden surge in prescriptions for whiskey. Sacramental wines used by churches and synagogues were also permitted. Orders for communion wines suspiciously skyrocketed.
It is... It's only 4 years old, this video, so... Not too old, but young enough for it to make sense.
By millions
Sounds good,
of
Bill.
gallons. And
Sounds
as
good.
rabbis had access to religious wine, suddenly everyone was becoming a rabbi. You had Rabbi Pat O'Leary, Rabbi LL Cool J, Rabbi Fluffy. But don't worry, I'm sure all these definitely legitimate religious
Fair enough,
figures
Reaper.
couldn't possibly be selling wine in the back alley after mass. Yep, definitely nothing strange going on here. New products also hit the shelves in
I mean,
stores,
Dash,
such as
some things
Vine
never
Bar,
change,
a
bro.
brink of dehydrated
History
grape juice,
unfortunately repeats itself.
non-alcoholic, and therefore perfectly legal. But the packaging did contain a strangely specific warning. After dissolving the brick in a gallon of water, do not place the liquid in a jug in the cupboard for 20 days. Because then
Yeah,
it
you
will
might
turn
as well
into
make a list,
wine.
Bell,
I'll take
honestly.
1,000. Yes, sir. Now, at this
Definitely.
point, I want you to think back for me, if you will.
I mean, hell, I think most people do that with me anyway.
You're the coolest kid
You've picked
around,
some
and
pretty
you
cool
convince your
ones,
parents to
though,
rent
honestly.
The greatest movie of all time from your local Blockbuster. But the movie starts with a strange message. Something about not downloading a car? You immediately disregard that and hop on Kazaa to download the greatest song of all time.
Aw,
And in the
adorable
process,
Reaper.
Drain your dad's bank account with copious amounts of ransomware. You were breaking the law, you bad boy or girl. But did anyone come to arrest you? No. That's my point. If no one's enforcing a law while everyone's breaking it, is it really a law? And so it was with Prohibition. See, the
Kind of.
conservative-led governments of the decade were also the kind of people who believed in small government spending. So they'd passed a law that would be extremely difficult to enforce, but also didn't want to spend any of the money required to enforce it. The newly created Bureau of Prohibition only had 1,500 agents to cover the entire country. That's one agent for every 70,666 Americans in a massive country with 12,000 miles of coastline and one
Yeah, that
gigantic
shit's
land
crazy.
border with Canada. Good luck, schmuckos.
Thank you,
all these
Reaper.
clever little loopholes
Appreciate it.
people were using to score illegal booze were only just the beginning. America was about to
Bell,
develop
that's exactly
into
why you and me will
alcohol-fueled
get along.
criminal
Very introspective
chaos.
stuff.
By
I love that
outlawing,
shit.
Prohibition had made alcohol a precious commodity, and millions of Americans would become outlaws as they found a variety of ways to score illegal booze. For example, many Americans began making their own liquor. Illegal stills from making moonshine were found by Prohibition agents from the hills of Kentucky and the caves of Arizona.
That and the games
to
you pick are
parking lots in
fairly
major
simple for
cities,
me too,
and
so
even
that's
in the
also
homes
a
of
plus.
Prohibition-supporting politicians. Come on now, fellas, I voted for Prohibition. I'm not gonna have an illegal still. What's this? That's my son, Freddie. Say hi, Freddie. Sir, this is obviously an illegal still. How dare you? What's this in the bathroom? That's bathwater. Why does it taste like alcohol? Here's a better question. Why are you tasting my bathwater? Weirdo. Come on, Freddie. Let's get away from these perverts. To discourage moonshining, the government began adding extra toxins to many of the products moonshiners were
Yeah,
using, which
legit,
resulted in
Jacob.
many cases of severe illness and death. But alcohol wasn't just being made at home. Along America's vast coastlines, rum runners smuggled alcohol into the country by sea. A floating supermarket known as Rum Row extended along the east coast just beyond America's maritime limit.
Which is
And
ironic as
frequently
fuck,
sailed out
Reaper.
in small boats to pick
But
up
most
shipments of
women I
booze.
know love
These
horror
bootleggers
games.
could then be found selling their illegal products everywhere, even in the holes of Congress. Wow, Pop. One day, I want to work here. Well, son, if you work hard and never give up, one day even you could be a massive hypocrite. Even President Harding was known to serve his cabinet bootlegged whiskey, and some bootleggers were so successful, they became bazillionaires, such as Roy Olmsted, an ex-cop who became one of the biggest employers in the Seattle area from smuggling booze. Unfortunately, all of his whiskey came from Canada. Yuck. All of this
That's kinda
criminality was being made
hilarious.
possible by copious amounts of corruption. Across the country, armies of government officials
Oh,
were
Makara, you
pursuing
gotta play with
bootleggers
us sometime
became
then.
so rich,
You
it was
gotta
not
play
common
with
to
us
slip a couple
sometime. That'd be
$1,000 into the
funny.
front pocket of the police chief, or the mayor, or their disapproving mother. And some cops were getting almost as rich as the bootleggers.
Yeah, indeed,
All
Bill.
right, men, everyone gather in. I've received word that one of you has been.
I'll have to
taking
get you to
bribes
play a
from
couple with
bootleggers.
us sometime,
Any
Makara.
ideas,
It'd be a lot of fun.
Kevin, perhaps.
Now I'm curious to see
Garden
see
thoughts?
how
No, sir. Many
you
police
know
officers came from
how
the same
chicken shit you
communities
might
that
be.
drank a lot, and they weren't about to arrest their own granddads for knocking back some homemade gin. But all this isn't to say there was
Yeah,
no
I know, right,
enforcement.
Bill? Other
Plenty
than
of government
every
officials
woman
were doing
I
their best to enforce the
fucking
new
know.
laws, and some unlucky individuals received very harsh penalties.
Makara
such as
might be the
Michigan
only
mother,
exception
who was
so
sentenced to
far.
life in prison for small-scale moonshining. Cases like these were widely reported in the media and only served to make prohibition even more.
I mean, it
unpopular.
all depends on
But
what
not
game we're
just
playing,
that,
Omega.
The media also love to cover the exploits of the most famous bootleggers, turning them into.
I mean, there's a few. We could do
icons.
Lethal
One of the
Company.
biggest
There's
bootleggers
Repo
was a
came
man
out recently
named
that isn't
George
half bad from
Venus.
what I'm seeing.
Originally a lawyer, he watched as his bootlegger clients
Phasmophobia is
beat
always
off
on the
enormous
table.
fines like it was nothing, and
Panicore.
proclaimed bootlegging
We got a few
business
options.
for me. But unlike most bootleggers, Remus had big brain.
I'm
and he
not a
came up
really
with
big
pretty
horror
clever
fan
system.
either, but I
See,
do like
there
playing
were
it with
millions
friends.
of gallons of liquor produced before Prohibition that were sitting in distillery warehouses, and it could only be sold with government permission to drug
Indeed,
companies.
Dash.
So Remus set up his own drug company and bottled the liquor. Then he set up his own transport company to transport the liquor, and then he would send his own men out with guns to.
No, yeah,
intercept
well, I
these
don't like to play
transport
them
vehicles.
excessively,
And
but it's
this
an
would-
option.
Hey man, this is a
Lethal and
stick-up.
Repo,
Oh, no.
not that.
Please don't hurt me. I won't hesitate to shoot. Please.
I mean,
have a wife
that's
and
still
kids.
two. We could
Hand
work with
over
that.
all the whiskey, fatty. Hey.
Hi, you don't got to apologize. You're more than welcome to lurk. You're fine, my friend.
After stealing all the whiskey from himself, he could then sell it for big bucks.
Indeed, Reaper. We'll have to get to that too. I forgot you bought it for
Remus was
me.
eventually caught by a goody two-shoes prohibition director in Indiana
Indeed, Dash.
who wouldn't take Remus's bribes, and the government found Remus guilty of violating the Volstead Act 3,000 times.
Oh, I
For
got
2
you.
years,
I got you,
Remus sat
Makara.
in
That
prison.
makes a lot of
His wife
sense.
promised to take care of all of his money. And by take care
Like,
of
I'm a little
business, he met
spiritual, but I've
Happy with
had
a
no,
prohibition
like,
agent,
ghost
so
encounters.
everything
I've had
resumed
friends
and
who claim
filed
that
for
they have,
divorce.
so
When Remus
I'm a lot
finally
more
got out
skeptical.
and found his big fancy
But that's
mansion
fair
empty
enough.
with his wife gone, he reportedly broke down in tears. A few months later, during their divorce trial, he spotted his wife in a car in Cincinnati. Remus hopped in a cab.
Okay,
and
then
asked the
don't
driver
drink
to
it when we
run her off
play.
the road. The driver was like, okay. Then Remus got out of the cab and shot his wife dead. He immediately handed himself into the police, and his next trial, this time for murder, became a national
I appreciate
sensation.
that, Hot. Thank
Remus
you.
defended himself, claiming insanity, occasionally carrying out skillful questioning, occasionally crying.
What, so you gotta be
But
drunk to
the
play
nation felt
Phasma?
bad for him. His wife had screwed him over, and so when after just 19 minutes of deliberation, the jury returned and declared him not guilty, the court erupted into celebration. And just to remind you, this guy bluntly admitted to murdering his wife. The American justice system. Mwah.
Yep.
As alcohol poured into the nation, a lot of it was going to a new
Sad
type
part
of
is
drinking
nothing has
establishment that had been booming
changed.
in popularity. A secret drinking
So
establishment.
little has
So
changed.
secret
It's
that from the
unreal.
outside, they often look like ordinary
We
shops
never
or homes.
learn.
So secret that you usually needed a password to get in. So secret that everybody knew about.
Little
it.
Nightmares is a game I
Speakeasies,
watched and
once
thought
you
was
were
good,
in,
but I
the
never
party
played
went
it.
all night long. Scantily clad flappers, snake ladies, jazz. It was a roaring time to be
Yeah,
alive.
right.
Some
Scary, isn't
politicians
it,
even
right?
posted reviews
Basically,
on
100 years
clubs,
later,
and bribes
nothing's
galore
changed.
kept the party going. It seemed like half the police officers and federal agents.
Then
in
you know
cities
what?
like New York
Then you know what,
were receiving
Makara?
kickbacks from
If you
speakeasy
need to get a little tipsy, maybe we can try it. Maybe you might like Panicore, because not everything in Panicore is ghost. Some of it's actually
Why am I
monsters.
not surprised? Prohibition director Simmons? For shame. Mom? What would Dad say?
Oh, I
Ask
forgot
yourself.
they made a
Dad
sequel,
would
actually,
say, "Quit
Reaper."
being such a wet blanket and let Daddy earn his tips." Anytime a
Oh
speakeasy
my
was shut down by
God.
authorities, it seemed like 3 more would just pop up elsewhere.
Daddy
and
earned
some
his
neighborhoods were
tips.
so full of them that one resident began hanging a sign to try to keep partygoers from constantly knocking on her door. It really seemed like the new laws regarding alcohol, in some places, were simply being ignored. And one prohibition agent who traveled the country liked to see which city was the most defiant by timing how long it took for him to be offered a beer after he arrived.
Thank you,
His
Dash.
winner?
Appreciate
New
it.
Orleans, where a cab driver offered him a drink after just 35 seconds.
What's the question, Hot?
Bravo. Many
Panicore
voices
was
in
fun.
Congress were already speaking out against
We needed
the
Neb to walk us. Ow!
To display how
Throw
ridiculous
it.
the whole thing was, one Republican congressman gathered the media to all come and
God
watch
fucking
drink a
damn.
homemade beer. When he asked a passing police officer if he'd like to arrest him,
I am
the
trying
officer
to stretch,
said no.
sir.
Hey, wait. Is all this what you had in mind? I thought we were going to make the country better, but it almost seems like
Yeah.
What do you mean? Alcohol consumption is down. Well, that may be true
I
in
swear
your
to God,
state,
bro.
but it says here drinking in some areas is up. As are rates for public intoxication,
Of course you don't,
and
brother.
incidents of liver cirrhosis. The general chaos has
Of course
turned
you
America into
don't.
a nation of criminals with no respect for the
Bastard.
law, and all these attempts at enforcement are just
And
costing
also,
the economy
do we
valuable
cook?
money
Well, I
and
mean,
needing
yeah, I
judicial
definitely
time to
cook.
resource
Thank you,
release the law.
Seth.
The social change
I appreciate it. What the
that Wheeler
fuck?
and the Anti-Saloon League had been so eager
Hang
to
on, where did the
prevent
fucking
in the
lion
cities
come in? Hold up a minute.
Finland!
Man, y'all really going. If you and me did Danganronpa, we should have read there. And do you want to skip the first game since you know the story? I mean, I'm not bothered by spoilers, you know that. So like, I don't mind if I already know it. That'd be fine by me. And at the end of the day, I think it's Junko, right? The fucking badass bitch with the blonde twin tails. I mean, any day looking at her is a good day. You know what I'm saying?
Seems like it's worse. What do you mean? Alcohol consumption is down. Well, that may be true in your small town world, but it says here drinking in some areas is up, as are arrests for public intoxication, drunk driving, and incidents of liver cirrhosis. The general chaos has turned America into a nation of criminals with no respect for the law, and all these attempts at enforcement are just costing the economy valuable money and eating up judicial time and resource. Release the lines.
Yeah, I know, but I answered
The
either
social
way.
change and corruption
So what about
that
you
Wheeler
guys?
and
Do
the
y'all
Anti-Saloon
cook?
had been
Hot's
so eager
curious.
to prevent, in the cities at least, was surging. See, when something's
Yeah, I know you
can
cook,
usually
Steph,
regulate
definitely.
and control it. But make that thing illegal, and often anything becomes fair game. Legal drinking age, gone. Mandatory closing hours for clubs and bars, gone. Other unspoken sociocultural rules surrounding alcohol, gone, gone, gone. In speakeasies, different genders and ethnicities were beginning to mingle in a way they hadn't done before. The Roaring Twenties saw a monumental shift in culture, not least of all because now men and women could flirt in public without being damned for eternity. An outraged
Totally your
Louis
call,
did his
Bill.
best to make
I
sure
wouldn't
anyone
mind
breaking
playing
the
it.
law was punished. He had even stricter legislation put in place in New York. But all this did was clog up the justice system with petty drinking violations, and judges began letting everyone off with light fines.
I have
so the
food
judges
pouring
began
up
to
my
do
cooking.
that actually mattered. You know, things like murder. And there was plenty of murder. Because bootleggers and moonshiners were one
Definitely,
thing, but
Seth.
Prohibition had given another kind of criminal an opportunity to make a fortune. Mobsters and gangsters. Hey, Fat Tony. Big news. Hey, Fat Joey. What's up? I just got
Excuse
word
me.
from Fat Louie here that the government's
God,
outlawing
speaking of
alcohol.
food, Jesus, I'm gonna be finishing up a few more of these before I start wrapping up. I also need to mark what videos I've watched with reactions.
All right. Hang on. Let me tell my wife first. Hey, Fat Susan. No pizza for Fat Joey tonight, capiche? Stop calling me Fat Susan. Forget about it. Come on. Rival gangs began to battle in America's cities, raiding each other's transports, assassinating rivals, and trying to take control of their
God
cities'
damn,
illicit
Saf,
booze
you
trade.
need rest,
Every
woman.
city had its top dog. Detroit had the Purple Gang. New England had
Oh,
Charles
fair
Manson.
enough then, Dash.
But no city was as infamous for gang violence and murder as Chicago. The city had multiple gang factions, and at first, they agreed to stay in their own neighborhoods. But the thing about criminals is that they're criminals, and the agreements inevitably broke down. One day, the leader of the Italian Southside gang was walking along the street when this happened. And he was like, you know, I think I'm done with this, and left for New York, leaving his crime empire to his chief enforcer, none other than Al Capone. Having been knifed in the face in his younger years, Capone earned himself the name Scarface. Although interestingly, he hated that nickname and preferred to be called Snorky. Snorky was ruthless, just like any other
Scarface
gang
is
leader.
better because I think of the
But what set him
Batman
apart
villain.
from others, the reason he's become synonymous with 1920s gang warfare is this. Most other gang leaders would try to keep a low profile because, you know, they're killing and murdering and stuff. But Capone lived for the fame and kept an extremely high public profile, frequently speaking with the media about his exploits and presenting himself as a gracious host, providing Chicago with good times. No need to thank me, fellas. I just provide the city with a valuable commodity while doing away with the competition. You mean you murder people? Whoa, who said anything
Yeah,
about
you understand,
murder? I
Batman?
just,
That's good.
You know, force my rivals underground. When you do the thing with the hands, it seems like you're talking about murder.
Alright, that's fair enough then, Reaper.
You with the brains. No.
You guys don't have to feel obligated to remove it, but if you did, fair enough. Because I was probably just gonna go around down the list and react to the ones that I did, like, you know, like a little egg reaction or something, so I have it marked.
He'd be ordering hit after hit.
Because then I could always go back and watch some of the other ones that you guys posted for next
Bludgeoning
time.
members of his own gang with a baseball bat for conspiring against him. The next, he'd be playing Santa at a nearby parochial school. And no murder could ever be traced back to him. Just like every other criminal.
Like John Wayne Gacy entertaining sick children at a fucking cancer ward and then fucking horribly murdering and doing other obscene things to young men and boys in private.
The public couldn't get enough of Capone. He quickly became a household name as people romanticized the gang life he lived. And this
Yeah,
became
fair
a
enough,
source of
Jacob.
concern for the people at the very top. President Hoover? What is it now, Miles? I'm busy. Well, it's just that there's a lot of crime, sir.
You're focusing on he's rich and has a oh my
Since the
god.
dawn
Of
of
all the
man,
ways to
sir.
interpret
Would you
Batman.
like me to blame it on the Democrats again? No, Miles. I want you to blame it on squirrels. Yes, the Democrats. Now stop wasting my time. Since having a crime lord controlling public officials and
Fair
working
enough,
parts of the
Reaper.
people
I
probably
appreciate it.
wasn't a good thing. Hoover personally ordered that something be done about this Capone fellow. But before he knew it, President Hoover was also dealing with another major problem. You know him. You love him. Woman. The Prohibition era had been going on for nearly a decade.
Who
and
isn't?
Anyone with a brain could see that it really wasn't going very well. One person
Don't at me.
was
Don't at me,
Florence,
okay?
An extremely influential and rich woman who served on the Republican National Committee.
It was a joke, I swear.
And had
It was a
secret
joke, I
in her
swear.
mansion. She initially supported Prohibition, but was now disgusted at the chaos it had created, and she began a new women's movement. This time, not for Prohibition, but against it. Being the extremely influential woman she was, her new organization gained nearly 1.5 million members within 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, in a
5
sense,
that of
huh?
The Women's Christian Temperance Union. She hated that the WCTU
Sounds
claimed
good,
to
Bill.
speak for all women, and she began calling for the repeal of the 18th Amendment. President Hoover, I helped fund your campaign, and now I want you to end prohibition.
No worries,
Miles, what is it I
Saf.
say
No
when
worries,
I'm
my
not gonna
friend.
do
You
anything?
definitely
You'll
need the
look
rest,
into
yo.
it, sir. Oh yeah, that's right. Pauline? I'll look into it. Sabin gave speeches on the steps of Congress and helped start a growing push among the American people against
She's
prohibition.
taking over your footrest. She is the footrest now.
Wasn't budging. Then, on the 14th of February, 1929, something happened that shocked the nation. Men, thought to be working for Al Capone, tricked some Irish mobsters into meeting them at a garage in Chicago, thinking they were there to purchase hijacked whiskey. Instead, the mobsters were lined up against the wall by men dressed as police.
Okay, got
and they
reverse
were
Uno card.
The Valentine's Day massacre had people outraged. It was cruel and almost felt like American mobsters had finally crossed a line. People were sick of the violence, and in part, they blamed Prohibition for helping to create it. The pressure on Hoover to do something was steadily increasing. Fine. Miles, I want you to put a report together to see if this whole thing is working. You mean the thing where mobsters are becoming increasingly powerful and massacring each other in the streets and everyone is disregarding the law and half our public officials are corrupt and taking bribes? That thing? Yeah, I want to know if it's working or not, Miles. Stop wasting my time! Hoover continued to
Never.
drag his feet on Prohibition, but after the Valentine's Day massacre, he was still determined to do one thing. He wanted Al Capone in prison. Since Capone had been so careful, the FBI were having a hard time charging him with anything, but eventually, they got him. Capone, we know you're supplying Chicago with alcohol and you've been involved in countless murders. Whoa, look at you with the crazy talk. I ain't done none of that stuff. But you're rich, right? You're damn right I am. And so where'd all the money come from, Capone? All right, I'll let you in on a little secret, but you gotta promise not to tell anyone, okay? I don't pay my taxes. Whoa! For all of his murder, the IRS finally
No
got
worries,
Capone
Omega.
on
No worries,
tax evasion.
Seth.
At his trial,
I mean, like I
he
said, the
seemed
stream
concerned
won't be
and
going
spent
on
most
for
of his
much
time
longer,
having a
so.
laugh with his lawyers. Hey, Capone, I gotta know, why are you so confident you're gonna win here? Well, Your Honor, because I'm an honest man with a big heart who's passionate about working for the good of the people. And also because I threatened the entire jury's families. Luckily, at the last minute, the judge replaced the entire jury pool with a new one that Capone's men hadn't yet got to, and Capone was found guilty. He was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison, the harshest penalty ever given to a tax evader. But even with Capone locked away, the violence in Chicago and other cities continued. And in response, the movement against Prohibition continued to grow. And the final nail in Prohibition's coffin came in 1929. After a decade of
I'm probably just being tired, because I don't think that would be the case, Omega. If anything, I would think that would wake you up more.
Of the Great Depression. It was an awful time. 1 out of every 5 workers, 15 million people,
Fair, Reaper.
would lose their jobs. Half the nation's banks failed. Temporary shantytowns were built for the broken homeless in public parks. Suddenly, very few people had time to care about Prohibition. Expensive enforcement of an unenforceable law didn't seem like that big of a priority.
Behold, the last days of Armageddon.
And losing their life savings. And many began to argue
I'm
that
sorry,
repealing
Hot. What time do you
Prohibition
work?
would create vital jobs and tax revenue for the government. Yet President Hoover doubled down. Here's that report you asked for, sir.
Yeah, fucking Hoover.
Prohibition is great. Fantastic news. Sir, it says here Prohibition is great at undermining the rule of law in America. Miles, it says the word great. That means good. Now stop wasting my time! The public, increasingly shocked at the violence they saw in the streets, the
Oh
corruption
my
they saw in the
God.
government, the general disregard for the law, and now an economic calamity.
And all this
that
is
had
because of
enough.
alcohol.
For his re-election, Hoover faced a Democratic candidate who promised to finally do something about Prohibition, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Crowds cheered.
Alright, that's
as
not
FDR
too
made
bad
his
then, Hot.
campaign speeches promising to modify the Volstead Act, and polling
Oh, why
say
can't you close
a
anymore?
lifelong Republican, along with her 1.5
Yeah,
million
indeed,
supporters,
Dash.
endorsed Roosevelt. And on election day, it was a landslide. Before FDR had even taken office, Republicans in Congress began the process of passing the 21st Amendment to repeal Prohibition. One of FDR's first acts as president was to pass the Beer Permit Act, which made beer legal while the new amendment was being ratified. In 1933, with the passage of the 21st Amendment, Prohibition was finally over, and the people celebrated like they'd just won a world war. Bars and taverns were packed. The WCTU were inconsolable. Wayne Wheeler was dead, and the celebration, particularly in America's cities, was intense. Heading into the mid-1930s, the effects of Prohibition were clear to see. From now on, culture around drinking had changed, with men and women drinking together, not in saloons,
You know what,
but in
Ryan?
bars and
How many
taverns.
amendments
The
are there, bro?
syndicates that had been given so much power through Prohibition remained
Aren't there
powerful
like
as they
20?
moved on to other things.
Like 20
Some
something?
states opted to remain dry, with Oklahoma only repealing its
I know
prohibition
there's
laws
at
in
least 14, but I'm
1959.
sure there's
To
more.
this day, there are still counties
27,
in
thank you,
America with
Bella.
some form of prohibition.
27, thank you, guys.
So what did we learn today, kids? What's the big lesson here? What's the moral of this story that we can all take away and apply?
Yeah, because
to our
I
day-to-day
could have
lives?
sworn that there was like a
Maybe that you
24th
shouldn't force
Amendment
your
or something,
morals
but
on
I
the
couldn't
person who
remember
don't
how
share.
many there
Maybe
actually
that
were.
If you tell Americans not to do something, that's the one thing they'll definitely do. Or maybe there is no lesson. Maybe we're all just a bunch
Hot
of
in
dumb,
Town
stinky idiots,
57
and
calls
we're
the
all
store
doomed.
close at 10,
The
but
end.
we have to clean the store before we leave. It can take a long time. One time we at 1 a.m.
Oh, okay, so because you didn't do it quick enough, I got you. I remember that because they don't want to pay overtime. I went through that too back when I used to work retail. Indeed, Reaper. Yeah, I know, the irony, right? It's not really very good for you anyway, so... And I think it just tastes like shit. Alright, so that one's from Rye. Okay, let me see. So what I'm gonna do real quick, I'm going to go back to the channel and I'm gonna start marking what ones I've watched, because there's a bunch more here and I don't know how many more we're actually going to get to. So let's see. So we watched the one from Jason there with the Hercules. We watched that. Watched that one too. Third-party controllers. Mr. Ballin. Watched the lag one. And Dash, I believe you said you deleted the ones that I watched, so that's good there. I know Reaper said that too. Watched that one from Sai. We watched that one too from Jason. The Batman Vader one. The Sex Ed one we watched, yeah. We just watched the Prohibition one. Watched the one from Saf. Neon Cat. Watched this one from Synth. That too, yeah. Like we watched a lot of the ones from Jason. Because I can always go back and watch the ones that I didn't mark from the last time. Unless you guys end up deleting the ones that you posted, there's also that. But at the very least, if people don't go back and delete it, then at least I know what ones I can go back to. And obviously you guys are welcome to post any more vids that you actually want. So let's see, this one, I'm just gonna put that there for reasons. And I have Jacob's video.
Bakura Tuberheim, cause there was one time my friend asked me to make her a drink at Ren Fair. I made it for her and told me I'd hardly put any alcohol in it when in fact I'd up to shot and was apparently a chemist in a past life XD.
Wow. Wow, that's fucking crazy, damn. Have you ever considered bartending then? How many videos are there? Oh, there's so many. There's so many. Alright, so what I'm gonna do real quick, so we won't get, I don't think we'll get to this one now. Okay. This was the one from Jacob, so I'll play that one too. And I believe this one was from Agar? Yeah, I'll tell you what then. Then what we'll do is, considering all the other ones I have watched, and we can watch more of them from the next week, I'm going to watch Jacob's video here, and then we'll close out on Agar's. And then anyone else, if I didn't get to your videos, we will definitely do it next week. If you guys want to add more, we could do that too. But like, I think at like 5.5 hours, that's something that we'll do there. So yeah, I mean, I had more than 16 today. You guys, like I said, you guys seem to like the videos and the talking and the interacting. So that's why it's like, if you guys want, I'll just keep doing this once a week. Yeah, but I don't like the creepy man. I mean, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, Makara. Let's see. Depending on how this upcoming interview goes, I may be a sandwich artist, as they call it. Hey, nice. I'm wishing all the best for you, Jason. I know you'll get it. How long are the two videos? Well, this video is 12 seconds, and the other one is about 14 minutes. So those will be the last two, and then I'm going to call stream. But Saf, if you're exhausted, my friend, please, you're more than welcome to get rest. You've been here the whole time. You've been running on empty. I have Omega and Brit still, and we're not going to be here much longer, like another like fucking 20 so minutes or 20 minutes so tops. Like, you can feel free to get some rest, my friend. And feel no guilt, I promise. Just get some sleep. It's okay. Alright, so let me watch this one.
Don't cry, little Friday Night Funkin' fan. Game Banana's got enough EXE creepypasta mods to feed you your entire life.
Oh my
Man, bring in the
god.
Sonic.exe. Boy's hungry.
Jacob chose this specifically to make me cringe. Alright, now let's watch Agar's video, and then we'll get to the rest of you guys the next time. So let's, because it's like 5.5 hours, and I'm starting to get really fucking hungry, and by the time we're done watching this, it's gonna be almost 6-hour stream.
Joshua Weissman, one of the best YouTube chef ever. He nailed his egg fried rice, he nailed his tom yum, but he making terrible choice when it comes to facial hair. Hiya, Uncle Joshua, why you look like guy who gonna talk to me about NFT?
Yeah, Saf, by all
Today,
means, get some
Uncle
sleep,
Joshua
alright?
back
You
making
deserve the
Thai
rest,
green
my friend.
curry.
Thank you.
Can he maintain his
Thank you for
uncle
being here.
title? Let's see. Let's see. This video sponsored by
No, you're
XSVPN.
absolutely right,
Is your
Jacob.
nephew.
You're
Do you know
absolutely
Netflix
right.
So sneaky. They hiding so many shows from you depending on where you live. Like if you in US, Netflix only have American version of Old Boy. That one of the worst movies ever. But look at this.
Yeah, and Joshua Wiseman, I thought I remembered him, but I only remembered him via his face, so seeing the video was helpful.
No matter where niece and nephew live, ExpressVPN can help you get 1,000 more shows. Using Netflix without ExpressVPN, it's like cooking green curry without shrimp.
Hey, we are making a Thai green curry, but not just a Thai green curry. Then you're gonna make your own curry paste from scratch in a mortar and pestle by hand.
Take it easy, Seth. You have a great night, homie. Thank you so much.
Curry paste from scratch? That good because in Western country, very hard to get good green curry paste. Like when Uncle Roger make my Thai green curry, I make my own paste
Yeah,
also.
I mean,
But
it
if niece and
definitely
nephew
is,
live
but
in
like,
Thailand,
not always with
okay
the
to buy
same
curry paste
finest
from shop
ingredients that
because
they
it's a
always show,
secret
Jason.
recipe passed down by generation. Or even better, kidnap random Thai auntie. Ask her make green curry paste for you. Because good green curry, worth kidnapping someone for.
So start by combining 2 teaspoons or 4 grams.
Oh
of
yeah,
coriander
that's
seeds,
hilarious,
1
Reaper,
teaspoon
damn.
seed,
Correct? Cumin correct?
Or 3 grams of white peppercorns on a
Correct? White peppercorn correct?
into an oven that's been preheated to 320.
Hiya, oven for what? Just toast in pan, Uncle Joshua. Asian people, we just use oven as storage for pot and pan.
Until lightly toasted. You could also do this in a pan if you want. Then let this cool.
Oh, okay. He addressed that.
Prepped. Are you ready for this? Very thinly sliced 9 Thai chilies, 3 serrano chilies.
Okay, 12 chili total. Good amount?
Serrano chilies, 2 small shallots.
Shallot good.
Of garlic.
Garlic good.
Cilantro stems, no leaves.
Oh, no. First mistake. Not cilantro stem. Green curry, you need cilantro root. Cilantro root and stem different. Somebody didn't pay attention in biology class.
Stalk of lemongrass. What? Peeled galangal. Please. Here, okay.
Why biology?
That right? Unless don't replace galangal with ginger. Galangal and ginger, not the same thing. People who think ginger can replace galangal are the same people who think Jamie Oliver can cook.
Now since these are all getting
good chopping.
Order to make grinding easier, I lined mine up. I get a large mortar and pestle.
Pestle and mortar, fuyo. Correct.
Grind those with your pestle until you
Horticulture class. Yeah, you know what? On brand there, Dash. Accurate.
You want to pound? Go watch my green curry video. Go see how good Uncle Roger is at pounding. That's how I gonna win the heart of Auntie Esther.
Your pestle until you get a powder, then get a towel underneath because you're destroying your countertop. Follow that up with your sliced Thai chili.
Good pounding should always destroy countertop.
Grind those into a
he pounding here? Okay, he pounding.
And really get
No, Dash, I'm proud of you then. I'm proud of you for remembering that.
It? He just pound 2 stroke and he finished. Feel bad for his
True.
girlfriend. Just 2
True, Reaper. But I think there's a lot of people who like know how to cook but don't always know the best ingredients to mix together.
This will take 2 to 3 minutes depending on your technique. I rough chop my sliced.
I think a lot of that is also a matter of like cultural components.
Then add your lemongrass, which has also been pretty finely chopped.
Because when it comes to food, I'm pretty easy to satisfy.
It's gonna get pound to shit anyway.
This is where technique comes in, pal.
Like you really have to like do a lot of stupid shit to actually offend me. Like when I saw some of those women who made Italian food, quote unquote.
Your pestle to get it nice.
You want technique? Go watch McQueen Mother-in-Law. That's the right technique, not this stirring bullshit.
You used to garden, Dash? I didn't know that. That's really cool.
Also till smooth.
Coriander root, not stem.
Smooth. Your garlic. Smooth. Last but not least, finish that off with a half teaspoon or 4 grams.
Fuyo, correct. Shrimp paste good and he used a lot. That's the right amount, not the white amount. Good job, Uncle Joshua.
Blending all that together, totaling in at around 15 to 20 minutes of grinding. Yes, it's tedious, but the effort turns into reward when everyone is moaning at the dinner table.
Don't moaning at dinner table. This cooking video, not only fan.
Potato when it comes to food.
This not Play-Doh. Don't play with your food, Uncle Joshua. This green curry looked like my ex-wife before makeup.
My God.
Oh my God.
So on to the easiest part, the curry. In a medium-sized pot, add 2 tablespoons or 28
Shots fired.
Or go in there over medium heat until hot, bing bang. Then add all of your curry paste.
Wait, what?
All of it.
Curry paste already? No, Uncle Joshua, no. Green
That
curry
actually
got 2
sounds.
methods. First step, you either fry the
That
coconut
sounds
milk,
interesting,
split
Reaper,
the
but I don't know
bread
how to
up
feel about
like
it.
how Uncle Roger do. Or you do more home style, where you mix the curry paste in water and boil it, like how Queen mother-in-law do. You don't just stir fry the curry paste. Big mistake here.
Cook that guy down, stirring often until it's relatively dried out and is starting to stick to the bottom of the pan, about 3 to 4 minutes. Then stir in 5 cloves of very finely chopped garlic. Cook for about 25
But you have garlic in your paste already.
quarters of a cup or 177 milliliters of chicken stock.
Wait, chicken stock? No, chicken stock.
Or 177 milliliters of chicken stock.
Chicken stock should not be first liquid in there. When the coconut milk gonna come?
What's
Uncle Roger
Dango?
waiting here half
Reaper.
an hour now. Coconut milk still not here. Are you growing the coconut tree right now, Joshua? Why you wait so long for coconut
Fair
milk?
dash.
Where the coconut milk?
That's kind of what it's like sometimes when I make art.
Used to thin out the curry.
Imposter syndrome.
The first thing that go in, yeah.
Curry paste. Then add 1 tablespoon or 17 grams of palm sugar.
Palm sugar, correct? Remember, don't use white sugar. White sugar for white people.
2 tablespoons or 30 milliliters of fish sauce.
Fish sauce good?
Is dissolved, then add 1/13.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it'd be too good, Reaper.
The coconut milk go in.
Followed by 3 additional kaffir lime leaves. Bring that to a light simmer and reduce the heat to low. And if you want it ultra velvety smooth, then at this point you would blend it with a hand blender until as smooth as you like.
No need hand. What he doing? No need hand blender. You already pound it. It's so smooth that just chicken stock and 3 leaf in there. Blend what blend? He just trying to show off his blender or something.
Bring that to a light simmer and reduce the heat to low.
Look at this curry color. It's so white. This Jamie Oliver level white. Hiya. This curry is so white. It about to ask Uncle Roger where I really from.
Add in 3/4 pound or 340 grams of
God.
boneless and skinless chicken thighs. Cut in half.
Okay.
I know, right, Jason?
Simmer for 7 to 8 minutes or until the chicken.
I was thinking the same thing, man.
Veggie time. Yay, something healthy for once.
Something healthy. Hiya, Joshua. You want healthy? Go drink smoothie. Thai green curry don't need healthy. Just make
Okay,
it
so I see the
taste good.
emoji. I'm just not quite sure how that looks. I might have to look it up.
Then maybe not.
An airsoft.
Sliced about half.
He say what he say?
Anyway, add 1 to 2 Thai eggplants.
That not Thai.
It's possible he's not here right now.
This video starting to unravel now. This just regular eggplant. Regular eggplant is the emoji you use when nephew trying to be dirty. Thai eggplant don't look like that. Thai eggplant, little round ball. Remind me of my testicle. Just round and green. Sorry, Joshua. Uncle Roger should get that checked.
Oh my god.
A lot of eggplant. There's so much fiber. You're gonna shit yourself for a month. Hiya.
Got you, Reaper.
Stir that in and simmer for 4 minutes.
You're gonna lose his role as uncle.
What?
160 grams of snow peas, and then just
Snow Pete. No.
He does not look happy with him.
That is munch too. That is what Jamie Olive Oil do in his Thai green curry video. No. Munch too, the worst vegetable. Uncle Roger have to put my leg down from chair. This Jamie Oliver level mistake. Uncle Joshua.
I felt his pain on that on that level. Nah, I can't relate to him, but I felt his pain.
Away, hiya. What happened? Uncle Joshua dead and gone.
Now you're dead and gone. 1.5
Oh
cups or
my
160
God.
grams of snow peas.
This looks so similar to Jamie Olive Oil curry. I think Jamie Olive will see this curry. He gonna go, "Ooh, this green curry looks just like my green curry."
Oh my god, why did he do that so well? Why does he have the mask, yo?
Title. And now Joshua also. They are the same as Auntie Helen. They just let Uncle Roger down. Sad. So much pain in my heart. Hiya.
I like my snap peas to have some crunch to them, so 1 to 2 minutes is usually enough. Now once it's done, season that to taste with the juice of 1 lime,
Lime wrong.
fish sauce, and or palm sugar if you feel like it needs it, albeit optional.
No way to save it now.
2 large sprigs of Thai basil in the hot curry to release some herbaceousness.
Look at this, look at this. Look more like vegetable soup. Hiya, where the Thai green curry?
Reaper, I don't know if I've ever actually asked you, but do you actually have any Asian in you and your family, or do you just like really like Asian food and culture?
I can't watch anymore.
And nice heaping ladlefuls of curry.
Yeah, agreed, Dash.
Fried
It
shallots.
didn't go so
Only
well,
fried
unfortunately.
shallot, Too fancy. And also, who eat green curry like this? Asian people, we eat green curry. We put green curry in bowl and just scoop into rice. Only white people do this. They split the curry out. The curry cannot touch the rice. It like East and West Germany. What is it about white people and segregation?
Sliced
Ow!
chili and fresh Thai
Damn it,
basil
Bill.
leaves. Now this bowl right here, in my opinion, pays
Where the
respect
fuck
and
is the
homage to
green?
one of the greatest curries in the entire
Ironic, bro.
Pay respect.
Ironic.
Pay respect to who? Jamie Oliver, is it?
First, I think we should just go for the curry itself, aside from all the vegetables and proteins and everything that's in there.
Oh my god, looks so white.
Hit right in the face with the most fresh Thai green.
Notice how there's no layer of oil on it.
It seems like it would be really spicy. It's really not. Very palatable. Spice level wise, I'll give this like a 4.2345678 out of 10. Not that spicy, as long as you don't launch it to the back of your throat. Everything comes together beautifully.
Launch it at back of throat? Who eat food like that? Who deep throat a Thai green curry? Niece and nephew, if you go on date and your date deep throat the food, marry them immediately.
Perfect Thai green.
Fair enough, Reaper.
Make it home. And yes, you should make the curry paste. You're not making this without making
Oh
the
my
paste.
god,
Period. End of
Dash.
story.
The paste every step correct, but the cooking all wrong.
You want to know what else is creamy and makes you sweat just a little? B-roll.
B-roll so cool for what? It all fucked. If Jamie Oliver liked your Thai green curry, you fucked up. Hiya, Uncle Roger disappointed now. No more Uncle Joshua. This sad moment in YouTube cooking. He looked less like chef and more like guy who about to talk to you about NFT.
Oh my god.
Nail
He just
egg
called
fried
him a
rice. He
crypto
nailed
bro.
Tom Yum, but he don't nail his facial hair. Go watch my green curry video. See how good Uncle Roger is at pounding. That's how I gonna win the heart of Auntie Esther.
Oh my god.
You want healthy? Go drink vitamin water or some shit. You want healthy? Go drink kombucha.
Oh my god.
You want healthy? Go drink white woman drink.
It's so
Go eat
bad,
yogurt
bro.
parfait and
So
smoothie or
bad.
some
Call him a
shit.
crypto bro.
Oh, this green curry look. Oh, I need to wear a plaid shirt.
Oh my god.
If you can't do an impression of someone, just dress like them. Niece and nephew, do you like Uncle Roger impression of Jamie Oliver? What you think?
my God.
What you think? Leave comment down below. You can't even tell difference. When Uncle Roger put on this mask and put on my checkered shirt, you can't even tell difference.
Damn.
They split the curry out. The curry cannot touch the rice.
The
like
Disney
Russia and
bloopers, yeah.
Shit. I gotta get into trouble for this one. Put in the bloopers.
Alright. Alright. So we've marked all those and we've got quite a huge list, honestly, for the next time. So I think it's time to start going to closing announcements, gang. Alright, so first things first, I want to thank you all so fucking much for being here. Really appreciate every one of you guys. Actually, I think I know who we can raid this time. Someone I see is streaming that I've never been able to actually raid before. So, looks like a friend of Rayho's. It looks like Ichski is streaming. So what I'm gonna say is this. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it, man. Before we send you guys on off, I want to just say thank you so much all for being here. I hope you guys enjoyed this, because if you guys liked this, and I think you did, I think it was pretty well received, this will be a consistent weekly thing every Wednesday. I may at some point consider doing it a different day during the week and take another poll in the server, so if you guys liked that and you want input, be sure to look out for the announcements. Be sure to post videos in that channel, and we'll go through as many as we can, as best as we can. Keep in mind, if you want a video that's 45 minutes or long, if you make a little bit of a donation, then you know, then we can talk about doing a longer video. But I will be sending you off to Ichiki. Really cool guy, great friend of my friend Rayho. She's the one who made the cake that you guys throw at me. So even if you guys don't stick around, I'd appreciate it if you all at least gave him a follow, you know, because he could use some numbers as well. Friday we're going to be playing Rivals of Aether 2. And then Sunday I am doing a art collab, drawing and doing some yapping with my friend Makara here. So be sure to give her a follow and check her out too if you haven't already. Much love to you guys, much love to my hatchlings. You all your support means so fucking much to me. This has been really cool and fun to do, and I actually like the idea of it being a weekly stream, so say hi to Ichiki from me, and I'll see you all guys on Friday. We're gonna do some competitive Rivals of Aether 2 again. You guys seem to enjoy it the last time. I hope you keep enjoying it. I'll be making it a staple. Much love, good night, get some self-care, and rest up. Say hi to Ichiki for me. Good call, motherfuckers.